Everybody, so I'm calling the meeting of January 14th, 2025, this workshop of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors to order. Okay, Supervisor Klein, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Everybody, so I'm calling the meeting of January 14th, 2025, this workshop of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors to order. Okay, Supervisor Klein, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, very good. Clerk, could you lead us, or could you conduct the roll call?
Supervisor Klein.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Norvell.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
All right, so good morning, everybody. And this is the first time that the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors has done this workshop, and it's going to be a 2-day format. And so we're looking forward to making a lot of progress on some of the issues. And these meetings are not for action, that the action will be taken at a future board meeting. And so, what we're trying to do is we're going to take public expression, public comments now for all items on and off the agenda. Then there will not be action taken during these 2 days. At the end of the session tomorrow, we will capture all the items that need to be brought to a future meeting for board action. And the public will have the opportunity at that point, or in the future when it's brought to a future meeting, they'll have the opportunity to make public comment on those issues. So right now, I'm opening it up for public expression or public comment.
Good morning. Dee Dee Parker, Director of Social Services for the record. I just wanted to come and make a public announcement or expression that the Department of Social Services has been working very hard in the last 4 weeks to better meet the needs of our community and those we serve. And we will be opening our lobby doors to the public on Fridays starting January 31st. The only exception is veteran services due to staffing, but that is our goal in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
My name is David, Chair. I believe that in the newly adopted rules of procedure from the meeting last week, rule number 26 is unconstitutional because eliminating abstentions from voting is unconstitutional. The First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution provides for freedom of speech, which includes the freedom to not speak as well. The Supreme Court has ruled many times over decades that compelling someone to speak is unconstitutional. This country encourages citizens to vote, but it is not a compulsory requirement. Government does not force people to choose a position on local, state, or federal issues by making us vote in elections. I believe elected public officials have the same protections as private citizens and cannot be forced to vote. Abstentions exist in the U.S. Senate, the House of Representatives, and our state legislature. I believe abstention is totally legal and in fact an essential part of our democracy. Leaving recusal as the only option besides yes or no is insufficient. Recusal is used for conflict of interest. If a member has no conflict of interest, then that member is being forced to speak on an issue and to take a position. A federal district court case in Wisconsin, Rozeski v. City of Madison in 1983, was decided against the city ordinance that had removed abstentions and forced council members to vote. Although not a Supreme Court decision, I believe this should give you all pause. Your vote as a board to implement the new rules of procedure with Supervisor Williams, the sole no vote, was a vote to compel speech and force all supervisors to choose a position. I believe that is unconstitutional. Mr. Williams could very well have a civil rights case against the county that could be pursued on free speech grounds. On the very day, I believe, on the very day that our new board members took the oath of office, at the same meeting, the first meeting of the year, 4 of you voted for an unconstitutional act. I believe our 2 newest supervisors, Ms. Klein and Mr. Norvell, on their very first day, failed to uphold their oath. You are all supposed to come prepared and to seek clarification if you have questions. Did no one but Mr. Williams have anything to say? Rule 26 is a small piece of the larger set of rules and perhaps a big homework project for day one. Perhaps county council should have tutored the group better if county council was involved in this matter. Sadly, 2025 is off to a bad start. You can bring and should bring this package back for reconsideration and at the very least amend rule number 26 to reinstate abstention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any further public expression or comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Okay, so the first item is item 4A, Board of Supervisors meeting roles of supervisors, chair, CEO, and staff. Okay, so we have 30 minutes for this item. And really what we're trying to do is kind of make sure we're all clear and on the same page with what the roles of us as supervisors is, and then also, you know, how we relate to staff, what their role is in the meetings, and how, because we're trying to create effective meetings around this. So we have our, I'd like to introduce Yolanda Underwood, and she's going to help facilitate the discussion today. And so, so Yolanda, I'm going to turn it over to you, or I'll turn to the CEO first to see if there's any comments.
Oops, sorry, take me a minute to get used to this new system. CEO Antle, I look forward to working with you all here today to come up with a decorum that works well for you and for staff, and we have open and honest communication that's productive and positive format for everyone. So with that, I think my stuff will come out as we go through with the liaison positions and the communication piece that
All right. Yolanda?
Okay, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Thank you, and thank you for having me here today. I've worked with both CEO Darcy and John in trying to get the agenda together and making this as beneficial and productive for the team here today. And so really my role is to simply facilitate the agenda. So this is a workshop for you guys to participate in, establish your practices for working best together, most effectively together, and really coming together as a team. And so as we talk about the first piece here in the roles of the Board of Supervisors, the decorum piece, just a couple of things that I wanted to point out. Each of you have your own districts, you have priorities that you were asked to outline, which we'll go over in a little bit later on this morning. But I thought it was important just to share the common mission that you guys all have together. And regardless of priority, regardless of your district and what governs you in terms of the focus you have, I wanted to read the mission statement for the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. So as you have your own priorities, you are united in the mission that the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors mission is to create and maintain a positive and responsible government that enhances the quality of life of the people of Mendocino County. The county's mission is to deliver services that meet public safety, health, social, cultural, education, transportation, economic, and environmental needs of our community. So with that, as we talk about the decorum piece, working together, and how to effectively come together, I thought it would be interesting to start this discussion with the feedback that this team provided. So if Miriam, on I think page 6 of the packet, key point number 4 is, in your opinion, what key elements are needed for an effective, productive meeting? And the meeting is just one outlet in which you all work together. So some of the key points that were submitted by this team here include having a clear structure, following protocol or rules, having respect for others, and I'm just kind of highlighting a few of the key points. Coming into meetings or discussions prepared, coming in with full participation, being respectful, being professional. And when I look at these guidelines that were submitted, a lot of them are subjective and they're left to interpretation. So what I'd really like to do is, with this group here, discuss what those mean to you and really outline what our expectations are and how we practice some of these guidelines and decorum factors. So would anyone like to begin the discussion highlighting any of the key points, what stands out, what resonates with you on how this team can work effectively together?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so dissent is American. It's a nation founded on dissent. You wouldn't have a civil rights movement if it weren't for dissent. And one of the undertones as I look through the entire packet, and I'm speaking for people in the 5th district, right? I'm their representative. They don't like everything the county does. And so when I show up and I have an issue and I voice it, it's because I have the people coming to me saying, this is not how we want our county government run. One of the things they've impressed upon me is they want the people's business to be done in front of the people. They want actual deliberation. They don't want supervisors to show up ready to vote. They want supervisors showing up ready to listen to the public, listening to their colleagues before they form their opinion about where the county should go. And a lot of, there's some common sense in the documents that are attached to the packet. It's a good way to behave in a public meeting and in life. But I am against anything that looks like government trying to censor and remove the people's business from the spotlight. The people's business needs to be conducted in front of the people. And sometimes that means we disagree. I may disagree with Supervisor Norvell. I may tell him why he's wrong. I can go out after this meeting and have lunch with him and talk about other issues where we agree. That is the public process. And I think trying to make the meeting, we call it decorum, but it's essentially stifling and chilling the free speech and the deliberation that the public expects out of us. So I have, right here, I have a differing opinion about what our priorities are. If you ask me what the priorities are for the 5th district, the people want roads, they want homeless encampments cleaned up, they want water flowing, no more studies about who doesn't have water, they want actual water, drill a well. They want the practical, what this county would have been doing in 1850, in 1900. Somehow we've gotten so far off track that we're a bureaucracy that's not helping economic development, that's not facilitating housing, but at every turn throwing a wrench in it. So Where I could see working with my colleagues is reducing some of the bureaucracy, getting tracking in place. I don't even want to use the word streamlining anymore, because when I see government streamline in California, it seems to just add more layers, right? So that's not even the right term at this point. But what the people, go out there on the street and talk to the people what they want. They want practical solutions. They want to see potholes filled. They don't want to see us doing more studies. They don't want to see us talking about decorum. They want practical.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yes, thank you. So Supervisor Williams, you talked a little bit about the board's work being done in front of the public, and some of what you see here may be stifling that. Could you elaborate a little bit more? I think I have an idea of which parts you're pointing to, but if you could just elaborate a little bit more.
I think it's a good idea to ask questions in advance. Often I've known to ask probably more questions than anybody else on the team. But most of those questions have not been answered since I've been here. So I'm looking at 6 years asking basic questions like, dollar for dollar, what are we spending on a program? What are the results? When was the last performance review? And that can be seen as a negative, that Supervisor Williams is causing a problem. It can also be seen as Supervisor Williams is speaking up for the people in the 5th District who want to know where their tax dollars are going. I can't answer those questions today. So if you look at the undertones, look at the entire packet here, it's about shutting down the deliberation, shutting down the free speech, shutting down dissent, shutting down a supervisor who's vocal about what's not working. The first step in solving a problem is identifying that you have a problem. And I don't feel as a board we've come to terms with, we have some serious problems. Go out and ask the public, how do you think county government is functioning? They don't think it's functioning well. In fact, I'm here, and I've been here for 6 years, specifically because the public didn't think the county government was functioning well, right? So you don't come in and immediately start justifying every decision that's been made and the strategy. You start looking at where is it off course and what can we do to get it back on course? So, I want to hear your ideas. Am I the only one who recognizes that there's a gap between how the county thinks it's doing and how the public thinks the county is doing?
So I'll agree with you on some of those. I think if you do talk to the public, there's not a lot of agreement between what the county thinks is doing right versus what the public thinks is doing right. I hear you when you say that the work not being done in front of the people may be being stifled by some of the ideas or the direction in some of this. I personally don't have an issue with submitting my questions ahead of time. I completely understand. It's something I learned at the city. A lot of times they were seen as gotcha moments, and I don't think that's what you're doing, and I don't want to insinuate that. I have done those. They worked well in the moment, but I spent a lot more time repairing those relationships that I did to that person than I did getting anywhere with them. I had to go repair that relationship before I could move forward and get work done with that person. I understand staff wanting the questions ahead of time. I completely get it. If we want to be efficient in our meetings, it's a good idea for staff to have an idea of where we're coming from. And I've also learned that the value of my time is better spent communicating with staff ahead of time. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to come to a board meeting and ask those same questions, because the public, if somebody brings me a concern and I address it with staff and it gets talked about at a meeting, the public has the right to know that they're being heard. And that's part of the reason that you may do that. Now, staff also has to understand that I'm not going to come up with every question before the meeting. Maybe Supervisor Williams or Supervisor Klein raises a concern or a question that I didn't even think about, and then I'm going to have questions on that. I don't see that as what we're trying to do here. I think if it's worth a try, if it's going to make the meetings more efficient. One of my thoughts on how can we be more efficient and what we need was 8-hour meetings are fine as long as we're getting 8 hours worth of work done. And I personally don't think that's been happening at Board of Supervisors meetings. And I'm not placing blame. I don't think it's anybody's fault. But I think we can be more efficient there. So I'm going to disagree that what we see here is an attempt to stifle. I think you can do both. I think you can communicate with staff, tell them where your concerns are, and then also raise those same concerns in the public so the public hears it, and you can have a correspondence with so I do agree with you on a lot of your points, but there's not too much here that scares or worries me. The only one is when and you didn't touch on this, but verify that the constituent has utilized all available channels. I think staff has to realize that we are the conduit between the public and the county. We are the electeds. I have overstepped in the past in trying to get into department workflow, and I've learned that lesson. It's unproductive, and there the city manager, here the CEO needs to control workflow, so I understand that. But we are the conduit between the public and staff, and staff has to realize that when they approach us with questions, it's our job to come to these meetings and voice those concerns and ask for answers. I don't expect all those answers to come at any particular meeting, but as long as there's an understanding from staff that we are going to get in between and help funnel these questions and solve these problems. One way that works really well for me is I just ask these people, who have you communicated with, and copy me on the email so I know what's going on. But for whatever reason, that seems to produce more results and better results. So I don't see a lot here again that makes me nervous. I agree that some of it probably shouldn't have to be said. This is just the way that we should do business. But unfortunately, that's not how everybody does it. And when that happens, it gives the chair an opportunity to point these things out. This is how we need to act and behave, and these are rules and policies. So I'm for the most part okay with this.
Chair, can I have a 5-second?
Well, I'm going to go to Supervisor Klein and then Supervisor Mulherin.
Yeah, I want to thank Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Norvell for their input on this. And I know we've kind of touched on different topics, but I want to go back to the component of transparency and public deliberations. This is, of course, a really essential component of trusting government. And I think that, yes, there's some question of do our constituents trust the way that the county is running and the way decisions are made? And so I fully understand the concerns and want to have the best effort put forward. When I read these rules, I was thinking about my time as a staffer in the state legislature, and it was 100% a part of our process to give a heads up to any staff, member offices of questions that were coming their way. That did not mean that the conversation took place where we fleshed out every component of that question right then and there. Sometimes that took place, sometimes it didn't. But I do believe that the staff notification is an important part of the process so that we make sure we do get our answers. And I also think that any kinds of rules, whether it's this, the agreement we're discussing here today or our rules of procedure that we agreed upon at our last meeting, there's room for abuse and manipulation of any policy or any rule. And I'll be the first person to bring forward any item to update any of this if there is any abuse of this happening. And we'll happily partner on any of that if we see this progress in the future. So I just wanted to kind of add those comments and then also agree with Supervisor Norvell as we're here to be government navigators and translators in the process and not necessarily get involved and try to interfere with what staff is doing, but help our constituents see the process and get to the right place for the best outcome.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I do think that it's important that the board remains professional and polite during board meetings. I think that a lot of the public stress or concern comes from the behavior of board members and how they act on the dais. I think it really is important that all staff and community members that come to speak to the board are treated professionally and with kindness. I think it's also really important and part of being professional and part of improving the trust that the constituents have with us is being prepared. And it is our job to read every single agenda item in advance of a meeting. We should know what is in the agenda item. We should know what is in a contract. We should know what is in an MOU. It's not about the slideshow presentation. It is about what is in the detail of the documentation. And if you are prepared, if you are reading that when it comes out, you are able to reach out to staff and say, hey, I know that we've previously had this discussion about XYZ. Can we make sure that that previous information is included in this agenda item? Because I think it's relevant and should be included. As a board member, I've been here for 4 years. Because I have read every agenda item, I know a lot about what is happening in the county. So when an agenda item comes forward that may look sparse to somebody else, I know the detailed information because I've been here for 4 years. I think our agenda items need to be prepared so that all of that information is presented, even if you think that board members already know or that the public already knows. And if something is missing, it is our role as board members to speak up in advance of the meeting to prepare staff. And if it's not something that they can answer, they may choose to pull that agenda item. Personally, I've seen more agenda items come forward from supervisors that lack information and clarity as to what the goal is. And, there's part of making sure that we're doing the people's business in public and making sure that board members are all in agreement in direction that the county should take. But there is also sort of these gotcha moments, or here's the hot topic on social media or blogs that we want to just throw out in the public that I don't think serves the agency or the community or constituents in some of the way that they're delivered. So I think, there's always a lot of room for improvement. And part of that means being open to that feedback and taking that and working to improve ourselves as board members. Okay, thank you. I didn't realize that you didn't think my agenda item was prepared enough. Next time, I'm going to work harder to make sure I have more information to give you so that that doesn't happen again. Because what it looks like to the public is that the county is ill prepared when it may not even be our staff and it may be individual board members. I also think that the flow of the meetings can be very challenging if board members are not prepared. If there's a constant back and forth and argument, I just have concerns that occasionally that means that somebody has not prepared all of their talking points about that agenda item and they're ready to speak on it. And absolutely, we will hear from members of the public. We will hear from each other. We may hear something from staff at the last minute that gives us pause, or we have more questions come up, or an additional statement. I think that's perfectly natural and normal. But if you're not coming to a meeting prepared to articulate not only the challenges that you see within an agenda item, but what you want to see for an improvement, I think that also is part of being prepared. This doesn't work for me because of these reasons, and here's the 3 things that I want to see done different. That is being professional. That is being prepared.
I'll just take my turn now. Is that, when I look at this list about what we've said is needed for an effective meeting and effectively working together, it looks to me like being prepared is one of those key elements. And when I see being prepared, it doesn't mean that we do the work off screen or, in a back room all the time. It means that we're asking those questions and getting those answers, or at least letting staff know that that's the question we're going to ask beforehand, if it is something that we know beforehand. If it's a specific, dollar amount or kilowatt hour or something like that, then if we know we're going to ask it, it's respectful and professional to ask the staff beforehand, get that answer. And then I've had times in the meetings when I come in and I'll say, well, what is that dollar amount? And they know it. So you're providing that information to the staff or to the public. Staff has that awareness. Or you could just say, hey, I know that you know, the kilowatt hours for that is 82 or whatever it is, you know, so that the public is aware that you understand the issues, that they're getting that information too. And so in no way is it trying to stifle, you know, the public's, you know, receiving that information or knowing what our thought processes are too. So Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, one place we might differ is I don't think efficiency is the top priority of this meeting. I think outcomes are the top priority. What the public cares about is what we accomplish, what we get done. They don't care how efficient. If we have to come back and meet tomorrow and the next day, as far as the public is concerned, they're fine with that. They care about what we succeed in accomplishing. So you look at the last meeting we had, first meeting of the year, it was an hour and 8 minutes long. That conveyed to the public, that's how much business we have. It would have probably been an hour and 25 minutes long had we let the public speak, but we told them they were capped. And, you know, cannabis is one of those unsolvable topics that it's a state-created program, and we're not going to solve it at a local level the way that people would like. It's the reality. But I don't support cutting people off. This is the people's meeting. They're paying for the meeting. It's their tax dollars. I think we let them speak, and if it means I have to stay till 7 o'clock or I have to come back tomorrow, so be it. That's the people's meeting. So efficiency, probably not the number one goal. Outcomes may be the number one goals. The question I've asked repeatedly over the years is, are we dollar for dollar, how are we doing on programs? When I see tens of millions, hundreds of millions spent on social programs, I can't help but ask, and the public is pushing me to ask, what was success last year from spending that money? These questions are not a surprise. What's a surprise is this organization, and it's not, there's no culpability on line workers, people carrying out the tasks. We have hardworking public servants, but that is not my issue. My issue is from the board, we're not taking responsibility for tracking to see if we're actually accomplishing the results that would be expected for the amount we're spending. How do we compare dollar for dollar to Sonoma or Napa or Humboldt counties? You know, if it's a $10,000 task, we don't have the capability and the resources to track it. But when you're spending tens of millions on social programs, you better know that you're getting results. I haven't seen any of those results. It doesn't have to do with reading the agenda items. I can read through the packet, top to bottom. I don't see outcomes in there, meeting after meeting. The public comes to me outside of this meeting and they ask, Ted, why aren't you standing up for us and demanding those outcomes? And all I can do is point out, I need support from my colleagues. The few times that we've gotten that support, the majority has said, this is important, do a review. I haven't seen any follow through. So I think the code of conduct is good, the rules are good, there's a lot of good ideas in there, but I don't support making that a higher priority than results.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. And just real quick, I agree with you 100% on the outcomes. I think they're important. It's a great way to track and prove whether what we're doing is working or whether it's not working. And I support you 100% there. When I spoke last, it seemed like I was in disagreement with you, and I was on some, but I didn't touch one word that you brought up was dissension, and I want to agree with you there. I think it's healthy when we disagree. I think that's the reason there's a number of us up here. That's what the people expect. I think there's plenty of opportunity in government for unanimous, and overwhelming yes votes on stuff. I think that comes with proclamations and stuff that that feel good stuff. I don't think the public expects that from us on business decisions, and neither do I. I think it's completely healthy for us to disagree. I don't think that if somebody's losing an argument or loses an argument, it isn't because they were unprepared. It's because they lost to a majority of the vote. And if conversation or discussing a topic and you're trying to change somebody's opinion, if it seems like it's going too far and we're not getting anywhere and nobody's going to change their mind, I think that comes from the chair. The chair controls the meeting, and the chair can move on and ask for the vote to be taken. I don't worry about that too much, but I just wanted to make sure that dissension is fine, And I don't expect to agree with you or anybody else on everything. I don't expect everybody to agree with me on everything. Thank you, and I wanted to point that out.
And I'll just add one more thing, is that when I see respect for others, that's part of this whole dissension. And, you know, we have to respect each other, even though we might not always agree with each other on the issues. When we're talking about being prepared and having effective meetings, I think that's what we're wanting, is to have effective meetings. And the way to do that, one way, is to be prepared and make sure we're bringing the information, as much information as we need or we think we need before the meeting, to the meeting, so that we're able to make those decisions at that time. And if it's like the process of asking staff beforehand about specifics of the item, then that's what we do. And so I think that's, I think we can agree on that. And maybe Yolanda has a way of kind of making sure we have consensus on this issue, or what.
Well, I just want to reiterate a couple of, I think, key points that were brought up by this group. And when you spoke of healthy conflict, healthy debate, it is a good thing. And you shouldn't all agree all of the time. That's what progress is about, is having differing of opinions, having different priorities. It is, however, how it's presented, right? And that's a theme I heard here as well, is having respect for differing opinions, and understanding that you're not going to agree all of the time. And to Supervisor Williams, your point of outcomes, that is critical, right? You guys are here because you're serving your communities, you're serving the county, and people do want to see those outcomes. And I think that the two factors that we're talking about do go hand in hand. To achieve those outcomes, to get things done, you need to work effectively together. You need to have those efficient interactions where you are getting things done. And how you guys agree to that is up to you, whether it's how prepared you are to discuss the issues, how strong the level of understanding is to what those items are that you're going to discuss. Coming in, having those effective discussions, allowing people to debate and express their differing opinions in a respectful forum that keeps you guys working effectively together. And those are just some of the key points that I've just heard throughout these discussions. But I'll again defer to this team here.
Great. Well, I think we're in agreement on, these items that we brought forward as what we need for effective, productive meetings. Let's see, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that we're all in agreement on all these things. I mean, it sounds like we've had some good discussion on it, but I mean, if we're going to say we're in a full agreement, that is fine. But if somebody is not in an agreement or has an issue with one of these outside of what we just discussed, or wants to maybe remove something from this list, I'd certainly like to hear from them.
Right? Supervisor Mulherin.
Supervisor Hashek, or Chair Hashek, if you don't mind. When I first joined the board, there was a lot of discussion about supervisors' reports. There was conversations about how some supervisors don't have a report at the end of the meeting. And then there was a conversation about how the reports need to be submitted in writing. So I spent a lot of time preparing a written report every meeting and then every month for the board. My colleagues did not read that. I think maybe 1 or 2 times. And then I didn't. And so I thought about that as we were about to have this conversation today. Because as Supervisor Norvell said, we can all agree that this is what we want to do. But when we get back in the dais in public, if we're not all holding ourselves to the same standard, then it was really all for naught and just for show. So, I think that each of us as individuals need to really try to focus on maybe why the conversation today is happening and ways that we can improve. But at the end of the day, whether we agree or not may not matter much, because we're all individual people that may make different decisions in the time of debate. I mean, I think this is really important exercise and very healthy, but I couldn't help recollect all of the work that I did to be prepared for meetings, and then to not have that respected by my colleagues. So I'm really glad that we're having this conversation. I'm glad we're here today, but I did want to, whether we're in agreement or not, I think we should all be listening to each other and thinking about that during future meetings. What does that look like? Am I holding my standards to somebody else that they may not be able to meet? And how can I sort of lower my expectations of that and really just try to remember that the basic goals are the same. Be respectful of each other, of staff, of the community, be prepared, and make sure that we're having good conversations, and personally being kind to each other, I think is really.
Okay. Yolanda?
Well, and I do want to piggyback on what you said, because when we talk about healthy conflict and healthy debate and allowing everyone to speak and being respectful and mindful, the second piece to that, and to your point, is really how do we put it into practice, right? It's fine that we're having this discussion today, that we're, whether all of these points are fully agreed upon or not, there are some common themes in terms of being respectful, understanding that we're going to disagree, allowing people to openly speak and be transparent about the issues and priorities that they have. But I challenge this group to think about what happens when these guidelines and or when these practices are not being followed. So you hold yourself accountable, but how do you hold each other accountable? So if someone isn't allowing, when healthy conflict moves into that destructive phase, where it becomes more of a personal attack, where it's no longer constructive, where people don't feel comfortable or safe expressing their differing opinions or thoughts, how does this group hold each other accountable is the bigger challenge.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I think what happens when those things happen is you end up at a workshop talking about these things. And so somewhere along the line, somebody feels like these things are going on and they need to be talked about again. I can't imagine that this is the first time the Board of Supervisors have discussed clear, efficient, and meetings and decorum. So I think somebody's been rubbed the wrong way, and somebody's unhappy with how meetings are being held, whether it's staff, the Board of Supervisors, or the public. So I think this is what happens. Somebody is unhappy with how meetings are being handled. So, here we are. I think in somewhat of a sense, it's unfortunate that we have to go over these things. I completely understand it. But we're talking about efficiency in meetings, and we're having to go all the way back to the very basics of how to act in a meeting, how to be productive in a meeting. And, I'm all for it if it needs to be reiterated, but I think in the end, it's up to each individual supervisor to follow these rules. And it's the world we live in. At some point, somebody's not going to follow them. And hopefully it's not a great big deal. Somebody's going to be upset about it, but we're all adults, and at some point we're going to have to move on, benefit of the meeting. So I guess just to answer your question, what happens? This is what happens.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Supervisor Norvell. And I also think that, this is an opportunity we wanted to have this kind of discussion because it's an opportunity to have 2 new supervisors on board, which doesn't happen every day. And to, anyone who was watching the board meetings last year could see some of these things weren't always adhered to. And I think that when Supervisor Mulherin was the chair, she tried to deal with some of those issues. And, at times I would cede that, discussion to her. And at other times I tried to back her up or whatever, provide my point of view. And I think that coming in as the chair, I think I would like to have the whole board responsible for those kind of, making sure that the norms are upheld. Because it's not just the chair, it's our board, right? And so that's what I would like to see out of this discussion, is that there's general buy-in to how we're trying to conduct the meetings, how to be more effective, and we're all accountable. Because really, at the end of the day, like it or not, people say, well, the board is either functioning well or it's not functioning well. And it reflects on all of us and the county. Oh, your pin's in a bad location
sorry.
for me. Okay, very good.
Yeah, Chair, constructive feedback on constituent complaints. I think one of the problems we have sometimes, so the fact pattern is usually constituent comes and complains to you. You talk to staff, you talk to the constituent, you eventually figure out it could be that the constituent is wrong, simply doesn't understand process. It could also be that they're not telling the truth. That happens. Somebody from the public tells you something to try to skip ahead of staff. Could also be that the county has some culpability. There are examples where I was on an email thread, I scrolled back in the history, right? They did a reply all, and I scrolled back 7 years. And I'm reading this, the back and forth for 7 years, and think this is outrageous, right? But the system is wrong. We're using email to track complaints. You need a tracking tool for constituents to file official complaints, where we keep track of who it's assigned to, when we think it'll be resolved, what the status is, that whole chronology. And when you use email for that and it's spread over weeks, months, and years, and people are being added, people are being removed, you're creating an environment where there will be more conflict, not less. So rather than, what's on number 4, constituent complaints, that system, I think we need a tracking tool where we send all of us send constituents to a central portal. They lodge their complaint, and we all have visibility into how it's moving through the system. Otherwise, you're putting supervisors in a position where we have to go ask staff. We're going to wait the 48 hours, and they're in a position of supervisors asking and sort of jumping the line. The constituent might be in the right, might be in the wrong, might simply be confused. It's not a great system.
Further thoughts on this piece of the agenda?
Well, just a point of clarification, I think, for the public and anybody that may be listening. It sounds like we've moved on agenda items. So I didn't know if anybody had an opening for item 4A, the Board of Supervisors meetings rules for supervisors chairs.
Yeah.
Supervisor Williams was ready to dive in.
Well, I guess it's all intertwined. The agenda is separating these makes it hard because it's really one discussion.
Sure, I just wanted to make for clarification for anybody that's trying to follow along in the meeting.
Right.
Yeah, I think we've been on the meeting roles and looking at what our roles are, and also, the chair and the CEO. So let's look to the CEO now.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. Some of the comments really quickly. Certainly, we understand your role as the navigator or the liaison for your constituents. Staff does understand that, and we appreciate your feedback and your comments. I think for that point is just really understanding and working with us to understand, and I think Supervisor Williams said it very well, there's a number of things that can be in those complaints coming to you, whether it's on staff or if the constituent didn't understand the process. So please, if you could, we'll understand your position and our position to try and follow the procedures the best we can. The central complaint, I know my office receives complaint and they are registered and followed up on. I would ask perhaps offline if we could have a discussion about what department you're referring to there. As far as the professionalism and the decorum, staff really wants to be the best we can be and be prepared to help you in your meetings. And I think that leaves that dialogue open to please let us know if you have questions, your constituents have questions. You can ask it in the meeting. It just means we will have your answer and we won't be delaying the response to you or to your constituents. If you have it, understanding that things come up in the minute in your discussion, or you hear from a constituent on your way in that morning, understood. Years ago, we had a member on the board. We would get questions at, 2 a.m., but they were in your email in the morning. So at 9 a.m. when we came in, we were prepared to answer, do the best of our ability to answer that question. So there was a period of time where we could gather, and it wasn't, to your point earlier, a gotcha that, staff doesn't know. And part of that reflects back on the last couple of years where staff has been labeled with negative titles in the public and also been associated with negative behavior in public. And trying to change the culture in this county to where staff respects each other and respects leadership, including this board. They want to work for you. They want to help serve you and serve. We are all public servants. We're just kind of all on the same team. And hopefully that can come out through some of these guidelines, through your code of conduct. And there may be times when, again, we may disagree, but that doesn't mean we can't remain professional and courteous to each other and staff.
Okay. One of the issues that came up and during the past years is, agenda items that would be sending us in a new direction. And then the following meeting, we'd have another agenda item, maybe from the same supervisor or a different supervisor, sending us in another direction. And I think that this creates a lot of lack of continuity for staff and also the board. And so that's one of the reasons why this strategic plan, which we'll talk about a little bit later, was developed. But kind of one of the things we have in this communication etiquette is a new agenda item. And so how do we self-monitor to make sure that new agenda items are in adherence to what we've decided, like in this workshop and the subsequent meetings when we adopt, the scope of work for different departments? How do we ensure that we're monitoring ourselves as a board to not be flip-flopping around all the time? And I hope that's understandable, and it's very different kind of approach. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, with all due respect, I don't support that approach. Just to be clear today, all 5 supervisors can submit agenda items. There may not be continuity. It may go against something another supervisor has previously voiced and supported, maybe even got a majority support on. That is the public process. The public doesn't expect us to have a strategic plan set at the beginning of the year and limit agenda items throughout the year. The public expects us to be available to hear their concerns and where appropriate, write an agenda item and try to change the direction of the county. So, and I guess that's my concern with the attachments today. They're overly broad. They may violate constitutional rights. We don't know yet. Depends how they're applied. Very subjective. Skimming over it, I think it's at a high level, it's some good ideas. I think we should all follow it. But I don't think we should be setting rules about what the agenda items can be in the course of a year. That really goes against public process. And then I want to throw a couple concrete examples on the table because we're talking in the abstract here. So this was, I don't know, maybe a year ago. I got a call from a gentleman, and first of all, I want to an umbrella. The staff is doing everything right. They're following the rules. Not a complaint about our staff. It's a complaint about the rules this county has implemented by the board being out of date and disconnected with the people. So this gentleman calls me. It's about 8:05. And he's in the lobby of the admin center, and he's going in to get a business license. He wants to be legit. He's been operating a construction business for years and have a business license. So he calls me and he says, Ted, they're trying to inspect my house. I don't have any equipment in my house. I don't do business out of my house. I don't really want my house inspected. I think this is wrong. I tend to agree. That wasn't the place of business. I don't think we should be doing an inspection of his house. So I sent an email to our planning director. She got involved and thought it was kind of a done deal. I did get a note about don't bring those kind of issues to her, to which I asked, where should I bring them? I'm happy to follow the rules, but where do you want it to go? Back to, we need a portal for lodging complaints. A couple days later, I think it's Wednesday about the same time, 8:30, he calls me and he says, Ted, I'm back in the office. Thank you for the help. They're no longer trying to charge me approximately $450 to plan check my house. Now I'm being charged a fee to not inspect my house. So when you hear from constituents and you see some of these patterns, if you're doing your job, you come to the board meeting not with a bad attitude, but ready to voice, we need to make changes. When I voice we need to make changes, what I've heard from the county is the county doesn't have any money to make any changes to the code. You would need a hearing, you would need a meeting. We can't do that, we're broke. Well, imagine where that leaves the people. The people are looking at us as, you've got these dysfunctional rules. Like another one is fining a 415-acre livestock farmer $10,000 for not having a coastal development permit for taking down 30 non-native pine beetle infested trees that were probably a hazard to the public near Highway 1. Don't do that. Right? We give direction to staff, but we don't have the funds available to actually make the change to the code. Get rid of the business license. Lake County doesn't have it. They trust people to do business. They're pro-business. We say we're pro-business, but when you look at the details of what it takes to do business here, I wouldn't say we're pro-business. You can't actually make any of those changes. So is that healthy dissent, or is that Williams being a nuisance to the system? Is that the people in the 5th district not complying and following the strategic plan for what we're going to talk about throughout the year?
No, I think that would fall under, is it in adherence to what we've already agreed to as a strategic plan? And
John,
it seems like that would fall into it. When it's something that's totally off track, and I've seen some of those agenda items come forward, then maybe it's a discussion that we have before we spend 2 hours talking about that agenda item. Maybe it's the board would say, okay, maybe this is better dealt with quarterly or at the next strategic plan, workshop. And so I'm just trying to figure out how do we be effective and yet do the people's business.
Yeah, so respectfully, I'm going to disagree. I don't know of another county that operates that way, that restricts agenda items.
Yeah.
Well, for that particular instance that you're sharing. So we've had the conversation about business licenses multiple times since I've been on the board, and I've heard you say, just do away with business licenses. I've heard our staff say, well, we can't exactly do that because of X, Y, Z, right? So wouldn't a possible thing to bring forward could potentially be if a person is getting a business license, operating on site, don't need to do an inspection, so there's a zero fee for that particular business license? Wouldn't that meet your goal? And then wouldn't that meet staff's goal? But that's not the kind of agenda items we're receiving with a solution. That's what I want to see is we understand the overarching goal. How do we have a board conversation about what is a solution to try to make sure that the county and its residents are getting what they want, right? Because the overall reason behind the inspections in the end is for safety of our community, which I believe is important. I understand that, you know, we live in Mendocino County and people have done a lot of things to their homes unpermitted and otherwise, and maybe don't want to have an inspection for various reasons. Certainly not speaking about that person specifically, but it's just as a board member, I want to try to figure out a way to get to solutions. I mean, I feel your frustration. I have an agenda item I've been working on since 2022, and I am continuing to work with staff to try to navigate their concerns before bringing it to the board and just having we said to do this, so go do it. So it can be really hard as a board member to hear from the community, to hear from constituents, and not have a ready solution. But for me, my goal as a board member is try to get to how do we come up with a solution that will work for the community and staff. That doesn't necessarily mean just charging our way through, you know, items that not on board with something that's workable before we bring it as an agenda item.
Yeah. So Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so we're talking about respect for each other, but we're not talking about respect for the taxpayer. And what the taxpayer in this county asks is, who's running the show? And you could say the supervisors are, but very often, even where the supervisors agree, there's no execution. And it could be structural, that we don't have the funds, there's underlying reasons. And we tell the public, there's mandates, there's more mandates than there are dollars. We have to do the mandates first, we have nothing left. The public generally doesn't care about mandates, whether they're state or federal. They don't care, it's not their priority. They're gonna pick and choose, and they expect us to do the same. You can't meet every mandate, right? It's like if you wanna follow every rule and fight a structure fire, you might as well stop in this county. You don't have the personnel, you don't have the equipment, you don't have the training to meet every requirement. It's the same thing with meeting state and federal mandates. We could spend every last cent in this county and then say there's nothing left to fill the potholes. Public wants us to fill the potholes first, and then whatever's left, work on the mandates. There's some that the people support, there's some that they don't support. And it's our job to listen to those priorities, and I think we're falling short on that. And it's seen as dissent and negativity when one supervisor points out what we're doing is not in line with the public. When the public doesn't want to hear, we have to reshape our solution to fit with the organization. The public wants to hear, this board listens to the public, comes up with the best solution, and then it's executed.
Now I'm going to go back.
Just to piggyback, Supervisor Williams, I understand that frustration because just as a member of the public in my community and just understanding people and just in general, people want to hear what you can do for them and not what you can't. To your point, I think just as a member of my community and thinking of that mindset is also the responsibility of why we can't do what we can't do. And the explanation and the information that this group provides sometimes is the only positive that you can that you have to go on is explaining the reasoning, explaining what this board needs to adhere to is sometimes what you have to fall back on, right? Is letting your community members raise that level of understanding, if you will. Any further thoughts on this discussion?
Yeah, super.
Yeah, just real quickly, Chair, if we could go back to your comment that started this particular conversation. I feel like I missed something in your comment. I know we're not taking any action here today, but Supervisor Williams started talking about controlling agenda items, and I feel like maybe I missed something in what you said. Could you reiterate, please?
You want to add a major major project to that scope of work. And so, I'm thinking maybe it would be better if it's a major project that's not urgent, that we review it at quarterly basis, and see if it's something that the board wants to move forward with before we have a couple-hour discussion about it. And then the department says, well, it's not in our scope. We don't have the money. We don't have the time. We don't have the resources to do it. So do what you want, but, what are you going to take off the plate, right? So that's kind of the idea, just to have some awareness as a board what the scope of work for the different departments is.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. So we can go ahead. Yeah, Supervisor Mulhern.
I think that it would be helpful, and I look towards the executive office for this. I think it is helpful if we're able to ask questions of staff in advance. I also think it would be helpful if it can be included as part of the public record, or that it can go to all board members. I mean, recently I had a constituent, a constituent, somebody else's district, came forward with a question or concern that I knew the answer to. So I sent the message to everybody so that everybody knew the answer. And I think that because of just the vast geography of Mendocino County, it is helpful for all of us to know what is happening with the road to Covelo and when is Caltrans going to deal with that rock slide, so that when we get that question as a full board, we all know the answer, even though Supervisor Hashak, I'm sure, is working with Caltrans on that issue. So I would like to just comment that about this particular item as it relates to an agenda item coming forward. If there's questions or comments that staff is answering, for one supervisor, it may be questions that all of us have. I mean, they should get them in writing so then they would know in advance, but I just think it would be helpful if it could somehow be included in the public record for the agenda item, whether that's as an attachment or what have you, whatever works well for the executive office.
Yeah, or bring it up in the meeting too, to share that information. Supervisor Williams.
To me, that sounds like a serial meeting. It sounds like one of us asks staff a question, staff responds, it goes out to everybody and it gets attached. If all of us do that, you have, in the aggregate, you have a serial meeting that's essentially the deliberation of the item that should have happened in front of the public. And it's, it's one thing if a member of the public asks, when is the next meeting, and somebody responds it's the 23rd and it goes to all, that's information sharing. I don't have an issue with that. But if it's more than that, if it starts to look like an opinion, that's lobbying our colleagues on a group discussion. I'm not sure that it's legal.
Well, I think the intent was to share information, or if a question is asked, then you just share that information with other people.
I agree with the
So, yeah, if it's included in the public record for everyone to see, I highly doubt it is a serial meeting. But
what I'm getting at
what
is
you're
in the big picture, I'm available tomorrow and the next day and all next week. We can meet as much as we want. Why wouldn't we conduct the public business in front of the public? Why are we trying to do it more behind closed doors, one-on-one, sharing information by email? Why are we afraid of conducting the public's business in front of the public?
Supervisor Williams, I think that this has taken a misleading shift. I think it's, there are many things that happen within the county that are not board agenda items, or may have been previous board agenda items, or maybe special assignments related for various boards and commissions. I don't think that there's any attempt to create a serial meeting or do anything outside of the public eye. Sometimes individual supervisors have information about a related topic. Certainly during a meeting, a supervisor, during supervisors' reports, can say, and I'll use again an email that I didn't respond to from a constituent in the 3rd District that asked about the rock slides on 162. Supervisor Hashak could update the board, by the way, just so everybody knows, Caltrans is going to be fixing this on such and such. And that, is on us as individual supervisors to keep each other and the public aware of initiatives that we're working on, initiatives or what have you. So I don't want it to be framed as if it's some sort of backdoor conversation. It's merely information sharing. And I think that has this sort of connotation, and the blogs and the online platforms that take it and run with this is like a secret thing. It's not. We all just need to know what's happening in each other's districts.
Okay. So if we could move on to the 4B, which is a proposed code of conduct and ethics. I think we've kind of explored some of these topics, but Mendocino County has never had a code of ethics for its supervisors before. And so this was, I worked with the CEO and the county council on this. We looked at what they'd done in Humboldt County. We adopted it to some of the needs of Mendocino County. And so I'm just putting it out there for discussion and to see where we go with it, if it's something that the board would like to adopt at some future date. And I would just say, with Supervisor Norvell, I think that it's a good time to look at these things, not just for what we've had as past experience, but also when we don't have a total crisis going on. It's good to adopt code of ethics and some of these things that we, not in the heat of battle, but rather when we can kind of contemplate and see if this is where we want to go as a board. Okay. Let's see. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, again, I'm fine with these. I've done these before. It seems like, and it did then as it does now, that these are obvious things that we're supposed to be doing anyway, and there must be a problem somewhere for this to be being brought up, which is fine. Those things happen, but I don't have anything in here that bothers me. So what happens if somebody doesn't follow these things? Probably not going to be a great big deal, but it's fine, I think, as a tool in the chair's toolbox to be able to point back to these things if a meeting goes askew and the point wants to continue to be argued. You can point back to, this is what we adopted and this is what we're going to follow. So for that, I'm fine with it. But I just think that a little bit, in a sense, it's unfortunate that we're having to spend time on these kinds of things. But for the sake of it, I'm fine with it.
Okay. And just to clarify, I hope it's not just the chair that's responsible for these, right?
Well, no, we're all responsible for ourselves, but the chair does control the meeting. And if the meeting gets out of line, it's my opinion that it's the chair's responsibility to, control the meeting. So I think if something were to happen and a situation is brewing that's right here in these policies, it's not my job necessarily to point these things out. It would be the chair's job to point those things out and bring the meeting back to order is what I was getting at. And not you, Mr. Hashcheck, specifically as the chair, but the chair as a gym, whatever it may be.
Right. Okay. Supervisor Klein.
I know there's been discussion of previous boards, previous meetings, and what might have led us to here, but I do want to set the tone for this next year, and I know that's the intention of the chair setting up this workshop and the intention of my colleagues. So I hope we can reset, and quite frankly, I don't want to claim any of the negativity that's happened at any past board meetings. I wasn't there, but also I just don't want to bring that into the future. So I think there's a way that we can conduct ourselves having some of the cordial conversations instead of adversarial. And some of that comes with the tone, and some of that comes with words. Our words have meanings. Our words, they carry a lot of weight. And so I want all of us to think consciously about how we're framing our questions and how we're conversing with our colleagues. Even just in today, I've heard a little bit of interruption, and I think that starts to lead you down the road of a more adversarial conversation. So I just want to bring that into this discussion, that it doesn't have to be like this, and I hope that we can set that tone today. And then I also kind of want to piggyback off of some comments from Supervisor Norvell and our chair. I do think that the chair is our gamekeeper of the meetings and responsible for referencing back to these conversations, but it's also up to all of us. So I think we should have comfort in being able to bring that back in reference to this workshop and this conversation. But ultimately, I believe that our chair is the gamekeeper.
Yep, by recall here.
I do want to thank the chair and the executive office for bringing this forward. I think it's an important conversation. I refer back to the website for the county often for the principles of office, the Board of Supervisors, as well as our mission statement. I think for me as an elected official, it really helps just remind me what the expectations of the public at one point were. I was not on the board when the principles of office were adopted, but I take very seriously the expectations that previous supervisors have set forward, and refer to it often in making decisions or saying, am I doing the things that we have set? And I think similarly, this agenda item just lays it out in writing. It should be the expectation of any professional occupation, but it's something that is a reference guide for people that may need more support, reminders about these basic.
Yolanda?
Thank you for that comment. And I wanted to piggyback on the point that you made in terms of reminders, but also, and this is something I think Supervisor Norvell, you hit on a couple of times in your discussion of, why we're having this conversation today. And I hope this group leaves with the understanding that it's not because you're doing anything wrong, or maybe that they haven't been adhered to. It's just, as you mentioned, a reminder. These are all, in my profession, I conduct a lot of leadership classes, a lot of relating with people, emotional intelligence, how we communicate, how the message is sent. And if you look at the practices in the Code of Conduct and Ethics that have been outlined, these are practices. And the more we practice, the more we strengthen how they're displayed. So I do agree that when we're talking about respect, we're talking about creating a positive work environment, about working effectively together. Those are all skills that the more we interact, every interaction we have with someone is an opportunity to really enhance the way we relate, the way we can adjust and adapt to different styles. And everyone is an individual, right? We have different personalities and we have different priorities as well. So again, going back to the mission statement and serving the residents of Mendocino County is the priority for each of you here. So even though the individual maybe focus is different among you, the overall common goal is the same. So keeping that in mind as you work together, I think is critical to the success of this board.
All right. Are there any other comments about this code of ethics and conduct? Okay, hearing none. So if we're in agreement, we'll probably bring this back at a future meeting for adoption, and public comment can be made at that point. And so we're in agreement with that approach. Okay.
John, I'm not in agreement until I hear from the public, right? The public.
Okay.
So the process here.
Well, I asked. Oh, sorry, I interrupted. Yeah. No, I was just talking about the process.
Yeah. So the process for me would be propose and then listen to the public and see what the public tells us. So I personally wouldn't make a decision and say I support or I don't support tonight.
Yeah.
I haven't heard from the public yet, both their review of the document and their review of our deliberation.
Okay. So you're in support of bringing it back at a future meeting?
In all cases, I'm in support of involving the public in the process. And to me, that doesn't mean 72-hour Brown Act notice, the public can show up and give 3 minutes. It means inviting the public in to be part of to tell us what they want to be in this document. Same with the budget. I expect the public to be invited to tell us what their priorities are, not as 3 minutes public expression, but really invited into the decision-making process. So I wouldn't say there's some good ideas here, but I wouldn't say I agree or I disagree until I hear from the public.
Okay, great. So the public will have this document. You're more than welcome to share it. And it will probably come back in February. So you have over a month before deliberation and bringing back any changes or anything you want. Okay. So that the public, wants from this document. Okay. Very good. So with that, it's 10:21. Why don't we take a 10-minute break right now, and we'll come back and go into the strategic plan. All right? So at 10:31, we'll start again. We have item 5, which is strategic plan. And really, this strategic plan was an ad hoc of Supervisor McGordy and I started working on it in maybe 2021. It was adopted by the board in 2022, and we've been working on it since then. And so it's broken up into 4 themes or pillars. One's an effective county government, a safe, healthy county, a thriving economy, and a prepared and resilient county. And so I know that there's been, attempts at trying to make this the focus of all of our agenda items, and that the staff has done a matrix, and I really appreciate the work done on that. A matrix showing exactly where we are with the different objectives and within the themes. And so the board should have that. I know there's some discussion about, well, this says it's complete or 100%, but that doesn't mean that it's done. It means that it's still a work in progress. We're working on it all the time, but the basis was completed, and there's still, we're working on all of the items, I think. and they can always be revisited by the board, and that's one of the reasons why we're having this discussion today, and it will play into what our priorities are too. And so we're just looking at today, revisiting the strategic plan, and Yolanda's going to help us kind of see where we are with it, and we can also have a report from the staff about what work they've done on this matrix.
So in just discussing the strategic plan that I think everyone has a copy of in the 4 pillars, it's really about just maybe setting the stage for the next discussion, which was it's centered around reviewing each supervisor's priorities that they were asked to outline, and just really kind of looking at how they coincide and how they bubble up to the 4 pillars and the priorities for the county. So in looking at the 4 pillars, once again, to reiterate, effective county government, a safe, healthy county, a thriving economy, and a prepared and resilient county were the 4 pillars of focus when the strategic plan was developed a few years ago. And then within those 4 pillars, it outlines a little bit more of the specific items and or actions that really support those 4 pillars of the strategic plan. And if we look at, for example, the first pillar, an effective county government organization, when the plan was developed, the items under each pillar really are meant to support and or define what that exactly means, right? Or not exactly, but what supports that specific pillar. So when we talk effective county government, a couple of just key highlights, and I'm not going in any specific order, but center around the determinations about what the key roles are for the county, how the supervisors will work with one another, which speaks to the piece that we did earlier this morning in terms of how meetings are conducted, how the interactions take place, having those healthy debates, et The code of conduct you'll see is also in the effective county government in terms of the thriving culture, attract and retain employees, invest in employee professional growth, look at compensation and benefits. So those are all speak to having an effective staff, a talented staff that will support county government. So those are just some of the items centered around pillar number 1 in terms of effective county government. Then in skipping over to item number 2, a safe and healthy county. So what does that look like? Some of the priorities or how that was outlined. And again, not going into every specific item, but we have the design and implementation approaches to providing individuals and families with easier access to programs and services. We have support of community partners, engaging in community health workers. Those are some of the items that were looked at in determining what does a safe and healthy county look like. Questions or comments so far? Yes.
Yeah, so some public feedback and background. I support the strategic plan. I think it's a pretty good document that at least encompassed what the last board felt as priorities. I hope the new board will generally agree. I don't think the public can understand the first page that has the percentages, like 80% thriving economy. What does that mean? Did we give equal weight to the items? Who scored the items to decide that they're partially complete? What are the outcomes, right? You start getting into that. The way all communication from the county should come out is phrased, expecting a competent but unfriendly reporter to grab a hold of it and write a story. You give this to a competent but unfriendly reporter, and they're going to tear us apart on what these percentages means. Where are the footnotes? Where are the calculations? who decided, what was the criteria. It's too open-ended. So I support the individual items, and I think there is a success story to tell here, but I think the way we're telling it may not be effective.
And CEO Antle.
If I may, thank you, Chair Williams. This was a request of the prior board, was to measure this and put percentages on.
Yeah.
And when we started going through it, we realized that it's very difficult. If you look at the strategic plan, some of the wording is support, collaborate. Those things are not easily measurable, to your point. So we are working, a lot of those say complete, because we are working on it. It is in progress, but there's not a definitive measurable action item out of that, such as a defined goal. So one suggestion when this comes back is maybe looking at defined measurable goals that can sit underneath the strategic plan that are actually measurable. The only real measurable item on here is the number of times these 4 pillars have been on an agenda item. Because that's a number, it's a count, it's quantified. Where the others, again, it can be very, very subjective, to your point, and we agree with you. But again, this was this tracking document was before the prior board, who wanted this very similar document to be brought back. Again, this is our attempt to do so. I think I've also would just state that, you know, strategic plan feels like a guide, a long view, a vision that we're always working towards and going to. So actually to try and measure it, again, became difficult. I think Deputy CEO Rakes may have something to add into this calculation about measurement, in this discussion about measurement.
If I may, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, good morning. With this tracker, really the intent here is to start capturing this data in a way that is measurable. And if we need to adjust where those goalposts are, we can certainly do that with any of these items. The percentages that were listed there were a good faith attempt by us to understand where we are with what we believed was the intent of the item, the goal within the pillar. For example, and CEO Antle brought up, support collaboration between agencies. We can absolutely do that, but that doesn't have necessarily a goalpost outside of, yes, we currently support collaboration. Now, is that, if marking that as saying, well, we do that complete 100% in spirit, within the spirit of the intention of that item, or are we guessing? And I think at some point, by putting numbers to these now, we can open up the discussion as to what those initiatives truly represent and how we truly want to measure them. And so while this may not be the end all be all as far as trackers, as when it comes to how we want to communicate the success or the outcomes of the strategic plan, I think this will support us in moving in that direction.
Thank you. Oh,
Is it okay?
go ahead.
So I think we've given staff an impossible task, asking them to quantify success 0 to 100% towards the strategic plan. The strategic plan is more of a mission or a vision. It's a direction you're headed. And there may be some specific plans that come out of that, like water development, where you would measure it in how many acre feet or how many gallons of water you're producing relative to a benchmark that you set, right? And we have, there's an item, it's 100%, develop a water strategy, blah, blah, blah. I'm just afraid the public looking at this, I know they're going to ask me, what does it mean, 80% thriving economy? Our economy is still really poor. The county hasn't moved the needle. And we're going to say, well, we're 80% of the way there in dollars and effort of what we're going to do. And when we get to 100, does that mean we stop? I don't think so. I think it's a strategic plan and we still keep pushing in those directions. So my preference would be, it's an idea, strip out all the percentages from the document and focus on what we got done. And I think it would be more accurate and easier to convey to the public.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. I think that you know, we did give direction that they wanted something measurable and that we wanted something measurable, and then this is what we got. So I think staff did exactly what they were supposed to do, but there are problems with that, and I think you're totally right on that, especially when we heard about item 4B2 with work with Mendocino County Fire Safe Council to develop neighborhood fire safe councils in communities throughout the county. Is that being done? Yes. Is it ongoing? Yes. And are we supporting them? Yes. But we say it's 100%, people think, oh, you're done. But that's not the truth, you know? And so I think some of these numbers do need to be, maybe we could strip the numbers out. If we're all right with that, let's get rid of those numbers, like you said. But I think that the narrative is more important, saying what's actually been done and where we are with it. So I would support your stripping of the numbers. Anyway, I'll turn it back to Yolanda or Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I agree with Supervisor Williams and the chair that these numbers could come out. I appreciate staff following the direction, and it looks like they put it out there. I agree with you that it can be confusing. You know, if you were just to go down here and look and say, oh, well, the county of Mendocino, their strategic plan, they're 70% finished with this. It can be misleading. I'm comfortable with the answers that staff has given on what these numbers represent. I like the chair's idea of listing the accomplishments, and then also, you know, what's remaining in the other 30% that we need to do. Here's what we've done, and here's what we're still working on. Would be an added benefit.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Mulherin.
I think it would be probably more beneficial to remove the percentages than to have them, and I thank staff for that time. I also agree that having the here's where we are and here's what we still need to do, if it's known, would be really helpful. For some of them, even though they are marked complete without complete ongoing, they seem to me like they are ongoing. And so my question was, as the strategic plan is sort of a living document and it evolves, was it intention either of the ad hoc or the team to continue growing the document and leaving the items that are complete, or removing the items that were complete unless they were complete ongoing and adding new items? Or what is sort of the visual intention? It sound, you know, like this is like our first sort of run at what do we really want it to look like. And in 10 years, it could be a 20-page document. We'd certainly be able to see how far we've come, but also that might make it sort of an unwieldy thing to work on. So I wondered the intention between the complete versus complete ongoing, and what our ideas are for moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And that's what we're trying to do here today, is kind of see, is this document for the new board that we have, is it something that we want to keep pursuing? And what do we want to change? Do we want to delete? Do we want to add things? And so that kind of, I think we're having Yolanda here to help us kind of flesh that out too.
Well, and I've looked at the tracker and I've reviewed your strategic plan to your point. A strategic plan typically is a living document, right? As priorities, it's a document that should be revisited, that should be in line with the priorities and the work that you're doing for the county, and ensure that it still makes sense and it benefits the residents, and that we constantly review. In terms of the tracker, and to Supervisor Williams, your point is people want to see what you're working on, right? What you're getting done. And as I'm looking at the tracker, I think it's important to state, you know, is it something that we're looking at in the future? Is it something that is currently in progress? Is it something that is it an item that can be marked as completed? And I've seen different techniques used where there's, you know, a stoplight tool that if we haven't started an item, it's marked in red. If it's in progress, it's in yellow, and if it's completed, it's in green, just to kind of give an indication of what's being worked on and what's being prioritized. I do think that it's important to in some format keep those completed items, because it shows what you've accomplished, and that's what people want to see, is what under each pillar, what work has been done, what's being worked on now, and what have we accomplished. And so I think that's an important element that I've seen kept with strategic plans, is to have some type of completed items page to it, so that you can see the progress of the work and the priorities that you have.
Supervisor Williams.
2 points. One, in order for a supervisor to submit an agenda item, they have to mark which of the 4 strategic plan categories. And I'm just going to read them. I struggle with this. It's almost where the mouse falls, because I can argue all 4 of them apply and none at the same time. 1, an effective county government. 2, a safe and healthy county. 3, a thriving economy. And 4, a prepared and resilient county. I think adding that step of marking agenda items with one of these has not been productive. I don't think it's not yielding a result that's beneficial to the county or the public. There's nothing to track there of substance. An agenda item stands by itself. It may fall into one of these categories or all of them, but trying to quantify that at the end of the year, I don't think is particularly useful. This is public feedback. The other is, what would be more useful than the percentage is the dollar amount. What did we spend out of our discretionary dollars and out of other sources on a particular agenda item or a category? I think the public would like to see that. If we spent $1 million on addressing homelessness, well, what was the effect of that $1 million, right? What did it cost per person that we helped? That's what the public wants to see, not the percentage of agenda items related to a topic. Is that something that we could consider? Could we include the dollar amount next to these items in the next revision?
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I don't have an issue with that. I'd like to hear from staff about how they see that process about attaching dollars if it comes after the item. For instance, if you bring an agenda item, are you asking for the cost of that agenda item as it's brought to the board or as it's completed?
Clarification, my idea was completed. This is a summary of what happened in the previous year. So by the time we get to this report, we should know what we actually spent. We're planning to spend more, but we haven't yet. I think what the public would like is we spend X dollars on this, implementing this agenda item or this category of agenda items.
I would be fine with that, but I would think that it would also be important to your other point of checking that box. If we're going to track how much money we spent on each one of these boxes, that the agenda item, regardless if it's effective or if it could match all 4, or if you could argue against all 4, that if we're going to track it, then let's put it in a category. We can move those around. On a side question, how often are we expected for this to come back to us for review? Is this a quarterly thing, an annual thing?
Well, this is the first time we really reviewed it, as a board after 2.5 years. And this is the first tracker we've seen. All right. So, and it's up to us whether we want to bring it back quarterly or each year at this workshop, or however we want to deal with it.
Okay. Well, I'd like to hear from my colleagues on, because it is an important document and I'm comfortable with it. I don't have any issues. I support, most, if not everything in here. I don't necessarily oppose anything in here, but I think if we're going to track it and use it as a tool to measure our goals and how successful we've been, I think it's important to set a calendar of how often we're going to review this. Not every 2.5 years. I don't think it's sufficient. I don't necessarily know that quarterly is going to work. It may be too frequent or too much, but at least I would think twice a year.
Okay. Supervisor Williams. Oh, okay. All right. Well, with the idea of putting a dollar amount, it's just, I mean, it's going to be extra work for staff. And are we going to get information that we can really use? Like, I'm looking at the support recruitment of firefighters for paid and volunteer fire departments. Well, Measure P passed. Is that included in that? And that's going to be, a lot of money compared to some of these other actions, which might not have cost anything, but have significance to the county. So, I'm just wondering if it's going to provide information that's useful too. Supervisor Williams.
What I hear from the public most often and most vocally is we want to know where our money is going. So I think showing this is a strategic plan, it's our priorities, and here's how your money is being spent. I mean, you could almost get it down to the property tax bill. Your bill is X dollars. Here, we'll show you the breakdown of $2 that went to recruit the firefighters and 10 went to water development. Right? That's what the public wants to understand. So if we're talking about accountability and transparency, but then we're not able to track our spending, and I understand it's an additional task, but if we're saying it's too large of a task, it seems to highlight a problem that we're not tracking the dollars.
And maybe what we could do tomorrow in our discussion about the budget is look at, what the themes are and where it all lies, and maybe we can look at it in that light.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can live with that.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, my question is for my colleagues that have been on the board in previous years, since the implementation of the strategic plan in the last 2.5 years, and also for staff, what role has the strategic plan played in our budget development? To what level were we actually referencing this document in previous budget developments?
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I mean, my take on the budget is we basically start with last year's. It's essentially a copy and paste, and then we adjust it for any additional revenue. And then the board will, for 2 or 3 days, deliberate about pennies, right? We'll argue at length about $100,000, how we want to allocate it, but we're never looking at the big picture of hundreds of millions of dollars that need to be allocated. We're not starting at zero. I don't think we're doing zero-based budgeting. And I understand why I brought that up years ago. I understand what a big task that is for staff and how problematic, if you ask departments, what do you actually need and justify those expenses, you probably come up with a number larger than our revenue. So it's not an easy task. But the question was, how does the strategic plan feed into steering the budget? I don't think it has at all. I think one of us may have an idea how we want to spend money, and we point at the strategic plan and say, look, it's in there, and so we should allocate it in the budget. But we're arguing, the 5 of us are arguing about budget dust when we talk about the budget. The budget is a repeat of last year's budget. And it may be that that's because there's more mandates than there are dollars, and we're doing all the mandated tasks, so there's really nothing for us to discuss. But maybe the question could be expanded to this year, how should the strategic plan feed into the budgetary process?
Right, that seemed like a good question and way of approaching it. CEO Antle.
Certainly, when we're developing and reporting out during the quarterly reports, we report out on the strategic plan. You'll hear a little bit more about budget tomorrow. You have about $500 million, but only about 80 million is at the discretion of the board. And a significant chunk of that is public safety, which is one of the core mandates of county government. So to Supervisor Williams' point, those are your mandated services typically come first. And then you have a small dollar amount that is discretionary for you to use in various other areas, because you have, you're mandated to have auditor controller, treasurer tax collector, those types of positions as well. So again, that's a discussion for tomorrow, and I look forward to hearing from any of you on how to continue to spotlight the strategic plan, thinking about putting $1 to it. If you're putting $1 to an agenda item, we can do that as long as it's marked in the way that it is now, that we could track the pillar that it's under, and track the dollars spent through agenda items. I think we could track that. If you want to track something larger, such as, how much, I'm going to pick homelessness for right now, is spent per person on homeless, that's going to require perhaps a tool that we don't have, down to the level that I'm expecting Supervisor Williams or the others would like to see, because there's so many departments that touch that may not get tracked to the level or time studied to the level which is needed. If we're taking that at another level, like you will hear later this afternoon, you will hear from Behavioral Health, Megan Van Sant, and Sheriff's Office on some impacts that they're having, but I do know that impacts a much larger group of departments than that. So it's something I would want to spend time with staff on wrapping our heads around, depending on how large and how much tracking you want, and what down to the detail, which we can bring that back at a future discussion with regards to the strat plan.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'm good with it coming back in a future discussion. I think what the homelessness is a great example. The public has asked us in public expression, public comment, and I'm sure outside of our meetings, what are we spending in the aggregate on homelessness in our county? And that's between law enforcement, behavioral, social services, all the impacts, trash abatement, right? What is the total cost? And they probably want to divide that by the number of homeless, right? To see roughly on average what it is per person. And the second part is the more granular, what are we spending on the individual? And I understand there's some privacy rights involved. We may not be able to know, the public may not be able to know who we're talking about, but the county should know for each person that we serve, what are we spending? And is it working? That's the real key. The public wants to know, is it successful? We place somebody and we track, we placed them. That's not the same as we placed them and 2 years later, they're still in housing. Did we place them and 6 months later, they're back on the street costing us? If it's difficult to produce the report, it means we're not tracking it. And if we're not tracking it, it means we don't have a quality feedback loop to do better. It's fine if we look at the numbers and say, hey, we're spending a lot of money and we're not succeeding. That's a great starting point, because we can talk about how to tune the program so we get better results. If you don't have that feedback loop, you have no way to track success. You're just writing blank checks. You're creating an ecosystem of homeless providers that frankly don't have an incentive to solve the problem, because if you solve the problem, you would be putting those third-party businesses under. And I think that's one of the, I'm glad CEO brought it up. I think the public puts that in the top 5, probably the top 3. Deal with the homeless problem. When they say deal with it, they mean have accurate tracking to explain what's going on.
Okay. And Supervisor Klein.
I'm going to pose a question for this board. Are we interested in tracking all of our funding in accordance with the strategic plan, or are we interested in tracking some strategic initiatives? For example, something like all of our funding on homelessness.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. My understanding, and Supervisor Williams, correct me if I'm wrong, is your thought was per agenda item, correct? And then your second discussion was more about topics like homelessness, and I think those are all, especially around the homelessness, a really great idea and something needs to be done. I think it's a discussion we have. It's probably more appropriate for later in today, and I will certainly talk about it then. But so I don't know if, I think your question was, are we looking to attach dollar amounts to these strategic plans? I think that may get a little bit erroneous. I certainly don't have an issue. I think it's going, if that's something that we're going to ask for, I don't think we should expect this to come back to us anytime soon. I think staff's going to need time to figure out, one, that process, which I would be comfortable with if the board decides that they want to do it. I think we just need to make sure that the expectation is that this isn't going to come back to us in February, like the chair had mentioned.
Okay, just to keep on track as the chair, we're over time, and if we could wrap it up, Supervisor Williams, do you have something?
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. So I would expect it would be a live document, that it wouldn't take preparation to run a report, that it's when any employee works a portion of their day on a task, we should be tracking that already, right? IRS A87, Circular A87A, isn't that about making sure that the public has awareness of where their tax dollars are actually being spent, that it may be social services that's spending the money, but they're spending it indirectly on IT, right? Or HR. You want to track all those dollars back. We should already be doing that tracking. So if you have 3 staff members spending half of their week on an agenda item, we should be able to calculate their weighted salary times the number of hours and with a macro come up with that answer. And if we can't do it, I think we're probably not tracking what we should be tracking.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulheron, wrap it up.
Okay, thanks. Actually, I have a question, but I'll do my best. I think of the strategic planning document as a way to tell the story, and I think it is helpful to have agenda items keyed. I understand, yeah, we're looking at how many pages. Do we have a conversation about a safe and healthy community? And that seems like arbitrary, but at the same time, it's like, are we really focusing on these 4 items, and are we telling the story of what they mean to our community? I think that's really important. For me, I made a list, and I can email staff the list that I think of that were marked complete, that I think are complete and ongoing and should not be marked complete and still need to be worked on. But Supervisor Williams, one of those items is item 3C1. Identify a county employee to serve as the broadband manager to advance and coordinate multiple broadband initiatives with partner organizations, including identifying funding sources, obtaining funding, developing strategies, mobilizing resources, and managing negotiations. So is your suggestion that in the budget tracking, that you would track your time? How many hours have you worked on this initiative, and does that need to be included in the agenda as part of the time tracking?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Well,
yeah, I find the dollar amount, for me personally, I think it's not as necessary as whether or not knowing the task was completed. If the question is in the agenda item, a county broadband manager has been identified, which is not identified. If that person's salary or a portion of their salary is the number we're looking at, then that's relevant to me. If it's a percentage of their salary somewhere else, if whether or not it took 100 hours of you and Tony meeting, that's just less relevant to me as far as tracking. And it seems to me that sometimes the dollar amount and tracking the dollar amount may actually be more time consuming than just getting the task accomplished.
okay, this is a great discussion, and I'm glad that we've had this discussion about the strategic plan, because we haven't really had it before. It's kind of some of the matrix, certainly there's room for, differing approaches on how we measure success in the strategic plan or adherence to it. But I think that what we're going to go to now is agenda item 6, I think. 6, state of the districts. And this is really where each supervisor can report out in 3 to 5 minutes what's happening in your district, and really see if, and Yolanda is going to help us track this, about if what we're seeing in our districts is really applicable to the strategic plan, or if it's something that we need to change in the strategic plan. And it's really for general awareness for the other supervisors to know what's going on in your district, what your perception of things is. And then when we have the discussion later about the county priorities, we'll see where the commonalities are. So would anyone like to start? Supervisor Mulheron, your pen's still up. So, okay. Okay, we'll start with, Supervisor Klein, you're in District 1. Would you, if you don't want to start, I'll start. Okay.
Why don't you start us off?
Am I tracking your time?
Yes. Okay. In the 3rd District, which includes Willits, Brook Trails, Round Valley, and Laytonville, the 3 main themes I see are safer communities, economic development, and effective government. When I say safer communities, this means law enforcement as well as being prepared for the next disaster. People need to feel safe in their communities. We have too many one-way in, one-way out roads. We received $3.5 million in a planning and design grant from the Climate Adaptation Grant funds for the second access route for Sherwood Road. We also received the first round of FEMA Building Resilient and Innovative Communities for home hardening, vegetation abatement for the Sherwood Brook Trails area. Watching the LA fires reminds us that these programs are essential to save lives. Fire-safe communities have been critical in improving the awareness of people and implementing vegetation abatement programs. We have several excellent fire-safe communities in the 3rd District, and they are supported by the stellar work of the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council. They have done great work, and we have supported them with Measure P money and PG&E funds. Residents of Laytonville have created their own emergency plan in collaboration with the county. Throughout the district, people are community emergency response team trained. The residents of Sherwood Road voted to assess themselves for greater safety with improved and maintained emergency access roads. Creating healthy forest is also a component of greater safety in our communities. Again, people want to feel safe from crime, their homes safe from fire, and their communities safe from illegal garbage dumps and pollution. My district needs greater economic development. You can see it in closed up stores and restaurants, for sale signs throughout the district and county. Of course, we need housing and water. As I had been told before I was elected, the county isn't going to build housing for people. I applaud our grants team in seeking out grants for housing and infrastructure projects that will lead to housing. We also need workforce development for jobs now and in the future, such as manufacturing, construction, and healthcare. The county needs to hold roundtables with the different economic sectors, such as agriculture, cannabis, healthcare, working lands, to see what role we have in improving conditions. We need to keep working on economic development by listening to the sectors in our county and responding how we can. We approved over 600 cannabis business licenses. The new legal market is new and still needs fixes. Some of that coming from the county, while others are state issues or beyond our control. We need to figure out where we can further streamline conditions. People want an effective government and to know that their tax dollars are spent wisely and that we deliver services. Roads are a big concern. MCOG is surveying whether the people have an appetite for paying for better roads. I keep hearing that people will support a sales tax if they can be assured that their road will be improved. Social services are critical in a county with over 41,000 people out of 92,000 overall who are Medi-Cal eligible. The 3rd District certainly has its share of people who need assistance. Lines at food banks and food distribution centers just keep getting longer. I see the county collaborating with family resource centers and community-based organizations for easier access to programs and services. Food security and helping older adults who need services and resources to age in place are becoming even more important. I went into detail on the state of the 3rd District. I will again say that the key themes are safer communities, community or economic development, and effective government. What was the time on that?
That was 4 minutes.
All right.
And just to, part of the role that I was asked to fill is just to ensure that we stay on track so that everyone has an opportunity to be heard and list their priorities, and that we can move on into the different sections that we have today. So if you start getting close to time, if you see my hand go up, that's just your opportunity to wrap up so we can hear from each of you as well. Who would like to go next?
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Okay, I don't think I'll be that long, but so I reached out to people that I know in the 4th District and asked their opinions on their top three priorities. Universally, it was an effective government, and that was the main topic there was roads. I think you'll find that universally throughout the county. Everybody, the common theme is, we pay our property taxes. Why are our roads in such disrepair? And of course, you can give them all the standard reasons, and they're valid. The dollar isn't worth what it was yesterday. So there's issues there, but that's probably the most universal and common theme was disrepair of the roads. If you go into the more rural North County, for the most part, they feel left out, like they're not part of the conversation. They have their issues, and of course, they're extremely important to them, which now they're important to me. And one of the bigger ones is in the area of Leggett, where I got the most feedback, and it was specifically around their sewer and water. There's a lot of issues there, and I don't necessarily need to go into them. I've had some brief conversations with environmental health, and they're being looked into. But the situation, the way it is impeding their progress. They have things they want to do and accomplish. Specifically right now, it's impeding the progress of rebuilding the post office that they lost. The post office is extremely important to that area. There's a lot of people up there that get their medicine by mail. And right now, most of them are having to go to Garberville to get their mail, which is tolerable in the summertime, but we know what it gets like up there in the wintertime, and not everybody's going to be able to make it to Garberville. So it may seem somewhat of a small issue countywide, but it's extremely important to them up north. So I wanted to make sure to bring that up. And then the other that I hear in the rest of the county, I would say on the coastal end of it, is there are a lot of people that want to do a lot of building there. Attracting development is not the issue. The issue is around the planning and building process. They want that looked into, and it's more about efficiency and process. And again, I'm not trying to throw any department or any staff under the bus, because I have had brief conversations with planning about this, and my hope is to be able to sit down with planning and building and have them help me understand where the issues are. But for instance, you turn in a set of plans for a development, large or small, and the plans get corrected and given back to the applicant. The corrections are made, they turn them back in, and then they're sent home again with more corrections. So what they're looking for is the opportunity to be able to sit down with the understanding that it may take one or two, but to sit down at the onset and red mark all the plans, give the applicant the opportunity to go back, make these changes without the expectation of having to have those plans marked back up again. And I think that is just process. I think it's something that could be done. I don't know if planning and building is overwhelmed, or there's not enough staff to handle everything. And it could be a cocktail of a lot of things. But generally, 4th District, it's roads, planning and building process, and there is some talk about public safety, but it's more on the coast. I think for the most part, people are happy with public safety, and then mental health. I'm sure you've all heard about the bridge jumper that we had just recently. That is probably the 4th or 5th bridge jumper that we've had in the last couple of years. So it's something that we haven't taken lightly over on the coast, and we've put in a lot of work, and there's still a lot of work left to do. But if you ask 100 people in the district, I would say 60 or 70 of them are going to talk about addressing mental health.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
I made an assumption there. I found this a really interesting process. Most of the 2nd district is in the city of Ukiah. My favorite thing to share about the 2nd district is its proximity to the 1st and 5th district. So if you're traveling northbound on North State Street, Motel 6 North is in the 5th district. McDonald's is in the 2nd district, and the former Carl's Jr. is in the 1st district. So all of our districts are incredibly intertwined. The top priority for me is to see a smooth annexation process. I think the city of Ukiah offers municipal services that are going to better provide for our constituents, and whether that's to the north for additional housing, to the south for additional housing, or to really offer the neighborhoods that already exist in the south and are under-provided for to really have an opportunity to connect to the community. So that is, the smooth annexation process is really a key priority for me. With that does come housing and economic development. And under housing, I thought, reducing barriers to building, streamlined permitting processes, a variety of options, ADUs, mobile home parks, apartment buildings. We need all types of housing. We also need single family housing units, the same suburban utopia that some people really want to see. And I think that we need to really accept that, especially as generations change, their version of how they want to live may be different than the way that we've seen it before, and to be able to adapt as sort of those trends change. Also really important is economic development, cannabis and agriculture, of course, new technology, broadband and remote work, and being prepared for people to have virtual jobs of any type, whether that's a virtual assistant, whether that's a content creator, whether they're working for Google from home, to be prepared to have people to have those types of jobs. The other thing that I really see an important piece of economic development as we move forward is in recreation tourism, in outdoor activities, including Lake Mendocino, the Great Redwood Trail, and the Russian River, in short-term rentals and low-intensity camping. And certainly, these are things that are really important community conversations to have, but I also really think it's important for this board to recognize that this is a barrier to economic development for some property owners, and especially if we talk about property owners that are in the North County that no longer qualify for cannabis cultivation. And the other topics that I included as priorities were community wellness. And I have a mind that encompasses multiple things as they are all connected. So to me, that means addiction recovery, homelessness, and mental health. And with these things comes access to healthy foods and a variety of low cost or free ways to move your body, medicated treatment, either for mental health or addiction, resource connection to agencies that are or not funded by the county. I was at a presentation, and there are over 22 ways to get substance misuse treatment disorder services in the county of Mendocino. So oftentimes you'll hear there's no services for us. Well, the services exist. We're just not telling the story of how to access them. Of course, getting people off of the streets, the trash collection, and in my opinion, there's a variety of ways that this can happen. I did try to get board support to do a trash collection in the past. We currently have support from Mendo Recycle to pick up abandoned trash, mattresses, couches, things like that people leave on the side of the road. We have an ability to do that, but there's still other things. There's shopping carts that are abandoned. There are service providers that provide services to unhoused individuals but don't accept any trash back. So if you're giving somebody things to take away from you, in my opinion, you should also be able to accept those things back and dispose of them properly on their behalf. So I think there's a lot of work that can be done around community wellness as a whole, whatever category or way that you prioritize those or put those pieces together. And then also, of course, county roads funding and whether or not the residents of the county will support a tax. I do think that annexation into the cities will help some areas, and that is because all 4 of our cities have a specific sales tax that supports streets in their agencies. So there is an opportunity there to release some road miles back to the cities and away from the county. I think that's probably a streamlined, one of the quickest ways that we can do that. And then of course, we need a sustainable fire service funding model. We've been able to go out to our constituents, go out to the residents and get taxes. Those are temporary and they are not enough to continue to fund a fire service model that we need in Mendocino County. And I think even when you see big cities like LA that can't fund their fire service model, I mean, it's imperative that we continue to work on the best way to move forward with fire service.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So District 5 has the token items, probably like any other district. Priorities I hear are roads, public safety, access to healthcare, aging in place, economic development, housing, ambulance service, and water. And they mean actual water, not studies. Let this sink in. You couldn't build our towns today in the 5th District. I don't think you could build Mendocino County today under the current rules. So we've regulated ourselves out of housing, the very housing that we enjoy today. You couldn't recreate it if it weren't here. I hear from constituents we want housing, but we don't want development. That's an education problem for the county to work on. Sometimes I go to a classroom and talk to kids. They're 100% about what the county should do. When I talk to adults, it's mostly about what we need to stop. And there's some, I don't want a toxic coal train. There are things to stop. We need to refocus some of that energy towards what we do want, building a vision of what housing would look like in a way that's actually feasible. Economic development, we talk about a lot, but we're also culturally against most everything. Anybody has an idea what they want to do with a business, we're pretty much against it from the start. Again, education, I think the county could have a role in that, trying to build a collective vision. Roads, we talk about we don't have any funds for roads. This board could allocate more of discretionary funds towards roads. We do have that power today without an additional tax. I hear people do not support the idea of another tax for any purpose, that we're taxed out, no more taxes. I'm certainly not going to start a discussion or be involved in a discussion about another tax. Roads, I hear about the lack of brush cutting. Our DOT is not chartered to mow along the roads, except where it impedes road visibility or visibility of signage. And it's really unfair that they take the brunt of that. Why aren't they doing their job? That's actually not their job. There's no county department focused on it. And yet the public expects the roads to be cut back for, they think, to prevent fires. I'm not sure that a lot of fires start at the roadway, but it's certainly the egress during a fire. It's critical to have the grass mowed. One of the reasons that's difficult is Caltrans can run a mower down the highway and there's nothing impeding it, right? They drive a tractor and it's mowing. For the county crews to get out there, it's one of the largest line items because they're faced with working around mailboxes and other obstacles. We didn't have the foresight, it may not be too late, to ask people to move their stuff out of the public right of way so that we can run a mower. There's a possibility for some collaboration so that we could actually afford that task. What I hear from the 5th District, there's too many towns to go through in 5 minutes, but misalignment of public priorities. They think we're spending money in directions that are not their top priorities. Challenges in execution. When we do stumble across something that resonates with the public, the county doesn't have a good track record of executing quickly. We don't get it done on time. We don't get it done the way the public wants. We don't involve the public the way they want. We think we do. Public doesn't think so. The market is telling us it's not meeting their expectation. We need to listen to that and think about how we can improve, get a feedback loop going. Performance tracking may be part of that feedback loop. We're not able to, a lot of the questions I ask that can't be answered by the county have to do with what's the performance, what was the outcome, what did it cost per individual, per problem solved. We're not tracking what we do. We're spending $500 million and we don't know exactly where it went. We know by department, but we don't know in terms of how many social problems, of what type, what did those cost each? transparency and open debate. The public, we've talked about this earlier, the public wants us to not rush through items, not say it's out of efficiency, we're going to end the meeting in an hour and 8 minutes. They want us to spend the adequate time to hear all of their input, deliberate, get every last question answered, make the best decision possible. This is the measure twice, cut once. We're not doing that today. We're just cutting and cutting and cutting and then seeing what happens. Some of it's good, some of it's not so good. Availability of pertinent information. It's really hard to find anything on the county website. Some supervisors may have worked their way through it and they know right how to get to it. The public tells us they can't find what they need. And, go search something on there like, I don't know, cannabis permitting, and you'll find that there's 4 documents, 3 of them are stale. The public doesn't know which ones are stale. We need to clean that up. I don't think anybody owns that task today. At one point it was put on IT. It's not really fair. It's probably a per department because the domain owner knows best what documents are relevant. Tracking and accountability, we talked about earlier. We don't do a good job of tracking our money or our time. All of this has to do with trust. In 5th District, there's not a lot of trust for county government. And it's okay, starting point, right? But you at least want to admit it. That's what I hear. I'm curious what you hear in your districts. There's people that are happy when we spend money in a direction that benefits them, but overall, there's not a lot of public trust. Revenue and expenses. 5th District asked for a breakdown of revenue and expenses last year. Hasn't been done yet. Maybe it can't be done, but there's a sense that District 5 is sending far more money to the county than it's getting back in services. And there's an expectation that's going to be put into a pot, and it may not be an equal amount coming back, but the discrepancy, at least public perception is, it is so severe now that people are talking about what to do to combat it. I hear no new taxes. South Coast feels completely forgotten. They consider their property tax to be a donation. That's what they call it to me, is they're making a donation. They get a few potholes filled, not much. Not the fault of our DOT. We increased wages. We didn't increase their budget. They've had to reduce supplies and personnel as a result to fit within that existing budget. Board could allocate more money to roads. The 5th District near Ukiah, they need annexation. They want city-like services. They basically live on blocks, and they're asking, why are the people a few blocks away getting better services? The answer is those other people are part of a city. And this comes down to even picking up trash along the road. If we're going to pick up trash in unincorporated, we've got to do it in the whole unincorporated. We can't do it just where there's some pockets of density. It's just not feasible. We don't have a department tasked with it. We don't have the funds. Annexation is the obvious choice. And then on the last is lack of staffing in county departments comes up because constituents here, it's taking a long time because the county is understaffed or has green recruits. One of my takeaways on that is, imagine you're recruiting people from out of area. They drive to Ukiah, and the first thing they see is they look over at Safeway and they see 3 guys with bottles of booze asleep in the bushes, right? If that was me, if I were driving here with my family with young kids, I would be heading the other direction. I'd get one look at it and say, no thanks. So I think our lack of tracking and ensuring that all the social services are met to an acceptable level is actually hurting our ability to recruit specialized personnel that the county needs in other areas.
Last but not least, the 1st District of Mendocino County includes Potter Valley, Redwood Valley, Calpella, the Eastern Hills communities, Talmadge, and Hopland. These are vibrant and very resilient communities. The 1st District has experienced wildfires in recent years and is particularly cognizant of the need to be fire ready and safe. There is great work being done by neighborhood fire safe councils and broader collaboration with many agencies. Unfortunately, many homes have had their fire insurance canceled, have experienced huge fire insurance cost increases, and or have limited coverage insurance through the California FAIR Plan. This contributes to the affordability issues in Mendocino County. The need for access routes in one-way in and out communities have been identified and are essential to preparing for disasters to come. Water sustainability and storage remain frontline issues for the 1st District. There is positive news through the formation of a joint powers authority unifying the city of Ukiah with Millview County Water District, Redwood Valley County Water District, and Willow County Water District. The Ukiah Valley Water Authority should optimize water resources and modernize water infrastructure. In less fortunate news, PG&E continues to move forward with the decommissioning of the Potter Valley Project, which is a hydroelectric facility that has served as a water transfer from the Eel River to the Russian River for over 100 years. Loss of this water transfer will have severe impacts on the First District, Mendocino County as a whole, and communities down in the Russian River, in Sonoma County and beyond. Apologies, I lost my place. Inland Water and Power Commission, along with the other regional partners, have formed the Eel Russian Project Authority, known as IRPA, to negotiate with PG&E to successfully retain some level of infrastructure for diversion of water. PG&E will submit their draft decommissioning plan to the public this month, January 2025, with the final license surrender plan to be submitted to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, by June 2025, which should include the IRPA proposal. Much is still unknown. It still needs to be determined how much water is allowed to go through this diversion and how much it will all cost. I want to stress to my colleagues the importance of the county's leadership on water issues for projects like the Potter Valley Project and beyond, as it is vital to our survival and our future. Many roads within the First District are in failing condition. I receive almost daily complaints about the crater-like potholes and crumbling roads, at times causing severe damage to vehicles as folks take their kids to school and drive to work. While this might not seem at times like an urgent issue, I can assure you it is on the issue. It is the issue on the minds of all my constituents. For them, it is a daily danger, and they are feeling unheard and uncared for. Other issues within the First District, public safety and community safety is often discussed, even if it's simple petty crimes such as mail theft and dangerous driving. That is the experience in residential areas of the First District. I want to thank the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office for collaborating on endeavors to increase law enforcement presence and keep our communities safe, but there's still work to be done. Resources are needed for our aging populations and growing families alike. There is desire for increased spaces for community building and central meeting spaces. I often hear the need for activities for children and teens alike. I hope we can contribute to making this county a place for future generations, where a place where you are able to and want to raise your family. Recreation is a cornerstone of life in the First District, and there are opportunities to develop our recreational offerings. However, the potential loss of Lake Pillsbury and low water levels within Lake Mendocino, of which many First District residents enjoy, would be a blow to this aspect of our rural life. Much of Mendocino County's agricultural lands fall within the First District, including wine grapes, pears, cattle, and more. The grape market in particular is struggling, with much fruit left unpicked on the vine this past harvest. Legal and illegal cannabis is both plentiful in the First District. Many conflicts remain, particularly in highly residential areas, as cannabis impacts neighboring homes and agriculture alike. The local economy, which includes tourism, and who would not want to come be in our beautiful county? Many industries, restaurants, shops, wineries, etc., could benefit from strategic leveraging of our tourism industry. And while much of this is not directly within the scope of our county control, we're stakeholders, we're partners, and we're representatives that should play a role in addressing the needs regardless of the responsible agency.
Right, thank you. Did you have anything to say about this?
Well, this was meant to be an opening discussion to share priorities within each of your districts, which we'll build on in terms of speaking of county priorities and having that discussion after lunch.
Right. Okay, and so we are going to take a lunch, but we did have a constituent here who got lost on the way, so she missed out on the public expression time. So Ms. Bowers, would you like to have your 3 minutes?
Thank you. And I'm happy to be here and listen. I think there are several themes that I see in the literature and discussion. Transparency, which goes to how do you engage the public in what you do and what your goals are, and what your strategies are, and how much money you're spending. Accountability. I watched the proceedings of the budget last, and there was a great amount of frustration. There was a desire to raise wages for workers, but without knowing what you actually had to spend. Frustration levels got very, very high, as you all remember. And this time around, I know you're doing some budget work tomorrow. I would really like to know how you will engage the public in that process, so that people over on the coast, and I have to say it's a trek to come over here, feel left out of that process. It's very hard to even take the trip for a 3-minute public expression and feel like you've really been part of the process. And the budget itself is the backbone of what you're talking about. And throughout what I've heard today, the key issue for almost everybody except for the Ukiah district is roads and probably water. So I think people would like to know when you get into the budget process what your intention is in terms of your strategy, what your vision is, and what you hope to accomplish going forward with the budget, and not just have it be cut and paste from what you did before, but really an understanding of what you were able to accomplish in getting down to the $13 million you found in the coffers to go forward. So I thank you very much. I look forward to hearing about more ways for the public to participate, particularly people over in the coast. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now we're going to take our lunch break. And thank you all for the state of your district. That was informative, and it's really good to hear what each person's seeing as the key issues in their district. So we'll come back to that after lunch, and we'll see what Yolanda thinks are the commonalities, but obviously it's our meeting, and we're going to be instrumental in what we've heard too from each other. So I think there's lunch, and we'll break until, we'll come back at 12:10. Good afternoon, everybody. So We're back and we're on to item 6B, which is Board of Supervisors discussion on shared county priorities. Yeah, we've had a good discussion this morning about what our priorities are, what the strategic plan has in it. And I think now I'm going to turn it over to Yolanda Underwood to help bring it together to see what we have in common.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, for this afternoon. Hopefully, we get some energy going and it's not the after lunch lull. I just wanted to just reiterate something that I thought was really beneficial from this morning, and a great discussion that you guys had centered around the strategic plan and how you gauge success. And I know that's a discussion you're going to continue, but I thought some really good ideas and topics were brought up in terms of how you measure your success, because that's what you want to see, is you want to see progress towards those goals and priorities that you have. So I think that was a really good discussion on what metrics or what type of measures you're going to discuss moving forward in terms of gauging success. And so for this afternoon, we have a few different topics, starting with wrapping up what we talked about right before lunch, where each of you discussed priorities and the focuses of your different areas and departments. And so what we wanted to do this afternoon is kind of tie that all together, have you guys have a discussion on bringing it to the level of the county and what some of those priorities or focuses you guys saw in terms of the discussions and what your peers in the room brought up as concerns and priorities in each of your areas. And just to kick off the discussion, some of the common themes that I heard were centered around public safety. Roads was pretty common, as well as building those safe communities and an economic and thriving community and growth for the county, whether that be, I heard recreation, tourism, thriving communities within the residents of the different areas have. So I just wanted to throw those out as some themes that I heard, and then pass it along to you to discuss as you look at your own areas and focuses, tying it back to the county and county priorities.
Well, when I look at it, I see that you were talking about the common themes of being public safety, safe communities, economic growth, and we had discussions about effective government, that those are all our pillars of the strategic plan. So when we look at that like that, in that light, do we want to go keep it at that level of the shared pillars or themes, or do we want to go into the objectives and of the strategic plan to see if those are still what we want?
What are your thoughts?
I guess the question for me is it high level, or do we want to look at the specifics of what that actually means? So, Supervisor Williams.
How would you feel about starting at the high level and then working into detail once we find agreement? For example, if you want to talk about housing, the county's really only role in housing is to get out of the way, reduce regulation. If we don't have a majority that believes in reducing regulation, we might as well just skip over creating the action items for housing. There's nothing to do. There's no action. If we do agree, then let's talk about what part of county code we can start streamlining, shredding, right? Ignoring. So it would be helpful if we start at that high level and see where we have some common goals, commonality, and then work down.
Yeah, and I think that's a good example of, we can all agree we want more housing. But at what point do we not agree that we start not following state code?
Exactly. And I don't know where it's a new board. I don't know where the five of us sit. I know where I sit, which is somewhere in the middle, right? Try to follow the rules and spirit, but where we can interpret to promote the housing we want, favor that. Can we talk about if there's a majority, and if there is, create some action items?
Yeah. So maybe if we go back to the themes, we start looking at these pillars again. And, public safety was the first one, I think.
Correct.
Okay. So what if we, looked at, I would say, look at the strategic plan, what it says about public safety, and if we're still kind of in agreement with those lofty goals, right? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just to give one more concrete example, hopefully to carry the discussion. Roads came up a lot earlier, and maybe mixed support for the idea of a tax. It wouldn't be for us to pass anyway. It would be the people passing the tax. We probably can't wait for that, and some of us know our constituents wouldn't support it. Could we have a discussion talking about rebalancing the county budget to allocate more for roads? Understanding it's a trade-off, we're going to have to make cuts elsewhere, but roads is the higher public priority. Is that at least a discussion we could have?
Me personally, I would think that that would be a discussion when we start talking about the budget. Do we want roads to be a high priority? That's kind of, but if we're talking about the trade-offs right now, maybe this isn't the place for have the budget discussion.
What if is there some middle ground where we don't talk about the specifics of what we're going to cut or what those trade-offs may be, but we determine if the majority of the board supports using more county discretionary dollars for roads?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Supervisor Mulheron. Okay. Supervisor.
So I think a large majority of the community would support as much money as we can put towards roads. But I think there's a difference between dedicating money to paving more roads, or are we talking about dedicating more money to the Department of Transportation for staffing people to, have the opportunity to consistently patch roads, do the maintenance on the roads. I think they're two different topics. I don't know how much more road paving that we can afford outside of what we're doing. I'm sure we could afford some. Is it more economical to provide more staffing in those places? I don't think for a second the people that we have aren't doing their job. I think they're doing all they can do. So I think if we're going to talk about something like that, a discussion would be, which one are we talking about?
Supervisor Mulheron.
Sure, and I agree with Supervisor Norvell, like what level of road maintenance are we talking about? And also, I really need to know, what are we talking about using or not doing with the discretionary fund? I really need a concrete example of, if we don't do XYZ program, then we'll have more road funds to do pothole patching or brush clearing or what have you. This board made great efforts over the last couple of years to peel back all of the state and federal funding, specifically for human services, for social services, for behavioral health, and for public health, so that all of those programs are now not using general fund. We made that decision. It was a tough decision. We're likely to hear from some people in this next budget cycle. My anticipation is we're going to hear from some people in the next budget cycle that are very upset that we made that choice, and it just hasn't fallen into their awareness yet because it hasn't hit that service provider's budget. We're going to hear from those people. So I don't know what's left. What's left of the general fund budget? If we're focusing on public safety, I'm not sure where that money would come from, and I'm happy to hear any kind of proposal, but I just don't have enough information to really say I'm ready to have that conversation today.
How about if we take it back to the high level and look at public safety, and in our strategic plan where it says a safe and healthy county, we look at those themes, goals within the theme, and see if there's agreement or if there's any change that we need to make to those. So,
Thoughts? Good. And this is really because we only have an hour, right? And so it's really aligning priorities. So if we're talking about a safe and healthy community and public safety was a discussion that came in quite a bit. Are there common themes that need to be worked on or that need to be a focus that can be brainstormed here? And then the further discussion is if there tomorrow or just to just kick off the discussion, if there is a funding issue or a trade-off, then that would be a further discussion to have. But I think for the high level is to review the common themes, priorities that were brought up individually, and then look at countywide how those priorities align back, bubble up into the strategic plan, and does it make sense?
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think we could refine the methodology for carrying out the goals of the strategic plan. Strategic plan is a high-level document. It's not specific action items. And so the way we've translated the strategic plan into action items is staff or any one of the 5 supervisors brings an item. And it's very disjointed. It's not the right order. The pieces don't fit together. We're not actually looking for the most effective and efficient way to carry out the strategic plan. Could we move in that direction? Could we come up with the action items? Obviously, we can't do it in an hour. I think it's problematic that we've allocated so little time. Maybe we need a follow-up session where it's a full day to build those action items. But could we build those action items for the year ahead and commit to tracking, right? Have a Gantt chart, know when it starts, when it ends, and if it slips, we can ask why, and we can update the Gantt chart. But right now, it's this open-ended, we're working towards a vision and a mission piecemeal. And we're not getting the synergy out of certain items should happen in a certain order to be most effective. And there may be duplicated efforts because we're doing different actions at different times.
Okay, so what I'm going to take that and try to bring it down to a concrete example.
Sure.
Okay. In my district, I hear a lot about people saying, your citizen complaint code enforcement doesn't work. Doesn't work for us because no one wants to rat out their neighbor. And so you guys need to be more proactive for code enforcement for these violations of, illegal cannabis or whatever it is, illegal dumping, that it's just not working. Anyway, that's what people feel like. There's too much pressure on people, and it should be something that the county takes over. And we've had these discussions in the past where for the county to take it over, we'd have to hire a lot more staff. It would just cost a lot more. So is that something in the strategic plan if we want people to feel safe in their communities? And one of the ways of making them feel safe is to have proactive code enforcement. Okay, throwing that out there to see, yeah.
Yeah, some people want that. A lot of people don't. I know my district fairly well. I know a particular fire district really well. I've probably been in over 1,000 houses. And there's code violations in every corner of this county. If this county had a motto, it would be code violation. In fact, I think the county has code violations. I don't know if council's comfortable with me talking about specifics, but I could list off specific code violations to building code, fire code, zoning. The rules are great at a high level, but when you look at the resources the people and even the government has to follow the rules, you're just going to have to accept that it's not perfect. And so I guess my worry with active code enforcement is you could hire 100 code enforcement officers and they would be busy around the clock finding violations and writing them up. But is that really helping our housing situation? Is that helping the people that we serve? I think it's there are instances where raw sewage leaking. I've reported these. I put my name on it because people are fearful about retaliation. I'm a supervisor, put my name on it as the complaining party. Those kind of high level, it really impacts a neighbor. I wouldn't be against a little bit more active, but I think just putting people in cars to drive around and look for code violations may not be productive.
Well, another part of that, if I can just add, is, the vegetation abatement ordinance. And we're working on trying to make that more effective. But it's, we repurpose the grant and we're trying to, but it's a long process. In the meantime, there's people with neighbors who don't take care of their properties and it's a fire hazard. And so what do? Right? And we don't have the real, so anyway, that's an example of public safety, but how do we deal with it? And is that one of those action items that we want to look at more than we have? Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So over the last 2 years at the city, prior to that, we were complaint driven, 100%. And of course, you have your issues there. Nobody, as you said, wants to rat their neighbor out. But what we found out is that was the more effective approach, because about 1.5 years ago, we did switch to a proactive code enforcement. And what happened was we got exactly that, as Supervisor Williams just explained. You had the code enforcement officers driving around looking for code violations. So much so that a contractor is unloading a water heater out of the back of their truck to take it into the house to replace it. And code enforcement stops the contractor, who's not responsible for the permit, to make sure they have a permit. And then, you have the code enforcement officer talking to the homeowner who the water heater's house is going into. And then they get into the house and they start seeing other code violations. So we ran it for about 1 year or 1.5 years, and it turned into a bigger problem than what we had before. So I am super cautious about going to proactive. I understand the need and the concern of people having to complain about their neighbors or seeing something. So what we're focusing on now, or what they are focusing on now, is a way for the neighbors to point out code enforcement issues without the neighbor actually finding out who it was. So I guess that's a real life example of what happened when the city of Fort Bragg went from complaint driven to proactive. It turned into exactly what we asked for, but the consequences came that we just did not expect. And they turned out to be far worse than what we had before.
Okay.
And I think to your point that you made in terms of how the approach is that there were common themes that we heard this morning from each of you, one being public safety. And so if we look at public safety falling into that pillar of safe and healthy county, this is a good discussion, right? So we're talking code enforcement. So what does that look like? What are the types of initiatives, priorities that would promote a safe and healthy county? And I think that's where we want to maybe gear this discussion is we talk code enforcement. There was a little bit of a discussion there. But so what does that look like to your residents to promote a safe and healthy county? Supervisor Williams.
I think that we should look at where the public is unified. If you talk about specific goals for economic development, or say a general plan update that may facilitate housing and business activity, most people can get behind that. There will be a few holdouts who don't want any change ever, but I think most people will get behind it. If you talk about a contentious issue like active code enforcement, where we're putting more cops out there looking for people who built with the didn't quite follow code, we're going to have a lot of people turn on the county. We're going to hear their anger. It's going to use our resources, and yet we're not solving the housing and the economic needs. We're not really improving the quality of life in the county. So I'm with you on, I understand the neighborhood impact, but I think getting the county involved in that role may create an even worse impact than what we have today. And this is a one size doesn't fit all. What I'm hearing is this is coming primarily out of Brook Trail's unbuildable lots, scrupulous agents that keep flipping the same properties to out-of-towners who think they're going to build their dream house here, to find out water moratorium, they're not building anything. And so they don't maintain their property. That problem was created by the Board of Supervisors in our county. That was a plan that never should have been adopted. And I think the county owes it to that community to address the problem, not just by going after essentially transient owners that buy the property for nothing and then wait for the tax default 5 years later and it's a repeat. They have no incentive to show up and maintain the property once they find out it's unbuildable. So it's a real problem, but having the people in Wallala fearful that code enforcement's driving down private roads looking for code violations isn't a fair way to address the problem in your community.
Right. Right. And when I was thinking about this, proactive approach, it wasn't to look for hot water heaters, right? It was really to deal with vegetation abatement, illegal cannabis grows next door, all those kind of issues that are the bane of a lot of our communities. So, Supervisor Mulherin.
I was just thinking about the process. And, we have a strategic plan. We have a document that is on, some items are ongoing, some are complete. I have a list that I'd like to have be changed to complete ongoing. But I wonder because for me, as we have agenda items come forward throughout the year, department heads are looking at us, what do you want us to stop doing? And I just wonder if we should focus on the items that are left to complete and actually work on those, and then see if the 2 new supervisors have anything that they specifically want added. I mean, one that I've been wanting to do is to be able to work better with our tribal governments. And it's listed already several times in the document that we have, but it has 0% complete. Instead of creating a new initiative, I'd like to finish some of these other ones that we have. And then, of course, as things come up throughout the year, anybody can bring an agenda item forward and ask us to work on something or ask a department to work on something.
Supervisor Williams.
Feedback I got from last round was the public wasn't adequately involved in the strategic planning process. Right? They could dial in and give some public expression or public comment, but they weren't actually invited to the table to help build the priorities. And if we want public support, if we want partnerships between government and the public and private business, we need to have everyone sitting at a table together brainstorming. And I mean, this goes for the strategic plan. It also goes for the budget. If it's not about just letting people have the opportunity, it's about actually inviting them, saying, we care about your priorities. Let's work together. I think we're skipping that step.
Well, Chair. Supervisor Hashak, or Chair Hashak, was on the strategic planning, and it just makes me think, as individual supervisors, we're contacted by a variety of people. It was my understanding that process actually was pretty lengthy and did encourage a lot of public participation, including small roundtable meetings. And what I think, Supervisor Williams, and something that I think is really important is when I have a constituent or I know of somebody that really needs to be at the table for either a board and commission or a place where their input could actually be incorporated in more of a way than the 3-minute public comment, that's a great time to have those people be part of that process. And so, Supervisor Hashak, weren't there roundtable meetings about the strategic plan where people could provide input?
Yeah, it certainly was a lengthy process, and we reached over 1,000 county residents. There were people that were, tribes, different groups in the communities that were, we had specific outreach to. So it was a lengthy process. And, certainly in our positions, we're always going to hear from people who say, I never heard of that. But we did the best we could. And it was a lengthy and pretty in-depth process. CEO Antle.
Yeah, I would just point out that's in your document on I believe it's the 3rd page and it lists, 6 community focus groups, and it lists the different groups, individual interviews with tribal, one-on-one interviews with focus groups, surveys, and
received over 300 comments via email from county residents. So I believe there was some, perhaps not enough, but there certainly was outreach.
Yeah. And I guess I'll go to Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I want to take a step back, less about the strategic plan process, but about public participation in general. I understand the intent of Supervisor Williams' comments. I respect them and I appreciate them, but I also am thinking about this balance that we have. We have to be out in our communities, talking to our constituents, reaching out to them. We cannot expect them to attend every single meeting. We can't expect them to dig through every single agenda packet. It's unrealistic. People are at work all day. Most people are busy raising their families. So we need to have some avenues for participation. And just because 5 people happen to show up to one board meeting and talk about one topic doesn't mean that that's the number one topic of the entire community. So I think that there needs to be some exploration from the board of the different ways that us individually are reaching out to our constituents and communicating with them and bringing them back. And Supervisor Williams, I've heard you just today alone so many times referencing comments that you've received, and I think that's great. You're being a conduit for your community. So I just kind of wanted to frame that because we can't expect the general public to be here for the strategic plan update and for the budget and for every single ordinance update. It's unrealistic and it's just not going to happen.
Supervisor Williams.
It may be true that some districts are more vocal. I hear from hundreds of constituents by phone, email, text message every week. Sometimes well more than that. I don't know if that's the case for all of us, but the 5th district watches the meetings, follows the news, watches the play-by-play. I get a lot of feedback. And so that's what you're hearing. It's not my personal view. I'm distilling what I hear from the public. One idea, constructive idea, is maybe some of this should go on a ballot. When we're talking about hard decisions that we have to balance, like do we invest more in roads with cuts somewhere else? Maybe we need to have a little more direct democracy, put it before the people to make that decision. Maybe that's too large for us. And there's probably a lot of items that fall in that category. And that's different than 5 people showing up at a meeting and voicing protest. Usually you get people out who are against an item more than in favor. And so it's hard to know, is that representing the masses or is that a vocal minority? And the ballot is one way to collect that input accurately.
And I think going back to the topic for this portion is just, I think the intent, and please correct me, was to just have a discussion on what commonalities and priorities we have. So if it is going back to public safety, what does that look like? What are some common themes that we can bring to the table within that area, items to focus on? And I think the initial question was, because there are 2 new board members, in looking at the strategic plan and the 4 priorities, do those still make sense? Or do they express the direction, the vision that the county wants to focus on? And that's, I think, where the conversation was going for this session. And then just as we look at those 4 pillars, what does a safe and healthy county look like? What are some priorities under that pillar that this group has in common?
Thank you for that. And when I heard Supervisor Klein's talk about the state of the district, District 1, that I was thinking, boy, she copied mine. and because there were so many similarities in that for public safety and safe communities and the roads and how we create, what the fears of the people are with fire danger and fire safe communities and all of those things, that how do we as a board support those kind of initiatives? And I think that in the past, we have been very supportive of what I did with the emergency access routes in Sherwood Road. We've gone out for grants. We have this grant division now for the county, and I think they bring in a lot of money for a lot of these projects. And so what I would like to see is continuation of that kind of approach to building safer communities as far as, one way in, one way out communities, vegetation abatement, home hardening, all of those things that make and support for the fire safe communities. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So, I think I stated this earlier, I'm fine with a strategic plan. I think there's a lot of really good goals here and ideas, and none of them seem too lofty. So I just want to make that clear because it's been asked twice. But I'm also interested, we're based on the data 2022, we're 2 years into this document, and at least 3 of you sitting here today approved this document. So I'm more curious, your thoughts on where we are with this. What would you change looking back? What would you have done differently?
Well, I'm one of the 3 holdovers, so I'll turn to Supervisor Williams first.
Just to be frank, I think we would be at the exact same place with the exact same progress if we didn't have this document. I don't think it steered us. I think we just stapled it to what we were doing. And I'm throwing out an idea, maybe there's some common ground. What I hear from constituents is they want us to get back to basics, meaning don't try to do 100 things that are all mediocre. Focus on 3 to 5 that really matter. Public safety and roads are always on that list. I think that's the case for all of our districts. Former CEO Angelo, before she left, called me and said, Ted, you should really have the board direct me to focus 100% on public safety. And I've thought about that a lot since. I think she's right. She had a grasp of where we were financially and the needs of the public. Now, CEO Antel's right. You're not supporting public safety unless you have the financial office in place, right? And so today, we're not doing a good job of fully assessing. I think our assessor said we might be at 70%, probably not 70% of dollars, right? There may be decks and add-ons that are nominal, but 70%, not stellar. We're not collecting all the money that's due. We might have gotten better at that, but we're still not collecting. We don't really do a good job of budgeting it, of allocating those funds per public priorities. We don't really even know or agree on what those public priorities are. And then once we spend it, we can't track it or account for it. So I'm wondering, is that a direction we could go, that end-to-end continuum of, financial office, making sure that we assess, we bill, we collect, we budget, and we track. That could be a story for 2025. Financial accountability.
Supervisor Mulherin.
So, as a board member, we've had a lot of presentations over the years from various financial folks within the agency, and I think that this last year with the acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and the team in both the treasurer, tax collector's office and the auditor's office, we now have more visibility into our books than what we've ever had in the past. And so I think if we, continue to tell the story that we don't know what's happening financially, it's a disservice to all of the work that they've done. And I understand that in the past that was not, that we didn't have high visibility. But I think that it's really about making sure that we share all of that information out with the community. And as we move forward, really talk about the budget and what are the priorities. And we have a couple of department meetings tomorrow. We'll have an opportunity to talk about code enforcement. We'll have an opportunity to talk about roads and what are our priorities. And does it look like brush maintenance and fog lines, or does it look like pothole patching? What are we really looking at? As far as the strategic plan, though, I really think, like I said, it's a storytelling document. It frames what the work that's being done is, but there are, I think, important initiatives that when I ran for supervisor now 5 years ago, that I do think are important, and I don't necessarily know that they fall under public safety or roads. And one of them is working with our tribal governments. I mean, I think that's something that the county can do a lot better on, and we haven't even started that task. So I do think that as 5 individuals, we do have different priorities about where we think we should be investing time. That's why the document is so important. And so if there's an item that you don't think should be there, then we can have the conversation about taking it off. If there's an item that we think should continue to be there, then we can have that conversation as well. And if there are items that we think should be added, then this is a great opportunity to have them added. I think, all throughout the year, as we talk about budget, as we have quarterly updates, we have an opportunity as board members to interject and try to, if you want, to change the wave of, for instance, code enforcement in a different direction and not complaint driven, then you probably get, as a board member, 3 or 4 opportunities a year to shift that wave. And it's our responsibility to lobby our colleagues to really tell our story and talk about why that's important. And if we don't, then hey, you got another whatever shot next quarter. But I think that really staying focused and continuing to have a plan or a roadmap that you can point to when constituents are asking you, what is the county doing? Well, here are the things that we're doing. And continuing to be able to accomplish those goals, I think is really important.
Well, thank you for those comments. And I totally agree with you about the tribal involvement and connection with the county. Is I just talked to the grants division the other day about, because I looked at the strategic plan and I noticed that it was one of those objectives that we hadn't done any work on, or it wasn't listed as, progress. And so I wanted to know if there was were any grants available to do that kind of, to hire like a liaison or someone that could fulfill that role of making sure that we were communicating with the tribes in the county. And so, sounded like there wasn't at that point, but they're on the lookout for it, right? Going back to Supervisor Norvell's question about what would we change, when I look at Safe and Healthy County and its increased access, item C on that is increased access to behavioral health services. So it's increased partnerships and collaboration with community partners, including tribes and Latinx groups and law enforcement, to deliver services to people in need. And engage community health workers, promotores, and community health representatives to communicate with under-resourced populations to help increase access to mental health services and reduce associated stigma, and also implement Measure B and the PUF, the CRT, the Behavioral Health Regional Training Center. So those are all things that create more public safety in our communities, like Supervisor Williams was saying about the homeless people that we might encounter. Hey, if we have these programs in place, we'll do a better job for public safety overall. So, I guess I'm not ready to take anything off right now. And when we look at help people feel safe in their communities, that was one of the things I expressed in my, top 3 priorities. So, and I think that those approaches are also still relevant. Identify and implement strategies that prevent youth entry into the criminal justice system. Are we doing all we can? I'm not sure, but I think we are doing a good job, and we just need to keep our focus on those things that we've identified already and make sure that they're being implemented. And, if we can, we fund them too. If we need, if that's a real priority for us, that's one of those choices we have when we have the budget talks. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that, I feel all right with what I saw in the strategic plan and reviewing it. And I appreciate trying to track the progress we've made, because we have made progress over the last couple of years. Okay, Supervisor Williams.
In some of our rural communities like this 5th District South Coast, law enforcement is seen as the number one priority. You basically can't live there if you don't have officers who respond to 911 calls. That's the difference between a livable community and a place you wouldn't want to live. You get above 500, 1,000 population, you need somebody to be in that role of keeping the peace. So the priorities depend on who you are. We're spending a lot of time looking through the lens of people who are receiving services from the county. Imagine the taxpayer that doesn't receive any services, doesn't ask for anything, doesn't receive any services. What are they getting for the taxes they contribute in the county? You could argue they're getting the jail and that's keeping them safe, right? There's some indirect, but they're not feeling a lot of direct benefit. Public safety and roads benefit everyone, right? We're all driving on the road, or somebody's driving us on the road, and we all want to know if we call 911, ambulance or firefighter or police officer is available to come. That's a benefit to all. But I see that we're spending a disproportionate amount of time focused not on the taxpayers. And what I hear is people saying, hey, I'm a taxpayer. I write a check for thousands of dollars for the county. I don't see anything coming back in infrastructure or services. And I would underline infrastructure. That's what they're number one they're asking for. That the bridges are safe, that the roads are safe, that we have fire fuel reduction. They want to see the tangible, we're out there making a difference to their safety. And if that's all they get, I think they can accept that. We're a poor county, we have a limited tax base. We're focused on public safety, but when we talk so much about social programs, you disenfranchise those people who are paying the taxes, feeling like they're not getting anything out of that. In fact, they don't see a lot of those services working. Whether or not that's right, I don't want the comments to put shadow on the good work of people in those departments. They are making a difference. But what the taxpayer sees is they drive to the Rayleigh's parking lot and there's two guys across the street, one defecating on public property, on a sidewalk, I assume public property, and the other collecting sticks to start a fire later. And the public, doesn't matter the good work we're doing, the numbers we have to show, the amount of people we've helped. When the public sees that, they think the county's not doing its job. If that's a minor problem, we should fix it. If it's a major problem, we should prioritize it at the top of the chart. That's a public safety matter.
Well, we have 6 more minutes. So do you want to wrap this up, or what are your thoughts at this point?
Well, again, just to reiterate, I think there's been some really good discussion, and it's looking at the strategic plan, and again with 2 new supervisors, is really just shedding that knowledge on why it was created, how it was created, the input which we went back to and looked at in the background, and looking to see if it makes sense. If this is this is your governing document, right? This is your long-term vision for the county, and a document that the Board of Supervisors should support and really work through to align priorities, and then further down the line, action items that are going to support those priorities. So I think that was the intent of this discussion, is just to review the documents, go over some of the priorities that are in each of your districts, see where they align. And as you mentioned, Supervisor Williams, I pulled out the 2 themes as well, of the roads and the public safety, that influence and affect the residents as a whole. So for this, taking those 2 themes, and for this group here, is how do you align those action items and priorities if those are the 2 main focuses that you want to look through. Final thoughts?
Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So I appreciate the 3 of you answering the question, and it sounds like you're all okay with the document. I'm certainly fine with it. I think it's a good direction to head. There's a lot of talk about public safety, a lot of talk about keeping our community safe. The chair raised the question, are we accomplishing these things? Are we continuing to develop and implement innovative approaches for law enforcement and criminal justice partners? Are we identifying and implement strategies that prevent youth entering into the criminal justice system? I think the group that's going to answer that question just walked in the door. So I'm excited to hear from them. So I would support the chair and moving on to the next item.
Okay. Supervisor
Yeah,
Williams.
Final comment. Can we poll to see whether the board feels that we need to tune the county government or it needs a large restructuring? What I'm trying to convey, what I hear in my district from the people is we're so far off the path of where they want us to be. It's more of a restructuring of priorities that's needed. And I hear some comments in the room that it may be keep doing what we're doing and just tune it. Are you content with status quo? If you are, keep the strategic plan as it is. It'll produce the same results it produced last year, right? If you think that that's a success, we'll leave it as is. If you think that that wasn't a success and that the people do not want the status quo, it needs a drastic refresh.
Well, are these our goals as a board? And I think that the top priorities, we shared these goals. That's what the strategic plan is reflecting. And fortunately, it still kind of seems like it's in tune with what we're thinking needs to be done in the county. Supervisor Williams, if you want to kind of totally change things in the county, please bring that forward when we talk about the budget, and throughout the budget process, so that next budget year we can, reshape it if that's what the majority wants to do. But to just say, well, people want total change in the county, that's not really realistic for what we're doing. And obviously, we've got a strategic plan and we've got top priorities that seem to be reflected in it. So that's why I say I'm still good with it. So.
Can I just ask a clarifying question, just so
Yeah.
I understand? When you mentioned a rehaul, is it a rehaul of the plan in general or a rehaul of how it's executed?
But potentially both. But I don't disagree with anything that's in that document. I think those are all good priorities. If we could afford all of them, I would say do it. But we can't, right? So we're going to do mediocre job at 100 items, or we're going to pick 3 to 5 on that list and say those are the priorities for the year. And I could support either of those, but I'm curious where the board wants to go. You're not going to get the results of 3 to 5 of them being done really well working on that entire list. And so could we narrow it down? Could we decide roads and public safety, and I don't know, throw a couple others in, are what we're going to focus on this year? Everything else that we support, we want to get there, but this year we're focused on the key public priorities. And I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing, let's just keep doing what we're doing, which means we're going to keep getting the same results we've been getting.
Well, and what I heard from the common themes were public safety, effective government, and economic development. And if we can focus on those, I'm fine. Can we have agreement on that?
So we would put the rest of that document on hold, pause it, put it, and we're not deleting it, but just put it in a category of a bucket for a future year and reduce it to those 4 items.
Well, do the items that we're talking about contribute to the success of economic development or public safety or effective government?
You have finite dollars. Either you focus it and you get really good results in those key areas, or you distribute it across everything and you get mediocre results. Which do we want to do?
Well, that will be a discussion for the budget, I think. So, Supervisor Norvell.
Yes, to answer Supervisor Williams' questions, again, I'm okay with the document. I'm not really interested in scrapping the document and starting a complete restructure. If there's things that we're not doing well, like we're about to hear from this group next, and if they're bringing things to our attention that we're not accomplishing here, then we can look at those things and reprioritize. Everything on this list, you're right, costs money. We only have so many dollars to go around. So I think that discussion is more appropriate during the budget discussion. Was here's how many dollars we have, here's the things that we want to accomplish. Let's prioritize these 3 things and put more money towards them. And I'm okay with that 100%. I think we need to focus on what we're doing really well and continue to do that, recognize where we're not doing so well and address that. But as far as, I think you used the term complete restructure, I just don't, I'm not willing to go that far. I don't know everything that's happened on this document, and that's my fault, but I don't see anything where we're failing completely, and I'm willing to just throw anything out. I would love to hear again, like I said, from this group and everybody else on, the boots on the ground doing the work, I think are our best tool to understand where in our list of priorities we're not being successful. You hear from people, I hear from people, they all want different things, and a lot of them want the same things, and it's our job to prioritize those. But I think we need to hear, we've given a list of our goals and our strategies, and we need to hear from the boots on the ground what tools they need and where they need them before I'm willing to, lack of a better term, tear up a document.
Okay, we're over time. We've got this esteemed group, waiting to talk about public safety. So is there anything critical that you need?
Yeah, I don't want to deliberate anymore on the specific issues, but the process. What do you see as next steps? Because what tends to happen is we get to the budget meeting, there's a proposed budget, there's a deadline for passing it, otherwise we're adopting last year's budget, which doesn't make any sense. There's not time to do what Supervisor Norvell is talking about. It's over. By the time we get to the budget workshop, the budget meeting, you have a budget. You can argue about budget dust, but essentially that budget is done. So I thought this was the meeting where we decide on what priorities will steer that draft budget. What is that process in your eyes?
Well, that's part of tomorrow's agenda, is looking at some of the departments. And also we'll hear about the budget process. And so it's not just a one and done meeting. It's a whole continuation of meetings, and I hope to get the General Government Committee involved in it too. So I hope that answers your question. So with that, it's 1:02. Why don't we take just a 3-minute stretch break, and then we'll come with our safety panel, and looking forward to it. Okay.
Well, it's back there.
Have item 7, which is the public safety panel. And so we have Sheriff Kendall, we have Public Defender McHill, and we have the District Attorney David Eister, and we have Probation Chief Eisen Locatelli. And then we're going to have Yolanda Underhill facilitate this discussion. So I'm going to pass it off.
Hello, good afternoon, gentlemen. Hope everyone is doing well. Really excited to hear from you guys this afternoon. And so how we've formulated the panel, We have about an hour of discussion, and if we could just first go down the line, do a introduction and maybe a 3 to 5 minute just discussion on priorities, areas of focus in each of your given areas, and we'll start the discussion that way.
Exactly.
Sheriff, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Matthew Kendall. I'm the sheriff of Mendocino County. I've been with the sheriff's office for about coming into my 35th year, and 5 years as the Mendocino County Sheriff. Priorities for me right now are to get my personnel numbers back up, because law enforcement across the state of California, and as well as across the United States, has been suffering in our numbers. This is not unique to us, and it is not unique to rural California. Other North State sheriffs are really having a hard time recruiting, retaining, but they're also having an issue with being able to pay the bills, because all of our rural counties are suffering in our coffers right now. The things that we used to run on with timber, with a lot of different agricultural related things, as Supervisor Klein hit on, we're seeing reductions, and that's concerning for me. Now, we are building the new behavioral health wing of the jail so that we can continue forward to meet the new mandates that are constantly coming from the state of California. But there's also, there's some issues that come with that as well, because that requires more personnel and it requires more training, and the bar is constantly being raised for us. Now, I have several divisions. I have dispatch, patrol, jail, detectives, and we partner up with all of our peers in Mendocino County. District Attorney Eister has a team of extremely tenured investigators. When we have massive crimes, when we have various things that occur, the District Attorney's office probably more times than not rolls out with us to be able to investigate these crimes. And then on top of that, a lot of his DA's investigators, we only have 2 departments in the county that have detectives. The Ukiah Police Department and the Sheriff's Office. The other 2 police departments don't have detectives. And so oftentimes we will work with these other agencies for work that requires detectives, but we work with our district attorney partners on that, because he has these folks who are really superior investigators. As we move forward, my numbers are coming up. I actually have 7 people on training right now. I have a resident on the South Coast, which is a huge thing for us, because when I look at the areas where people want residents in Potter Valley, they want residents in Boonville, they want residents, you know, it doesn't matter what community, Laytonville. But most of the calls that I get on those are because of traffic related issues, and I don't do traffic. That's the business of the California Highway Patrol. But when I look at our response times into Round Valley and the South Coast, in a sheriff's office response time, when we're, 15 to 17 minutes, that's pretty acceptable for a sheriff's office. It is not acceptable for a police department. Their response times are, 3.5 to 7 minutes. But we have a much bigger geographical area. But when I see the South Coast and I see the Round Valley area and portions of Leggett and Piercy, we get up in those 47 to 52 minute, sometimes an hour and 16 minutes, depending on the availability of personnel. That's when I start screaming, we've got to find some residents. But residents are not easy to find, because if I hire one of these folks and I put them in an area that they don't like, the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office will clip them immediately. And so I have to find the right person for the right location. I've got to find people who want to be there. And so that is an uphill battle for me. I think that is about it, and I will hand the mic over to our public defender, Mick Hill.
Good afternoon. My name is Mick Hill. I'm the public defender for Mendocino County. I came into the position at the end of July of last year, and so I've been on for just about 6 months. The public defender's office has 14 attorneys, 3 investigators, and 8 support staff. One of our attorneys is grant funded. We also have a social worker who's grant funded. Our main office is in Ukiah, and we do have a satellite office in Fort Bragg. The main issue I think facing public defender's office, like as facing all rural public defender's offices throughout the state, is recruitment of staff and recruitment of attorneys in particular, and retention of staff. The overall enrollment in law schools has been dropping significantly in the last few years. So as a result, there's fewer attorneys coming out of law school. So hence there's a smaller and smaller pool of attorneys to pick from in order to be the hire a public defender's office. On top of that, being a public defender can be a very difficult job. Not only are you handling some of the more serious or the most serious crimes in the county, but you then have to, deal with a lot of stress from your clients, from your workload, from the various aspects that affect how a criminal case moves along. We handle over 90% of the criminal cases in the county, and my biggest concern is just recruitment of attorneys. Since I've been in the office, we've lost one attorney, we just hired another attorney. A lot of the time, the northern counties in California are basically training grounds, similar to what Sheriff Kendall was mentioning, that our attorneys, once they get a certain level of experience, become much more valuable commodities for some of the other public defender's offices in the state. So the one attorney who left my office went to work in Sacramento. I've been making a concerted effort to reach out to law schools in Northern California. I'm going to be interviewing 13 potential interns who want to come and work in our office over the summer, and hopefully give them a taste of what it's like to be a public defender in a small rural community, and maybe have them get a taste for it. If they like it, they're more willing to stay. I try and work with my staff to be responsive to their various troubles and concerns, and that's my main goal, is to make sure I, have a happy staff so that they're more likely to stay long term. I think the main issues facing my office in the coming year are going to be related to what the district attorney, I'm sure, will be talking about as well, is the implementation of Prop 36 that just got changed. So up until this year, for the last 10 years, possession of various drugs or all drugs basically, was handled as misdemeanors. Now, depending on how many drug priors you have, it's going to be going up to a felony. Similarly with petty thefts, if you've got a certain number of petty thefts, it's going to go now from a misdemeanor to a felony. The result of that means longer times and periods of incarceration, be it in the Mendocino County Jail or ultimately state prison. In order to prepare those cases, inevitably the attorneys in my office is going to be taking longer to work on the cases, longer to investigate the cases and work their way through it to make sure that all of our clients are being represented to the best of our abilities. One of the mandates of Prop 36 was mandated treatment, but it doesn't give any funding for that treatment. So I think that's one of the issues that the Board of Supervisors is going to be grappling with. I think it is a very positive thing for the county that we are building a new courthouse, and as part of that, there is going to be some mental health treatment facilities that are going to be going up around the courthouse, which I think will be very, very beneficial. But, I think overall the county is lacking in some mental health facilities, that lots of our clients have underlying mental health issues that then, quite often people who are on medications don't like how that medication makes them feel over time. Then they go to self-medicating with various street drugs, and then that leads to involvement in the criminal justice system, where we end up representing them. And lots of the time, getting them treatment can be the best way, not just to deal with their current offenses, but to prevent them from getting into trouble in the future. I think that since I've been here, I've really enjoyed working with Sheriff Kendall. Him and his department have been very responsive to some of the concerns I've had with my clients and how I go about my job. I also have to compliment the district attorney, though that can be troubling as a public defender to give him any credit at all.
I'm very worried about that.
I know. I feel it sticking in my throat as I'm actually saying this. We've worked out arraignments in the jail, which I think have significantly reduced the overall number of court appearances that are needed in a lot of cases. We're resolving far more cases now at arraignment than we had prior to my arrival. I think that's very beneficial. I have worked hand in hand in a lot of instances with Mr. Locatelli, and he is, lots of the time we have similar goals ultimately is to get our clients out of the criminal justice system. So I think that's the main kind of focus of my office for the next year.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Eisler. I've been the district attorney for 14 years. Apparently they changed the election cycle, so I have another 4 years I'm supposed to be serving. So thank you to the voters. I've got elected in 2010, and then I've not been challenged as the district attorney since then. I oversee many units of the district attorney's office, the felony trial unit, misdemeanor trial unit, the juvenile kind of a court trial unit, the Bureau of Investigations that the sheriff referred to. That is a bureau of investigators that come from various agencies. At this point, it's Ukiah Police Department, Highway Patrol, and the Sheriff's Office. Normally extremely experienced people that work very well with the Sheriff's Office investigators, UPD, and as the sheriff pointed out, working with folks like Willits PD that doesn't have investigators. My investigators probably don't get through a week without answering calls in the middle of the night, asking questions about how to do something on a particular stop or a certain investigation. We have the clerical that is a very important part of my office. They are people that work very hard to make sure that a lot of paperwork, we're still paper bound, gets through, gets filed on time, and the work gets done. I do that with two offices, one in Ukiah, and of course the Coast office, which is critical to criminal justice on the Mendocino coast. It allows people to do their court in Fort Bragg rather than always coming over the hill to Ukiah. So I know at one point the judges tried to shut down the 10-mile court, and there was a great rebellion on the coast, and they decided not to do so, which was a smart decision by the judges. Priorities, the priorities have always been number one is public safety and victim rights. We believe that's something that's been forgotten in Sacramento. We don't forget about it here in Mendocino County. We make it a mandatory goal that we prepare and are effective in our presentation of serious and violent felonies, but also the misdemeanors that more impact the everyday citizen. People see misdemeanors. They don't always see the violent and serious. When you look at violent felonies, you know, it's really surprising to folks that in California, there's only 22 violent felonies. They're found in 667.5 sub C of the Penal Code, and things that you think are violent aren't violent. There's a larger list for serious, but again, there's other things that you'd think would be serious that the legislature has not characterized it that way. Those are important characterizations because what's serious and what's violent are basically what also defines strikes under the California three strikes law. The other priority, we're implementing Prop 36. It was fixing problems, be honest with you, not created by the legislature, but created by the voters with the passage of Prop 47. It was exacerbated by the legislature, as many things have been. But that brings relief to serial thieves that have been plaguing our merchants and other folks in the community. That brings up the what used to be called petty theft with a prior. It's now called petty theft with a prior. It's just given a different number. So in this law has been in place now for approximately 4 weeks. Since December 18th, it became effective. And we've been charging and prosecuting approximately 2 serial thieves every week since then to show you what's going on. And these are I was dealing with a gentleman yesterday that, when I say serial, I mean 12 prior convictions. There's folks with some more that will be coming around. The other one is what they call treatment mandated felony. That's for serial drug users of hard drugs. It doesn't include marijuana. It doesn't include psilocybin. It includes fentanyl, which is our #1 opiate problem, not just in Mendocino County, but California, the West, the United States. But it allows us to have people get back into drug treatment rather than be punished on probation, local prison, or state prison. And that's a good goal, is to try to get treatment. And that was, we were just basically had a revolving door before with Prop 47. As Mr. Hill said, basically all the hard drug possessions became misdemeanors. And we saw a drop in drug court participation because it was easier just to do whatever, your 5 days, 10 days in jail, than sign up for a year of drug court and get rehabilitation. So these are fixes that are underway. And by the way, under 11.395 of the Health and Safety Code, the treatment mandated felony drugs of hard drugs, we've had, again, in 4 weeks, we've had 8 of those folks charged. As of yesterday, I know I had to charge 2 more today. So it's a problem. I also think that Mr. Hill is right when he talks about treatment. Prop 47 promised all the voters, promised the supervisors, that the savings of putting people in jail on drug cases would be passed on to the counties, and that way the counties could then open up new drug treatment programs and the likes. I don't know what those savings are in Mendocino County because we've not had a single state-funded savings related drug treatment program open up since that passed in 2014. So here we are 10 years down the road, promises have been made and promises have not been kept. And that's a problem that affects every single person on this panel. I will echo what you've been told. Staffing is difficult. I used to have 1 opening, I'd have 100 applicants. Now I'm lucky to get 1 or 2 applicants every other month. And most of those folks don't come in with experience. We have to train them. I try to get a 2-year commitment if I decide to train them and hire them. And then at 2 years, we have people that move on to Marin County, Sonoma County, Solano County, San Francisco, Contra Costa, Sacramento. So what do all those folks have in common? They have bigger populations, bigger tax base, better salaries. And when you have people going to undergrad and to law schools and running up big student loan bills, I understand it. Young folks are not very susceptible to my quality of life argument when I explain to them that it's pretty nice getting up at, getting out to the car at 25 after 8 to be in court at 8:30. That's really cool. You don't get that in the big city. You don't have the redwoods, you don't have the oceans, you don't have fish and chips out on the coast, you don't have all those things in other places. It doesn't sell when they're trying to, 1, buy houses, support children, pay off loans. So that is not just in the professional context, but even in clerical. You see in the clerical area, some of the county departments basically going after each other. So limited pie, qualified people. They try to poach some of the folks, and we have to fight to keep the people that are necessary. I guess that quickly describes what we're up to. I'm very proud of my team, of the attorneys and the clerical and investigators and victim witness. We've been understaffed, overworked, but highly effective in what we do. And I have stats on some of that if you want to hear later. I think we may be one of the only offices in the, and by the way, I bristle, we're not a department, we're an office, we're a constitutional office. We're probably the only ones that put metrics online across the board at the Mendocino District Attorney webpage, showing you what our progress is on people going to state prison, local prison, how we're doing on outcomes in jury trials, what our filing stats are each month, where they come and how we break them down. That is metrics that you have to look at whether we're being successful at what we're doing or not. And I invite you and anybody watching us today to take a look at those stats. I was at a California District Attorneys Association, and we were told that we were the most information-intensive county as far as available to the public in the state, and that makes me proud. You can go.
Good afternoon. Eisen Locatelli, I'm the Chief Probation Officer. I've been with the department for 17 years, and I'm going on, well, it's been since 2018 that I've been the chief. Interestingly enough, that makes me the first millennial chief in California, and it was also I was the youngest and have been for the last 7 years. So just like the district attorney, I wouldn't say I'm dependent, but I do love statistics, and we also keep stats at the department. It helps with decision making. It helps with focus of where I'm going to apply scarce resources. So not to sound like a broken record, we also are struggling with staffing, whether it's recruitment or retention. Both are difficult. At the department, we talk about being firm, consistent, and focusing on rehabilitation. We protect the public via proactive interventions. What that means in layman's terms, we provide opportunity for those who want it and accountability for those who need it. The probation department is responsible for many things. It's also one of the least known in the criminal justice panel. I tell this, it's not a joke, but I tell this often. My parents, for the longest time, called me a parole officer. Many people don't understand the differences between probation and parole. There is a large difference. Not so much after AB 109, because we do 50% of their jobs at probation with less than half that funding. But I'll get into that a little bit more. Probation is responsible for the juvenile hall. Every detained kid in this county is in the juvenile hall. It is not under the sheriff's jurisdiction, but if you read social media, you might think that it is. It is under our jurisdiction. Juvenile probation, also my responsibility, as is the adult probation department, which has both a field and court unit and our pretrial unit. We operate in the Ukiah, Willits, and Fort Bragg offices. We also have the ability to work out of Laytonville and Covelo. Those are non-county spaces that are loaned to us for use by partners in both those jurisdictions so that we can meet clients in their own locations. Something else for me that's always a priority is budget. For those that don't know, the probation department expenditures is just over $7 million. Less than 30% of that is county general fund. $4 million roughly expenditures at the juvenile hall, and 65% of that is general fund. When I took over as chief, almost 100% of the juvenile hall was general fund. Obviously, that put us in a bit of a situation in 2018. None of you currently on the board were here when we had the juvenile hall closure conversation in our county. Thankfully, the board at that time decided to keep it open because for those supervisors who haven't been following, DJJ, the state prison, was closed by the state. Those responsibilities were pushed back on the county with far less resources under SB 823 than it takes to actually operate that. And we do have youth that are sentenced to up until their 25th birthdays trying to be housed in county juvenile halls. It's very similar to AB 109 at the jails, but at the juvenile level. And there is no higher level of treatment for juveniles. Unlike AB 109, you can still be sent to state prison. You cannot in the juvenile arena. So a murder that's kept in the juvenile court will be housed in a county's juvenile hall. I've chosen to keep our hall as an option that we could do, but I've also, as the board has seen, you've seen contracts come before you. I won't disrupt our own 602 population with a kid that doesn't belong inside of our juvenile hall. I'll put them in a more of an urban setting with kids that are more age appropriate and behavior appropriate. So that's something that's I'm focused on. I'm also focused on pushing back on realignment or expansion of state mandates that aren't fully funded or that don't allow enough ramp up time for us to fully implement. I do serve as the chair of our adult services committee at the CPOC level. It allows things like, I'll read you a quick quote. This is in the governor's budget bill. The budget summary specifically highlights in recognition of the significant role probation plays in maintaining public safety and reducing prison admissions. The administration intends to work closely with the chief probation officers of California and legislators to refine this proposal consistent with the goals of 678. SB 678, if you remember me talking about this last year, we were looking at a 60% reduction in this county. That is what funds our drug court participation, our behavioral health court participation, and a variety of other things that probation. It's a funding stream that allows me to be not so dependent on general fund, but allows me to do things in the community that are more flexible. As the chair of the Adult Services Committee, I've really pushed on this one and trying to stabilize the funding source. And meeting with Senator McGuire and the administration has allowed language like that to be put in his budget because the squeaky wheel often gets the oil, and I'm pretty squeaky. So that's where we're at on that budget priority. I'm also focused on our policies, on our procedures, and rolling out a new case management system. I think we're last in the justice panel. We're at end of life with our case management system. Other agencies have gone first, but we're switching over to a Tyler technology-based software. It'll allow for more seamless integration amongst the partners. It's labor intensive, and ours should be finished this year. I'm also working on an organizational structure change. I'm looking at some key vacancies and trying to fill those positions. The main push to that is so that there isn't a totem pole for our administration. Right now it's the chief, the assistant chief, and one manager for all of probation's responsibilities. That's not an effective model. I've said this isn't sustainable long-term. I'm trying to balance my county responsibilities and my state responsibilities, and my state association voted to make me the president of our association starting in 2027. So I have a ramp-up period here to get Mendocino County's probation department house in order, because all these folks on this panel, we all serve on our local CCP and on that's the Community Corrections Partnership, and our Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. It's another more pots of money that come into the county to help tackle some of our public safety priorities and problems. Clearly not enough funds, even with general fund, with those pots to deal with what our county is dealing with in rural Northern California. But this collaboration at this table is really strong. There are other counties that the four people in front of you aren't able to sit at the same table without needing a referee. So I think this county, you do have great collaboration. We all have each other's phone numbers and often are discussing issues both in meetings like this and behind the scenes. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the information provided. I think that we have some questions for our panelists, and Supervisor Williams, if you would like to.
Yeah, thank you for your service and being the type of people who can collaborate. Probably the most important thing this board does is pass the annual budget. how do we gain your insight? And take your department or your office, as it may be, out of the picture for a moment because of the optics of bias. Where would you allocate more funds, and where would you take those funds from? What rebalancing would you make? I want to ask all four of you. I don't remember getting the input from all four. We're heading into budget season. I think you have a bird's eye view that we may not have. You're seeing some parts of the county up close that the supervisors don't. What do you recommend we do to get our budget more in line with public priorities?
Dave Eister. I'll say what I've said for 14 years. Job one of county government is public safety. And when I define public safety, I mean law enforcement, roads, and fire departments. Now, you have a greater definition of public safety than my definition, and you include social service safety nets and things like that. I'm not here to, I work very hard every day, actually in court with Mr. Hill and others, and I don't view what other people are up to. I do believe you should be seeing metrics, as I have been presenting for the last 14 years, on how programs have been, you give money to folks, what is the bang for that buck? And I believe you should require metrics to see how that's happening. Public safety, criminal justice is not about saving money. It's not about making money. It's about doing justice, following the Constitution, supporting victims' rights, supporting law enforcement investigations that are effective, helping out folks in need that have been victims of crimes. So whenever I get to the budget process and they want to know, well, how much money are you going to make this year? That's kind of a joke question. It's a trick question. My job is to spend money and to do it effectively, which I believe we do. So I think the first or second year at a budget hearing, I had people standing up saying that they should, the board should take money from the sheriff's office and the DA's office to fund other folks. And I thought that was, how do those folks say that? And how do they know that's the right thing to do? But ultimately, that's your responsibility as the Board of Supervisors to, one, require the information you need. I've worked very effectively with the CEOs, whether it been Carmel Angelo or Darcy Antle. We provide whatever information they need to make decisions, and I believe that we've been effective in that regard. I can say this, Supervisor Williams, the staffing profile I have right now outside of the investigators is the same staffing profile from 2010. You've not seen me come asking for more attorneys or more clerical. We've worked harder and done more with less.
Clarifying question as we go on. When you suggest the board should increase the allocation to public safety, as you define it, can you be more specific about if we have a finite amount, if we see some excess revenue and we're able to allocate a little bit, can the four of you agree on where that allocation should be?
No, I'm not going to agree with Mr.
You're all going to fight over
anything.
it, or for the benefit of the public, overall public good, you can't do it?
It's not about the overall public good. It's about you've in the past, the supervisors in the past have taken a yardstick and you've held it out horizontally, and you've said that if you take a cut over here, you have to take a cut over here, and that may be the sheriff's office or whoever. Okay, that's not how it works. It should be that the yardstick should be vertical, and you set priorities, and public safety should be up at the top, and you start allocating as you go down that. And if you reach a spot where you don't have any more money, okay, that could be a problem. They may have to be programs that don't get there. The sheriff's office has benefited over the years from the marijuana restitution program, as did the board. The sheriff, not this sheriff, but the sheriff used to have fights with the CEO's office and the board about overtime and many other things. That went away for a while because of the marijuana restitution program that probably to the tune of what, $7.5 million that the DA's brought in to the sheriff's office. Well, then Prop 64, it didn't kill that program, but it put it in its in hospice, we'll say. So, you know, things change over time, and those changes are either by the voters or by the legislature. But I didn't become the district attorney to say you should go take money from this person over here and give it to me. I believe you should fully fund my operation because we're critical. We're a constitutional office, as is the sheriff. And you have to make hard choices sometimes when the money is not there for everyone to be fully funded.
Whether or not we could come, and David and I will both agree that we should take all of Mick's money. Just kidding, I really like this guy.
I have happily volunteered to switch budgets.
Yeah, he has a couple of times.
Anytime you want.
But I think that when we're setting priorities, right now I have 7 deputy sheriffs on training because of decisions that the board made last year during negotiations. And a lot of those decisions were based on what was going on with other offices or departments in city departments in Mendocino County, but also these decisions were made based on what other agencies outside of our county were getting. And when we see that the vacuum of personnel is being filled with money by counties to the south of us, the board made what I believe is a good decision during negotiations to bring the deputy sheriff's roles up just a little bit. And I know that it was a big expense to the county, but now we're able to provide more services. I have 12 beats in the county, and on Joe average day, I can only fill 6 of those. But I'm filling them with 6 of the best deputy sheriffs that I can possibly find. And I'm very clear with all of my deputies, when you get a call for service, just as Supervisor William was speaking about, if you get a call for service, these folks who have been paying their taxes for the last 30 years deserve their $200 worth of service. And you will work that call for service. If you identify a crime, you will investigate the crime, and we'll do a good investigation. If we can bring this to justice and serve the victims, then we're going to hand it over to the district attorney. A lot of times his office helps us to do that because of questions that arise after a case is filed and more information is found. But when we prioritize, we have to start by realizing that we took an oath when we were sworn in, and a couple of you folks just took it, and the oath was to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of California, which puts public safety at the number 1, and everything else has to come in line after that. Now, don't get me wrong. Myself, David, and the public defender, Mick Hill here, we're the unholy trinity that goes before the judge, and it takes all 3 of us to be able to get it there. And so we are that portion of public safety, as District Attorney Eister spoke about. Fire is also important, and we see what's going on in Southern California right now. If we had the same population here, I hate to say it, but we would not have fared as well in 2017. We still lost, I believe, 10 in 2017 with a smaller population in the area. And so we can see where the needs are and how do we meet those needs in these areas, these very small areas where we don't have much funding anymore. My thoughts behind it are we have legislated work out of existence by putting roadblocks in the way of a working man. We have legislated logging out of existence. We've legislated all of these resource-driven industries out of existence. When I was a young man, a timber harvest permit looked like the hymnal in church. Now it looks like the King James Bible. And that is all adding on to the problems for us. And the overregulation of everything in our state is really coming to the point where it's choking everyone out. So, Supervisor Williams, I don't know where you guys would find the funding. And to be honest with you, I'm not comfortable pointing at my partner Mick, or a little more comfortable pointing at Eisen. Let's take all of his money, but he doesn't have any either. So where do we get it? I think it's by getting people back to work and getting industry back in here, and so that we don't have to rob from Peter to pay Paul. Because Peter, he's broke. Thank you.
I I don't really have that much to add to Mr. Eister and Sheriff Kendall. I think I have been looking for opportunities to take advantage of some of the services of other departments within the county to supplement services I can give to my clients. Social services have been a wonderful partner in getting a lot of the information and medical treatment some of my clients need. Mr. Locatelli has been fantastic in providing us with various avenues that we can further enhance the services provided to our clients so that they stop becoming a revolving door within the justice system. One of the things that is demanded is that we've got clients with mental health problems that we try and get into mental health treatment, but the court mandates us that we need to hire an expert to give an opinion. That expert, even if we're kind of, I don't want to say go cheap, but each one of those evaluations costs in excess of $1,000, and each client then that we have evaluated is another $1,000, and that's $1,000 less in the public defender's budget to deal with other resources we have. We have one grant-funded social worker who has been instrumental in getting our clients access to various treatment centers, putting them in contact with organizations to get housing, to stabilize their lives so they hopefully become, aren't homeless anymore. And other departments within the county have been very supportive of some of the type of things we need to do. I think that, for instance, social services have been providing us with some of the medical histories of our clients when we're able to get them that may be able to prevent us, not necessitate us hiring experts, so therefore saving $1,000 a case in certain instances, which, over time, when you've got hundreds of clients who are entitled and should be getting mental health service treatments, but then that's, 100 clients is $100,000 that we're spending on experts trying to put then motions before the court so that the court can treat them in a certain way that is not available unless we jump through all of those hoops. So I think there is an opportunity, and I think we have been working together on a lot of stuff regarding, my office taking advantage of the resources, social services, or my office taking advantage of some of the stuff that probation department is able to provide. So I plan on continuing to exploit that to the best of my ability so that the overall onus on my office's budget is not going to be as great, and hopefully we can find some cost savings that ultimately lead to better results in the criminal justice system.
I won't take up too much time with this. I'll just say you don't do more with less, you do less with less. You're going to have to figure out what it is that can be trimmed. I remember in 2018, I received a 29% reduction in general fund. As the chief, the previous chiefs had all had more general fund during their times. So the first year could have been panic. It could have been I quit. That wasn't the response. The response was trying to figure out how to survive, meeting with stakeholders and partners about what services probation was no longer going to offer that didn't jeopardize public safety unnecessarily, but you're going to have to make reductions, and all those reductions come through things that aren't mandates. Identifying what's a mandate and covering that service, finding out what's a luxury or a want, and then reducing those. Prevention and intervention, a lot of people would think that's a probation mandate. It is not. I personally think that the more upstream work you do, the less downstream cost you have. So that's a want that I have as an individual, is to work upstream on prevention and intervention and do a lot of outreach and a lot of work there. But it absolutely is not a probation mandate. I'm mandated to wait until a conviction has occurred and then provide rehabilitation and resources. So those are the things you have to weigh. Being efficient with what you have. If I just give you more money, the odds are that you will spend that money unless you learn how to do the budget. And so I'm not interested in giving departments more money if they aren't efficient with what they have. Efficiency comes through metrics, and I think the district attorney has already talked about identifying what it is that our core mandates are, what are we doing to meet those mandates, and then how can we become more cost effective. If you can't be cost effective, then perhaps the money doesn't flow. But I also don't want to identify departments as our missions are mandated. They're in statutes, you can read them. I'm not exactly sure what it means to not have a mandate and then still cover that. I haven't been in that position.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I know we have a couple more questions for you. We are close to time. We have about 7 minutes left, but I do want to get to your questions. Supervisor Mulherin, you had a question, and then Supervisor Norvell.
I won't frame it as a question and more like an expression of gratitude for you all. I've watched as we've celebrated drug court graduates, behavioral health court graduates, family dependency drug court graduates, and I know that it can be challenging for your staff to work on initiatives that are maybe outside of your mandate or a little bit different than what you're used to. And I just want to say that I truly appreciate the efforts that go into that. I have the opportunity to listen on some reentry collaborative meetings, and I think the group of people from multiple departments and outside agencies that are working on trying to help people use their time most efficiently while they are in the jail here in Mendocino County to be able to become successful as they leave and re-enter into our community. I think that's really valuable work. And I look forward to seeing some more information or collaboration. I'm not sure, Sheriff, when that's coming about what the programming will look like in the new behavioral health wing of the jail. I think so much our community, when they hear the words behavioral health, they automatically think mental health, and they don't think substance misuse treatment. And really, that's an incredibly important part of people having success as they leave the jail and are successfully either reunited with their families or go out on their own to get jobs and housing and be successful in our community. So thank you for all the work that you do that is outside of what you are mandated to do. It's appreciated and noticed.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you all for being here. Three of you mentioned staffing is one of your biggest issues, and you all gave similar reasons why that's a hindrance, but none of you mentioned your budget as an issue for staffing. Is that true, or did you just not bring it up?
At this point in time, my deputies are well compensated. And we are at the point where we are competitive with the other agencies in the county, as well as agencies to the north and the east of us. Personally, I believe if you are a deputy sheriff, any deputy sheriff should be compensated at a higher level than anyone in the police department in this county. And here's the reasons why. My deputy sheriffs are also deputy coroners. My deputy sheriffs are responsible for several things that are truly the responsibility of the sheriff, including coroner's work, including the civil division, including the jail, including all of these different things. Almost all the homicides that occur within the county occur within the sheriff's jurisdiction. Occasionally, we will have a homicide in Fort Bragg's jurisdiction, Willis jurisdiction. It's usually less than one in a decade. When that occurs, we also lend a hand there, as well as the district attorney, because he ultimately has got to suffer through what was done right or wrong on a case. And that's why we collaborate on these things, because ultimately justice has to be served, and we're going to do the best job that we possibly can. But as far as the compensation for deputy sheriffs in Mendocino County, I think that we are right where we need to be at this moment. But I would like to make sure that the sheriff's office has the highest paid individuals so that I can retain the best. Thank you.
I'm sure that Mr. Eister and myself will kind of be echoing the same thing regarding compensation. As a general rule, the district attorneys and the public defenders in Mendocino County are paid significantly less than in some of the larger counties in the state, massively less than in some of the bigger cities, which is understandable given the cost of living. That being said, is particularly with our younger, newer attorneys who are coming out of law school with significant debt, they are always looking to be paid that much more, that bit more. So hence, there will always be an attraction to leave our offices to go to Sacramento, Contra Costa, some of the southern counties, because they pay significantly more. One of the things that can be attractive to become a public defender if you have significant law school debt or in the district attorney's office is once you've worked in that industry for 10 years, your loans could be forgiven. So that is one of the things that we try and like shout from the mountaintops, come join us. But the problem then is that there's a limited lifespan on those attorneys. Some of those attorneys are literally looking at the clock going, oh, sweet, I've only got, a year and a half left before I can have all my debt forgiven. Then I can go on and have a different job that pays me more or whatever else. Beyond that, I mean, that's why we're not talking about budget. I want a significant enough budget to cover all the costs of my employee salaries and cover various other expenses my office has. But it's retention of attorneys and making sure that they stay with us long term, because otherwise I'm training up new attorneys, getting them better and better attorneys, and then once they reach a certain level, they'll start looking for jobs somewhere else, and then we're back at a vacuum of the more experienced attorneys at the top, and that can be incredibly difficult because it's not very many attorneys that can handle your homicides, your serious sex cases, serious other types of cases that come up regularly in the work that we do. So you can't have a person just getting out of law school or 2 or 3 years out of law school handling a homicide. So you need attorneys who've got significant experience, significant trial experience, because the unfortunate problem is that if you have an inexperienced attorney, be it a deputy district attorney or a public defender, handling cases that are really kind of outside their ability, those cases are going to come back to the county via reversal by the Court of Appeals, and then we're going to be incurring the same cost a second time to put the case through.
Thank you.
In the years long ago, the district attorney would go receive the board and would negotiate for the clerical and for the attorneys and come back and say, hallelujah, I got you this pay raise while I was over at the board. That's before unionization. So my clerical are SEIU, my attorneys and Mr. Hill's attorneys are Teamsters. And I believe it's their representative's job to deal with the salary side of this. I think it's an unfair labor practice for me to step into that. But when we just talk about overall budget, there is no configuration of this board or CEO's office that I can point a finger at and say they weren't fair to us. I have not been a greedy DA seeking more than what we need. And the board has, whether it's at the budget hearings where we talk about it ahead of time with whether it's Ms. Antle or others, it's one of those things that we've been well received. We've explained why we need certain things. We have reached certain agreements as to how we would go about funding certain positions. And the board, I don't recall at any time ever sitting there saying, no, we're going to cut you some huge amount of money. Because again, public safety is job one of the board. And since I'm the chief law enforcement officer of the county, as in part and the head of the executive branch of the county, I've been well received and well treated. And I look at this board and I see that I don't think it'll be any different than the past. In fact, it may be even better. So in that regard, I can't complain about the budget. Some folks have done that. There are places we'd like some improvements, but most of the time we're talking budget dust. I know most people don't like that, but that's a term that is often used. It's not a big ticket item. It's one of those things. We've helped out too. When there was a budget problem over at the probation department, they fund the Mendel Lake Alternative Service. They used to pay the contract and they couldn't because of their budget. So I said, give it to me, I'll fit it into my budget. And so we pay for the community service that Mr. Hill's clients use day in and day out to make sure they stay open so that the community service can be done throughout the county. That's a secret that no one knows about, that the DA pays for that. And we also do pre-file diversions where we send people out. If they do a certain course, they don't even come to court. We fund drug court, things like that. I find room in the budget to fund what's important and what needs to be done. And I hope that continues, and I hope this board supports me in that regard.
Thank you, sir.
I actually like this question because Mendocino provided me a great opportunity. I now teach budget to new chiefs in California. I didn't know budget when I started this position, but you learn real quick that, yeah, your budget absolutely determines your staffing levels. And for me, you just heard, I couldn't even afford a Mendel Lake Alternative Services contract that the department had always funded. So I made choices. You're all making choices. There's collateral consequences. You don't know that when you make that decision, what those impacts are. I chose to fill up my line staff the best I could with the budget I had at the consequence of eliminating management and supervisors. There is consequences to that. It has burned out other managers in the department, and we don't have the policy and the oversight and the policies and the procedures. And that's why I'm focusing this year, flipping that. I think that I'm now in a position to turn that. So there's a two-part answer to your question. One, the probation officers in general are not paid adequately enough in this county in comparison to other counties. You can research it all you like. We brought them to within 10%. They're still underpaid because we're in a weird position. We're not traditional law enforcement and we're not traditional social workers. We're in between. Both of those professions get paid more in this county. So that creates, even as I told you before, probation officers, the majority of them, when I asked this question, were accidental. I didn't intend to be a probation officer when I went to college. It's an accidental profession for over 80% of my profession. So what that means is, you want to be an attorney, you tried to be an attorney, you tried to be a cop. You didn't try to be a probation officer. You fall into it after another career doesn't work out, or you start in the criminal justice industry and find out, I would rather do that job after seeing this other job. And so, is it your pay? No. I would say that pay alone, it does not drive people to stay in Mendocino County or not. It's quality of life, it's quality of work, and it's workload distribution. I'm starting a different tact on this. Would I like more pay? Absolutely. But as the administrator, absolutely not. If you pay my staff more, then I'm always told to try to fit it into my budget. That's not possible for the probation department anymore when it's only 30% general fund. So I want my staff more paid, but I can't afford them with the budget that I'm given. So I would have a better work chart and a better means of delivering public safety if I had a higher budget. But again, I'm still having recruitment issues. So that's why I'm starting at a different level of trying to get the colleges to do a reentry program that isn't just criminal justice or public safety, but focuses specifically on training people at a younger age that probation is the thing of the future, and it has been for some time. Incarceration is very costly, and we've gone away from it from the most part. I'm not saying we'll ever get completely away from it, nor should we. There is a reason to use incarceration, but we need to train our professionals in reentry if we want a better outcome. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and for your service as well. We have gone a little bit over, but I know we have one last question. If we could.
It's for the board, it won't be lengthy.
Okay.
A lot of valuable input. I appreciate it. One key piece of advice that I think the board should keep hold of is District Attorney pointed at metrics, and I think all four of the heads here have metrics. I've seen them. Is that something that we should put as a top priority in our strategic plan for the year ahead, that we want those type of metrics for everything that we engage in? Any large ticket expenditure, program, department, office, we want to know what the results are for the dollar spent. Can we agree?
I would agree. I mean, it's extremely difficult to know where you're at if you don't know how well you're doing, right? And I think these gentlemen explained very well how they use the metrics to gauge whether or not they're being successful. And there's a lot of questions around a lot of what the county does. Are we being successful? Some think we are, some think we aren't, but it shouldn't be a matter of opinion. We should be able to look directly at the numbers and say, yes, we are, or no, we're not. And I think if we use that as a tool to move forward, I think there's hope that we will all end up in a direction of being successful. So I would support that.
Yeah, it seems like we do have a lot of metrics, and thank you, to all of you for the presentation today. We do have metrics, and it's just making sure that we have that information and that we're accessing it, and we're going back to the morning discussion. We're asking those questions about where we find that information beforehand. So I don't want to cut you short, but we do need to move on. And so why don't we continue on this discussion about metrics tomorrow with the budget? Okay. All right. So again, thank you all. I think has been informative, and I think that this is what the public deserves, is hear what you're doing, and that public safety is, like you heard from all of us, our number one concern too. Okay. And with that, we'll take a 7-minute break until 2:15.
Sorry. No, you're fine.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're on item 8, which is homelessness. 8A is community outreach response and engagement, core, and other program updates. So we have a panel here for the next 60 minutes with Sheriff Kendall and Megan Van Sant from Social Services and Dr. Janine Miller from the Director of Health Services. Okay. And so I'm going to turn it over to Yolanda.
Thank you for being here and joining us and discussing what is obviously a very, very important topic and one that deserves quite a bit of attention. And this could go in all dayer, but we have an hour to gather your insights and priorities and challenges you're facing. Sheriff, we started with you last time, so Dr. Miller, I will go ahead and begin with you. We'll just do, if you could, during this introduction, just maybe give us a little bit of background and then talk about your priorities, programs that are critical to the success in really being proactive on this issue, and then we'll open it up for questions.
All right, good afternoon. Dr. Janine Miller. I am the Health Services Director. Today I'm going to speak more on the behavioral health side of the house because we are talking a little bit about homelessness. So behavioral health encompasses both mental health and substance use disorders treatment. I think there is often a lot of confusion regarding mental health services. Specifically in regards to the county and what we actually provide. So we are contracted with the state of California to be a managed care plan for Medi-Cal, specifically on the mental health side to only provide specialty mental health services. So we don't provide mental health services for the whole community. It is actually provided through your health service, through your insurance. So if you have Kaiser, you're provided through Kaiser, private insurance, Medi-Cal. If you are considered mild to moderate, not severe, those services are provided by a partnership health plan, and they contract with local providers. So we only are contracted with the state of California to provide services for those that have a serious mental health condition and that is about 5 to 7% of your population is what they average will meet that 5 to 7%. So that is what we focus on. It's what we're contracted to do. We also do serve the indigent, which is required. So those that are have no insurance, we also provide special mental health services to those. We provide substance use services to anyone that has Medi-Cal. We also will do indigent and private insurance, but our focus with the state of California, we're a managed care plan. And I think a lot of people get confused. We are actually a managed care plan, and we have a specific contract with the state to provide specific services within that health insurance. So we're a lot like your doctor's office. You come in, we provide a service, we bill to the state, we get reimbursed for that service. We don't get any other funding unless we provide a service and get reimbursed. We only get $28,000 on special mental health from the county of general fund because it's a maintenance of effort, which is required to pull down that federal dollar. So that is all we get from the county, $28,000. It's like $28,883 or something like that. Everything else is our realignment dollars that are specific to specifically focused to treat the populations we serve, and then obviously used as a match to pull down the federal financial participation. We do have a focus on those that are homeless, that have a mental health condition, specifically those that are seriously mentally ill. There's a lot of changes happening at the state with CalAIMS, and obviously change with Prop 1, which was the Mental Health Services Act, changing to Behavioral Health Services Act, which is putting a lot more focus and a lot of the mental health services doctor dollars more into working on homeless services. It will take money away from services, but put it more into housing with a housing focus. So we're going to see that impact a little bit of our services. The hope is that the CalAIM change in federal financial participation will make up for those dollars being diverted. We do go out and work in the community with those that have mental health, obviously serious mental ill, and our homeless population. And I'm going to hand it over to Megan, and then the sheriff will talk more about the CORE program and how that partnership and what that's going to look like.
My name is Megan Van Sant. I'm a senior program manager in the Department of Social Services. I think you wanted, tell me again the question, Yolanda, to answer.
Just introduction, your focus, your priorities, and as they tie into homelessness initiatives and helping the program be more successful.
Okay. So within the Social Services Department, as I said, I'm a senior program manager. The team that I work with, homelessness is part of the work that we do, but it is not all of the work that we do. So there's other really important projects that we do that are of equal passion to me. Our unit does facilitate the homeless services continuum of care. So the homeless services continuum of care is a kind of quasi-public body that is involved with homeless services. The county serves as the administrative entity for that body, but we don't actually control the COC. We serve as the administrative entity and the facilitator and do a lot of the staff work on behalf of the COC. The team that I manage manages a number of homeless services related contracts. Typically, I'm thinking in my head right now, I don't think any of those contracts are general fund dollars that come through, but they're a variety of usually state funded, sometimes federal sources ultimately. We work in very close collaboration with law enforcement on a project called Heads Up. We work with Janine's group on that as well. It's a collaborative project involving a number of partners working together to resolve issues that show up in the criminal justice system, but are better suited for a homeless service, for a social services or mental health or behavioral health focus. Not all of those individuals that we serve through Heads Up project are homeless. Most of them are actually not, and I can talk more about that project if you have questions about it. I could talk for a really long time about homeless services and what's happening, what's not happening, misperceptions in the community, reality in the community, what we're doing well, what we're not doing well, data outcomes, fiscal impacts. I could just go on, and I know a lot of you brought that up in earlier sessions, so I would rather respond to your questions than just keep talking, so I'm gonna stop here.
Oh, sorry.
I could lean over your shoulder and talk, but you really wouldn't like that. And so, as we talk about this CORE program that we're looking at here, So year before last, I met with Chief Cervanka over at the Fort Bragg Police Department, and we looked over his crew program. He gave me stats, he gave me all of the information, and myself and the patrol captain went, met, looked at this, and then the wheels kind of started turning. But we had worked with Dr. Miller's group with the dual response for mental health. That was a very successful and continues to be a very successful program because it's proactive. And then we had worked with Megan's group on the Heads Up initiative that Dr. Miller kind of, and I don't want to say just had this idea one day, but I think it's just she had this idea one day, and it became this clearinghouse for the problems that we're seeing on the street. And then they began to be able to push those out to the agencies, to various other things that were tasked with dealing with these issues. In a way, it just became a clearinghouse where my deputies, there were things that were not criminal, but they were a call for service. There were things that, they did not meet the criteria for 5150, but when we began working with the behavioral health workers and the mental health workers, they showed up and got us trained up. We trained them in officer safety, how to keep yourself safe while working with people. They trained us because we could only say meets the criteria for 5150 or does not. But when they got in a car with us, they said, hey, we have services for this, we have services with it. And so those silos began immediately breaking down because we learned almost kind of just from being partners with somebody what they can bring to bear, and they learned what we can bring to bear. And then working with Megan's group, as far as there's a lot of calls for service that we deal with that they're just not crimes, but we still get called to them. And then next thing you know, we're talking to Megan's group on the phone or meeting with them and saying, what kind of services do we have for this person? And we've had some pretty big successes there. And so as we look at this core program, it's bringing this together, but I almost break it down into thirds in my mind. And if I misspeak on something, please grab one of the mics and tell me, hey, the top third are people who are not homeless or maybe teetering on the brink of homelessness, but they're having some issues that fit really well into a lot of the disciplines that Ms. Van Zant's job is, and she's very successful with those. The bottom portion of it, I have some straight up criminals in Mendocino County. I do. I have people who are going to commit crimes to get drugs. I have people who are going to commit crimes for various reasons, but those are mine and I need to deal with those. But the center group is where all three of us have to come together because it's dual diagnosis. It's mental health issues as well as addiction. It's all of these different things where I think that all of us can agree we've seen a lot of times where a person's environment dictates their outcome. And sometimes it's changing the environment. And a lot of times it's not incarceration that's going to do this, it's different types of services. And so those are the areas that we're going to collaborate on. And then with the Heads Up referral process, we've already began collecting data. We've already began collecting information on basically who the super users are in our community. Much like what the crew program did, they identified the super users in the community and said, how do we take this portion off the top, because then all of a sudden it's going to allow us to drill down deeper and get to that next level and that next level so that the progress can actually be made when you take, your three top users off and the police department is not dealing with those folks. Then all of a sudden you've got a little more time and a little more energy to be able to work a little further down, a little further down. A lot of it is upstream work, and it is going to stop incarceration for those who deserve to be not incarcerated because they're not committing crimes for any other reason than some of the crimes against public peace that we see quite a bit. So as we move into the nuts and bolts of that, I think Dr. Miller and I can speak to what it's going to look like when we get this thing rolled out here, likely next month.
Good, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Which one of you will be providing the metrics on the program on an ongoing basis?
So I've been enjoying thinking about the metrics that you want, and because you brought it up several times, and I love data and I want to make it work, but I want to know exactly what you are looking for before we commit to it.
Yeah, so the people of Mendocino County, especially the 5th District, say our county is spending approaching $500 million annually for 90,000 people. We have people that are using the sidewalk as a restroom, are drinking booze out there, public intoxication, trespassing. Certainly crimes are being committed. What's the progress bar look like? We're at 0% now. We want to get to 100% that they're off the street. How do we make sure every month we're making progress towards 100? And I know it'll be an ongoing problem. Folks will show up, and people will lose their housing. We're going to get them in, they're going to get out. But overall, what does success look like to you, and how do we track whether we're moving towards it?
So success to me looks like when people are committing crimes, those crimes are investigated and they stand before the judge. And then in that top portion of it, where we've got those people who are teetering on the brink, and we can do that upstream work, we're going to work with Megan's crew on that. And we're going to make sure that they don't wind up going down the drain. And then that middle portion is going to be the hardest portion to serve. And those are the folks that you're talking about. And I don't want to sound cruel, but let's face it, some of these folks are an eyesore on our streets. They are. Those are the things that upset mothers when they're taking their children to school. And some of that activity, we have lowered the bar to the point that everybody's going to reach it, and you won't like what it looks like. And so it's raising the bar. One of the things that we're doing, and I have to thank Dr. Miller for this, when you see us out there working with our partners, because this is going to be proactive, I'm going to be putting deputies on overtime to go out into these places and to meet with these folks. If they're breaking the law, they're going to wind up going with us. If they're ready for help or we can get them into an alternative, we'll do that. But you're going to see these folks with a vest identifying them as a portion of the core team. You're going to see them with a deputy sheriff or a police officer. You're going to see them with a partner who's interacting with them. I'm hoping that you're going to see them with Department of Fish and Wildlife people, because they're down in the creeks and they're polluting and they're making a massive mess. And I can tell you that if it was Joe Average Farmer who was doing the exact same thing in the creeks, he would be nailed to a cross. But no one is paying attention to these other people who are doing it on a daily basis. And that is not fair.
So it sounds like we're in agreement. I appreciate it. So for the board, my disposition on this type of program is I want the county to invest in the programs that are showing success.
Yeah.
And programs that can't show success or don't show anything at all, start cutting and reallocating the funds towards the programs that are showing success. So I want every program to have some metrics so that we can apportion future funding based on success.
And I think that you're going to be able to see that success because we've already got, prior to the passage of Prop 36, we have got a lot of data through the Heads Up program. And we can take those people and we can show this super user is no longer using. This super user is no longer using. And then we're going to be able to show, was it because of services? Was it because of incarceration? Was it because they were put on probation and put into housing? But that's the data that we're going to be able to come up with. And if we find one area that needs some sanding down to polish it up to get it better, great, we'll do that. But if we find an area that's absolutely not working, we're going to put it in reverse. And then, because you're absolutely correct, we are looking at a time where the state of California, I think that I was reading, and I will try to quote this, the state of California has put $28 billion into these programs that did not work. As a matter of fact, they made the problem worse. Now, I don't know if the money that they put into them made the problem worse, or if it was legislation, or if it was fentanyl. I don't know what caused it, but I can tell you for the money spent, we have not seen improvements. And what I don't see from our friends over in the Capitol is their willingness to put it in reverse and say, we went down the wrong road. We're going to try this now. And I think it's high time we start doing that.
Supervisor Williams, I want to explain to you the kind of way that we gather data right now for the Heads Up project. So we have a very long, huge database, and it's really honestly an Excel spreadsheet. Every referral that comes in, we track that, we track who it is, we do the research to find out who is already supposed to be taking care of this person. So I take the taxpayer lens. What taxpayer funded source is supposed to be caring for this person? We track it back to who that person's supposed to be. Sometimes there's nobody, in which case our team just figures out what to do about that client. And then what we do over time is we look back. What happened to this client? Did they end up in jail? Did they end up in treatment? Did they end up being housed? And we look at those outcomes, yeah. But we have to give some time because it's not going to happen in a week. And that database has become a really rich kind of repository of individuals that are not necessarily thriving, some that are after like a brief intervention, some that are not thriving. We can kind of backtrack and figure out why they aren't thriving, where they are, and how they can best be handled. So we do keep really good data in that way.
I can be patient, and I appreciate that. I think that this is partially a case of the county not telling its story.
Absolutely.
Right? The public doesn't know the successes. They know when last week I parked next to Supervisor Norvell, charging my car. He was charging his truck. And we look over and there's two individuals. I see them before board meetings. They're collecting sticks to start fires, going to the bathroom, all kinds of stuff. It looks like drug use, all kinds of stuff that shouldn't be tolerated. That's what the public sees.
Yeah.
So unless we counter that with here's the big picture, including successes, the takeaway from the public is our programs aren't working. So how do we bridge that so that we all have a clear understanding of what's happening?
I think that is such an important question. And I listen to the public, and because I'm doing this day in, day out, and I know the client stories, and I literally know individuals who have made progress in ways that are unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I also know individuals who are making zero progress at all, incredibly frustrating. So I'm aware of the work that's been done. I'm aware of the progress that's been made. I can tell you what it was like 5 years ago when we had a homeless encampment in the middle of Ukiah. Your predecessor was openly calling it Camp San Giacomo. I mean, the amount of animosity and lack of collaboration, and I mean, it's funny now. It actually was slightly funny at the time, but there was no collaboration. Everybody was throwing each other under the bus. It was bad. It was really bad. And the progress that has happened in the last 5 years is remarkable to me. I didn't believe it was going to happen. I didn't think Heads Up was going to work. I was like, let's give it a whirl, whatever. We didn't put any money into it. This may fail. No one's really in charge. Let's see what happens. And it's been shocking how successful it's been. 5 years ago, my team didn't know who to call in Ukiah Police Department or the Sheriff's Office we had. We had no idea who we would call. I have like 5 people that I could call in for resources right now. They call me. It's in the collaboration we have with the mental health department, it's unbelievable. It's so different than it was 5 years ago. But we have not told that story to the public at all. And we've really failed in that kind of communication around where the progress has been.
And then last, the Marbet report, I don't think the county initially implemented. And the city of Fort Bragg spotted it, and they implemented it, and it seemed to work. That, I think, is part of their crew program. I think what I'm hearing from the three of you is that crew had to be modified to work in the county as a whole. What works in Fort Bragg needs some tuning to work at a larger scale. Is that accurate?
Yes, and not that Fort Bragg is doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
But what they do is they have a box that they can contain.
Yeah.
And we've got 3,500 square miles, and so we have to modify it a little bit, and we got to bring more hands on board, because we're going to run into completely different problems. One of the issues is when people get released from my jail, where do they go? And so a portion of this also has to be in the release planning, because if we're releasing somebody who's going to be a super user, then we can get ahead of that while they're still in custody, while we're working with Janine's crew and whatnot on the release planning and probation, parole, whoever it may be. And so that's also going to be a portion of this.
I appreciate that. And I feel confident in the three of you with this program. Would it be possible to have Marbet look at our program after it's been in operation for 3 months or 6 months and tell us, is that what was originally envisioned, and give us some advice on what's working elsewhere that we may be overlooking?
I think that would be good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be happy to have Marbet come look at the report. I enjoyed Marbet when he was here. I have to correct something for the record because it drives me crazy. So Marbet report, which social services asked for, included a list of 28 recommendations. The COC and the strategic plan, which this board endorsed, incorporated all except for 3 of those recommendations into their strategic plan. The recommendations that the COC and this board did not adopt were specific to law enforcement, so they didn't feel like they had authority to do that. Those 3 have also been implemented by Ukiah Police Department and the Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
They are, so it's really frustrating to me because that narrative, again, as you pointed out, we have done a very bad job of explaining what we've done. Marbet had great suggestions. We've implemented a ton of them. There were a few we didn't. He didn't think an emergency winter shelter on the coast was important or was necessary. That was one of his recommendations. The local community felt like, no, that's really important. We went through with it anyway. So each one of those recommendations were looked at really closely, and implemented according to local parameters and
Yeah.
local perspective, and it's been successful because of it.
So I stand corrected. What can we do to help tell the story?
I don't know. Somebody has a better idea than me on that.
Supervisor Williams, the sheriff's office has been, we've employed a PIO, either a patrol captain or our corrections captain. And so, I'm used to dealing with the press. I'm used to, and we're going to put our heads together and we're going to be able to tell this story in a good fashion. Now, granted, these wonderful people over here are probably a little more gifted with the word than what I am, so I'm going to rely on them. But there's portions of this that, people may not like when I say that there is some personal responsibility that has to be taken. And when you're collecting sticks and defecating in a parking lot, that is not okay.
No.
That is not okay. And we get a lot of arguments that come out of the public that say, well, they're not responsible for themselves because of this, because of this, because of this, because of this. Well, I'm sorry, every human being on earth is responsible for their actions. And if we say that they are not responsible, that responsibility goes to somebody else. And if the government says that they're not responsible for their actions, then the government gets to take responsibility for it. And I am not a fan of that. That is not the way that you raise your children. That is not the way that you run a business. It's not the way you run the sheriff's office. People are responsible for themselves. If we can help them when they're in times of crisis and various other things, that's what we should do. But we cannot own their responsibility. People have to own that themselves.
Thank you. We do have a couple more questions, I think, Chair, and then Supervisor Norvell, you also had a question.
Yeah, I think that, we've had a lot of discussion about the crew program in Fort Bragg. We've heard great things about it. We've seen some of the data on it. And, but like we've been saying, that's a very small part of our county. And, if you, put the squeeze on people in that box, they're going to go outside the box, right? And in our county, it's not so easy to do because they're not going to go to Northern or Southern Humboldt or, right, other places. So I guess what I'm hearing is that this core program that we're going to be implementing, or we have been implementing some of it, the Heads Up, the MOPS, all of those programs, that this is going to be our attempt to replicate what's been happening in Fort Bragg on a countywide basis.
Yeah.
And so we're looking forward to these results. And like Supervisor Williams says, yeah, we want to know if it's working or not. So maybe in 6 months, we could have a report back about, and maybe the hard data is not totally available at that point. But, anecdotally, you're the experts and you will know what you're seeing too.
I believe in 6 months we are going to have hard data on this.
Okay.
I absolutely believe this. A lot of what the district attorney was talking about today with his charging solutions and whatnot, that is the first step that we're taking on some of these things. And I think in 6 months' time, we're going to see an incredible reduction in a lot of these things because the line is being drawn, and we're going to say, especially with the misdemeanor stuff, we're here to help. These are the things that they can bring to bear, and you can either choose or choose not to go into them. But if you don't want to go down the road with them, I've got a car that will take you to my jail. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where we have to be if we're going to get these issues cleaned up. And in a short amount of time, we're going to have some people who refuse, but we will have a lot more people who say, I think I'd rather go with them.
Yeah.
I do want to, part of the reason I think it's taken us some time to share what the outcomes of Heads Up have been is this was an unfunded project. No money has gone into it. It's all people just showing up to do this work together. And we didn't know how it was going to go. So I felt pretty strongly, let's not publicly launch this till we have some time working on it and see what's going to have the freedom to explore, to fail, to figure out what worked, what didn't work. I think with this component around frequent offenders, we're going to need that same kind of permission to try something. Some of the stuff is not going to work, and we will hopefully fail quickly and fix it quickly, but it's not going to be, we're doing this together to try to figure out what works for a really complex problem, individual by individual. That's not going to happen overnight in terms of the success. And I'm hoping we will have that freedom to do that exploration. CORE has 3 components. The mobile dual response project that Janine's department has implemented with Ukiah Police Department, Sheriff's Department, and Willits, I think right now, that's in operation going really well. Heads Up is going really well. The frequent offender component, which is what the sheriff's talking about, where we're going to be partnering together to encourage people to make a different choice, is the new component that's going to take some time to see how it's going to work, how we can be most effective together, and see those outcomes. I will tell you, though, because we have the practice through Heads Up, we will be tracking every single person on an individual. That's what we're good at. We're really good at keeping that data. We got a lot of, access to information. We keep it all organized. We will not be telling you client names, but we will over time have like what worked, what didn't work. This, the sheriff's really optimistic. I'm on board with it. I'm a little bit more like, some things are not going to work out the way we want, but we will have the data to prove that.
And you're feeling like you're getting collaboration from the agencies and
It's shocking to me, Supervisor Haschek, how well our collaboration is. I'm amazed every single time we get a Heads Up referral. I look through like, who's the right person for this? I walk down the hall to Adult Protective Services. If it's Adult Protective Services, we talk to child. Sometimes we go back to the deputy and say we need more information. I mean, it's seamless. It's really surprising if you saw the kind of air traffic controller component of this project.
Yeah, that's great to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, Supervisor.
Thank you. So I think it's important to be able to define what success is, along with what Supervisor Williams said, so you can track it. The city of Fort Bragg, we had a problem, and yes, it was a small problem compared to the county, but it was a very large problem for the city of Fort Bragg. We addressed and identified what success would be, and that was listening to the people and the businesses, what's affecting your economy, our economy, and it was basically the middle third that you're talking about and part of the bottom third. Mm-hmm. So I think if you were to go ask the population, are these two departments successful? They're probably going to say no, because they don't see your successes in the top third, right? That doesn't affect the economy. It doesn't affect the everyday life of people. So what I think is important is being able to track that middle third and do it in a way that's successful. I would argue that your programs are successful because you're doing the job that the mandate requires. And that's the job, and that's what you're doing. I don't think that can be argued. But that's not what the people see. And so I think we need to address this middle third, this part of this bottom third. I think the sheriff's going to do a very good job with that bottom third. I'm concerned about the middle third. I hear a lot of great things. You guys are already steps ahead of the mistakes that we made in the beginning of the crew program. If we can define what success is and track it, and that success is going to be, for me, when people want to know how is it working, I just ask them, drive around town, tell me what you see. And 5 years ago, they were going to say it's a mess. Today, they're going to say, boy, I had a hard time finding somebody. They were there, but I found one or two, and I didn't see any encampments. Mm-hmm. That's going to be success. Mm-hmm. That's going to get the community to quiet down. So I support this idea. I'd like to know what your guys' idea of success is going to be and how you're going to track it. I would caution the board on the 6 months being able to recognize success, because it's probably going to come a lot slower than that. When it starts to come, it's going to come fast, and that's when you're going to gain the support of the community. But I think it's extremely important. What we found is, and I'd like to know how you're going to handle this. With your Heads Up, you get referrals, and you appoint them to the right department, whoever can handle whatever their issues are. How do we plan to track to make sure that that person is following through? The crew program, I think the most the best part of that program is the hand-holding and the follow-through. Mm-hmm. And it came from building relationships. If in the beginning, when they would walk out and address somebody, they had to introduce themselves, and that was the first step. And sometimes that was a really hard step. Nobody wanted to talk to you. Once we kind of pulled the officers back, it made it easier, but it was still difficult. Once we built relationships with them, everything got a lot easier. So it's really important to me that in this core program that I completely support is the relationship building. If we want these people off the streets, because they are going to fail. Too many times we've seen it. They go to court, they get the opportunity of treatment or jail, right? They're going to take treatment. Judge releases them, orders them to report X amount of days to treatment. What percentage of those people actually, you've got their attention, they're going to agree to it, they're on the street, they're right back to what they were doing and living the life that they chose to live. So how do we, all of our success came from the hand-holding, the follow-through. How is your core program going to handle that aspect of it? Because for me, that's how we're going to measure success, is how many people started on day one on your books, how many people at the end of year one are off of your books, with the understanding of relapse as part of it. I get that. People are going to succeed and then they're going to fail. That's just, it's going to happen. And I have a very high tolerance for that. So how is your program going to define and track success?
I think those are all really good questions, and I think there's a way that we define success in the Heads Up program right now, and we kind of use a rough color coding chart. So green, things are good, this person's back on track, and they've been connected to whatever the resources are, or they say, you know what, I was like they actually was not as reported. Some sort of call happened. The sheriffs responded. They were like, we're not really sure what's going on with this household. We kind of figured out, and they're like, they got this. They're connected to therapy or whatever. They move on. And then there's red flags where things are not going well. There's repeated calls. It's just not evolving the way that we would like. So there's a color coding process through Heads Up. I think when we get more deep into the frequent offenders concept, which is that middle third we're talking about, I approach this, as I mentioned before, I really think about who is being paid to do that hand-holding already, and I really hold those people accountable. So when we get a Heads Up referral, and I know that there's a community-based organization that is receiving a monthly fee, let's say, to care for that person, I'm like, hey, your person's not doing very well. Like, you need to keep on track of that, and we monitor that. So the first thing, I think, from the efficient taxpayer perspective is who's already being paid to do that hand-holding and hold that entity accountable. There are people who don't have that kind of source right now. So is there a way that we can connect them? Janine mentioned CalAIM earlier. There are some large funding sources completely separate from the county that are supposed to be doing that kind of work. It's still being built right now. When I know that somebody has what's called an ECM provider, an enhanced care management provider, which I have the access to look up and see who that entity is, we will be connecting it to that person. I want to emphasize, Heads Up has no money attached to it. It was all about collaborating and figuring out who was already paid and who was going to, and how to make sure that that work is being done. That being said, we will keep a really close eye on these individuals because we need to know whether it's working too. I have an invested interest in knowing whether the work we're doing is actually successful, because if it's not, we have to change our strategy. So I'm kind of thinking this through, because what I'm hoping we can do, if there's like the room to do it from the community, is give us some time to experiment with this. I'm thinking like a 6-month analysis after we've engaged with someone. What happened to them 6 months later? So I will use that data, we all will collectively, to look at it and be like, what is this telling us? We don't have any other choice but to do this in real time with real clients. Like, the phrase that's coming to my mind, which is not the right one, is like hand-to-hand combat, or like house by house. It's like person by person, figuring out what is this person's story. They're so different. Some clients have a lot of family support that's trying desperately to help them. Some are completely on their own. Some are deeply drug addicted. Some are just really disordered thinking. I mean, it's very, very unique to each different person when you get to know them about what their pathway to wellness is going to be.
And also, Supervisor Norvell, the hand-holding that needs to occur, a lot of times we've already kind of got that cooked into the sauce with the release coordination from the jail and whatnot. When we get a judge who says, yeah, you're going to get released to a drug program, but you're going to have to get into it. And that's when I have Buffy Barasa, my inmate services coordinator, gets on the phone, finds them the place to go. And then if I have someone who can take that person over there, great. Most of the time it's Janine's group and Megan's group who say, okay, we're going to pick him up when we have a release meeting, and they take him or her to that treatment facility. because we know that if they just get released and they're told, okay, you got to show up on the 14th, by the time they get to Safeway, they have scored more drugs or they have committed more crimes. And so we're trying to work on that release portion of it so that when we release, we aren't releasing someone that we think is going to be unsuccessful before they even get to the treatment center. And so we've been doing that for a couple of years now, and we've got, I think, the hard part is when we have a 4:30 or 5 in the evening and a judge hits somebody with an OR that we didn't see coming. But most of the time the judges are working well with us and keeping us apprised about directions that things are going. So that's a little bit of it is cooked into the soup at county jail. But out on the street, you're right, it's a different story. But if we have people who have been resistant and whatnot, citations are not going to cut it. They are going to go into custody if they're breaking the law.
Thank you. So how many, are you looking at hiring new staff? Are you planning on using existing social workers for this? And then how many staff are you looking at putting into this program, and how many clients do you think that you're going to be able to handle? And the reason that I've asked is the city of Fort Bragg has done it with 2, now with 3. And even with 3, they have been put into a position of having to triage.
Yeah.
Right? They sit down every week. They talk about, the crew team will talk about, these are the people that we've recently came across that we'd like to enter into the program. These are the people that we've been working on for X amount of days or X amount of months, and we've just absolutely gained zero ground. And unfortunately, we've just had to cut them loose. For lack of a better term, give up on them because we don't have the resources to continue to take no for an answer.
Well, and those are, I hate to say it, but those are some of those times that we're going to have to hit the reverse gear, and we're going to have to take different alternative actions with those folks. But with the personnel that they've already identified from their team, and I've identified from my team, these are people that we have worked together with on the dual response for mental health, as well as the MOPS team. They're well known to my deputies. We've worked together for a couple of years now and so when we walk in, we're already kind of a team. And so then I'm going to be dedicating personnel to it probably on an overtime basis for maybe when we start out 2 days a week, 6 hours, and then we're going to go down and we're going to hit these hard to deal with spots. And the people who are breaking the law, they're going to be dealt with. The people who need some assistance, we're going to offer them assistance. But the important part is that we get after those super users immediately, get those kind of off the rolls, and then we can dig down deeper.
Thank you.
I think just to answer specifically, we don't have any plans to hire anyone at this point. So we have a contract with existing homeless outreach team. They will pick up certain cases. It's very person by person that we figure out who's the right person to follow up. So certainly if this takes off in a way that I'm not sure what that would be yet, and it becomes clear we do need to hire dedicated staff only for this kind of project, we'll figure that out at the time. But I'm not going to start that way because I don't think we need to. That's not what Heads Up taught us.
Same with the behavioral health side. We're looking at how we do MOPS and dual response so that we can add core in. So we're not looking at adding any staff, but we do plan to have staff throughout the area to be able to respond, South Coast, inland, northern. So we are looking at revamping kind of how we've been doing MOPS and dual response to also add in core.
Thank you. And I just want to finish by, Sheriff, by thanking you and letting you know that I appreciate and support your idea that some people just need to go to jail. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But I guess if there is a bright side to that, what the crew team has found is when they're in jail, you've got their full attention, and that's when they start to make some better choices.
Well, and I think that with the behavioral health wing of the jail coming, in 2026, we're going to be standing in a better position when we say they have that life-changing moment at times. And I've seen it a lot. I worked in the jail when I was a young man. And there are a lot of people who have that one moment. And when we are available to give them services when they make that decision, those are the people who are successful. We see it time and time and time again. People who have stepped away from it was because someone struck while the iron is hot with services. Someone struck while the iron was hot with something that was going to be more important to them than what they were doing. And we've talked about capacity issues as far as what is the capacity of our team. I think that we do this for a year and then we have a discussion. Have we outrun our capacity? Do we need to look at this? Or do we have the right people in there so that we're meeting the need and we don't need any more? But we don't want to start off by saying, please give us this, and we don't know if it's going to work. We want to get through the nuts and bolts of it. And to be honest with you, work through some of the problems that you folks over in Fort Bragg had to work through so we can dodge those potholes that you guys have already hit. And if we do it that way, I don't see it being a big drain on the county, but we will come back in a year and have a discussion about what is our capacity and what are we able to get done with what we have.
Thank you. And I agree that sometimes that's when the light bulb goes on. I can speak first person to that. In your jail, I'm not sure you were there, but I was. And sometimes that's where the light bulb goes on. So I
Okay,
can appreciate
we
that.
do have a couple more questions. Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, so I'm supportive of the plan. I appreciate the three of you being here and explaining it. But the mention of community providers, that always worries me when I see those on the agenda for approval. I have no idea what they did for us, whether it was successful. I know they did hard work. I know they're well-intentioned. They're asking for more money. You know, I'm sure you're in a position where you know what they're accomplishing. I'm not, and I'm the guy that's being asked to vote yes or no on it. It's the public's money. It's not my money. Is there any way to get some indication that you're in favor or why it was a success and we should spend more money with the individual providers as it comes up? The reason I ask is
service provider
because
contracts?
I know they're doing the work, but what I don't know is, are they doing work that's facilitating encampments? I think encampments are a terrible idea. And so I don't know if the work they're doing for us is moving the needle in the right direction. And so
Yeah.
I need somebody to guide me. Otherwise, imagine in my position, I don't have the visibility you have, and I'm being asked, do you want to spend $100,000 on this, $200,000 on that? It's the public's money. I'm supposed to
I
be
think,
responsible and know why I'm voting.
I think what's even worse, Supervisor Williams, is sometimes you're voting on a service contract that it's the public's money, but you didn't even actually have much control over it. It may have been the COC. So and it wasn't necessarily discretionary money. It might have been money only for this purpose anyway. So it does make your role feel
It's
a little,
all the people's money, right? I don't care if it's
No,
state,
I
federal, or
understand.
local. It's
Right.
all public.
But so when we bring forward a service contract,
Yeah.
not all of them, but most of them have already been through an RFP process, right? So there has been a neutral body that has evaluated it. The funding, I mean, I'm going to speak globally, but sometimes the funding is jointly managed by the COC and the county. In terms of whether I personally believe it's an effective project or not, I mean, I can't give you I can't really indicate that. I can tell you the way we are handling accountability and outcomes. We do require a certain kind of reporting for, I'm going to use the shelters because it's the easiest one. So let's say our homeless shelter contracts. Right now, the funding that comes from the county to our homeless shelters, most of it is through called HAP, Homeless Housing Assistance Program. It's directly from the state. It's not county general fund. We require them to turn in reporting that gives me personally every quarter a breakdown of who's been staying there for longer than 3 months. I don't want to see people languishing in our shelters for longer than 3 months. So person by person, I'm like, what's the plan with this person? What's the plan with this person? I also pull random files and say, I need these 5 files based on just like numbers through our HMIS system. And then we also look at their outcomes. How many of these individuals served at that particular site were moved into permanent housing? And I can tell you that those outcomes really vary. Our transitional housing projects are really successful. Our shelters, not so much. The emergency winter shelter in Fort Bragg, very valuable to that community. Nobody's exiting to permanent housing. Their outcomes look like 0 if you wanted to look at permanent housing exits. So each different kind of service has a different way you might want to look at it, which makes it really hard to evaluate as a supervisor. And they also have different humanitarian or public perception missions that are also hard to ignore.
Yep.
Our caring for our children at Ford Street, for example, it's going to look kind of expensive. It's super valuable. These are families that are in the child welfare system. They're struggling with addiction, many of them. We do not want to abandon them. They probably don't look super cost effective in terms of how that kind of support is. So we do look at all those things. I can't figure out how to give a really clear metric that would be accurate and helpful.
If we just had a line from you on the agenda item of why you think we should approve it, they did work for us last year, and this is, it doesn't have to be quantifiable. It can be a
Mhm.
subjective, but I trust your view of it more than
Mhm.
mine because I have no visibility.
Yeah,
And-
I understand that. And I think the other thing we're doing, and I wanted to highlight for you, is that we did use some specific funding for an outside evaluator specifically for our shelters. We started with shelters. We'll do different projects next year. They already have a really good perspective, because I'm in the middle of Mendocino County. Is this project successful? Is it not? Like what they know nationally what's working, what's not.
Yeah.
So their perspective is really valuable, and we try to do that on a cycle basis. We're doing shelters this year. Next year we'll probably do permanent housing projects. So there is this bigger, broader way to look at our successes as well. But it is very hard to do this kind of monitoring well.
All right. Well, you have my trust. Thanks for being here.
Supervisor Klein and Supervisor Mulhern.
My question was answered, but I'll just say thank you to the presenters for all the work that's happening. I'm excited to see, kind of a check-in in 6 months and then really take a look at this fully in a year.
Thank you, all three of you and your teams for the work that you do and for what you're about to do. I mean, I've been able to work really successfully with the Sheriff's Office, with Megan's team, with Dr. Miller's team, when I encounter encampments or individuals that I know either need services or the services of the Sheriff's Office. As we were having this conversation, I was thinking about, actually I think about it all the time. There was a very hot day last summer that I was cleaning up an encampment, and I was doing that in between my regular meetings in my own personal pickup truck. And a gentleman stopped and asked me, why isn't the county doing this? And I proceeded to tell him I'm the county and I'm helping, and all the reasons why I was doing that particular task that day. And I started to tell him about our data and our statistics and how many people we've housed and how great Live Oak is doing and how wonderful the shelter is. And he said, I don't care about your data and your statistics. They're still here. Mm-hmm. And that is burned into my mind of it doesn't matter how hard you all work. It doesn't matter how hard our service providers work. As long as there are people that are still on the streets, there will still be some people in our community that perceive that our problem is larger than what it really is, in my opinion. I grew up here, I was born and raised here. My uncle was what would be considered street level homeless now when I was a child. And I remember that. I remember the whole experience that we went through as a family. And I would just love to see the county, maybe it's with the sheriff's PIO, maybe it's through the executive office, maybe it's through a separate contract with social services or behavioral health, really tell this story. Really start talking about why the program's being created, how it's going to work. I do think that we have people that have families that try to support their individual while they're on the street. But maybe if they know this program is coming and they're not going to have an option, they'll be more interactive with that individual. And I think we're going to hear those stories. I think we're going to hear stories from specific individuals that may be struggling and have been out on the streets for a long time, that a trip to the county jail and into rehab was what they needed. And I just would like, and I understand that we're talking existing staff and shoestring, we don't have a budget for this. I would really love to see this story told in a way that reminds the people of Mendocino County that when we have tough problems, we work together to solve them. And I don't know if that's too big of an ask for today, but that's...
No, I don't think that's too big of an ask. And we have to remember that gentleman that you spoke to, his perceptions are his realities. That is reality to him. And he doesn't care about what we've done for everybody else, but this is the problem who's standing at my feet at this moment in time right now. So what are you doing about that? And I can tell you that under Prop 47, and I'm going to be very honest about this, we had people who, a guy just stole all this stuff from me. And when my deputies show up, yeah, he did. Well, is he going to jail? No, he's getting a citation. That is demeaning to the victims. It's demeaning to the deputy. And they're saying, I just watched him steal all my stuff, and all that you can do is give him a citation. I mean, there are some things that are the social norms that we have walked away from, and what bothers me on a constant basis is the laws were put into place to take care of the victims. And honestly, there are times when our good nature has been completely trampled on by people who want to commit a lot of different crimes, be it petty crimes, be it major crimes, because they're looking for leniency constantly. And I am sick and tired of it. Honestly, I am. Everybody is responsible for the things that they do, and it does not matter what's going on with someone. If a man shoots me, my wife is equally widowed. My children are equally orphaned. And so how do we get to this point where we say, well, it wasn't his fault? Baloney. He pulled the trigger. It's his fault. I know it sounds a little hard-nosed, but we've got to get back to that.
On a slightly less from a service, sorry, no, but I'm not on the law enforcement side, but I will just say from a practical standpoint, from the services perspective, we interact with people who they don't want to go to jail because they don't want to lose their dogs. They don't want to lose their stuff, whatever their stuff is. So so I'm just thinking practically a stronger consequence for littering, for having an encampment, having to go to jail. That will be a motivator for some people, because honestly, it might come down to their dog. They really don't want to lose their dog, and it will provoke change. So all of these different things we do together, we do see, the light bulb might come on, hopefully maybe before they're in jail, because they don't want to lose their dog. That would be my preference. But if that doesn't happen and they actually do have to lose their dog because they had to go to jail for a couple of days, that also is a motivator. So I think that the collaboration is what really matters more than the money. The money is actually secondary to this whole issue, if not even further down. I will say part of the challenge, I think, we're still in America. We can't just lock somebody up because they're annoying us on the sidewalk. And I think that sometimes the public expects that. And I hear from my law enforcement partners, and I was like, I can't arrest the guy just for walking down the street looking, objectionable to the public. So we do have a lot of freedoms in America. And I think sometimes the public, who are understandably completely frustrated with this, kind of forget about that piece of it as well. We aren't allowed to take people's civil liberties away, and we, willy-nilly without a lot. I mean, they know that even more, a lot of due diligence. So we're stuck with some of the American ideals here, and I'm not saying that we should, soften our American ideals, but it does make solving this problem a little harder than it might be in some other countries.
Supervisor.
Thank you. And thank you for saying that, because I think you're right 100%. We've all heard it's not illegal to be homeless or mentally ill, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have effects on the rest of the people that pay the bills, that go to work every day, that pay their taxes, that, are paying for these lights to be on right now. And it also falls in line with, what the sheriff just said about the person that committed the crime versus the person that was the victim of the crime. People expect certain things from their government when they pay their taxes, and they expect to feel safe. And so a large driver for me on these metrics that we're talking about is, and I mentioned it earlier, I think you guys are doing your job. You're doing exactly what the job requires, what the mandate requires. That's what you're doing. I think we need to do more than that. And I think one of the biggest, if not the biggest hurdle to that, is the state policy that limits how much we can help somebody. Mm-hmm. So the big driver for me in wanting to collect this data is to prove that these policies are actually a hindrance in stopping us from helping people. It would be really nice if, for someone to say he has the right to do that. Well, if that person was in their right mind, sleeping on the street half naked in 30-degree temperature, they would not be making that decision. Mm-hmm. We should be able to intervene and make that decision for them and get them to the right mind where they can make healthy decisions. So what I want to do is I want to be able to track this stuff so we can prove to the state that it's not working and lobby the state to help us change these rules so we can actually help people. And then maybe someday, we don't have to have these conversations. Mm-hmm. Because it's demoralizing to have to sit here and figure out a way to help somebody that is clearly needs help. And there's so many roadblocks and walls in the way to helping those people. So that, for me, that's the big motivator in all of this, is we need to change the rules. The threshold to help people is so high, it's ridiculous. And I know you guys face that every single day. And I applaud you for getting up and going to work every day, knowing that those hurdles are there. But this board and myself are gonna need your help to lobby the state. And I think the only way that we can do that is to track these things. And we can do that by defining what success is outside of what your mandate is, Your mandate, to be successful in your mandate, is to do the job, right? And you're doing the job, but it's not having the effect that we need to have. And that's my goal, is to change how you can do your job. So I'm hoping that we can get there.
Okay, thank you.
I had one other thing that I wanted to throw out as far as what success will look like. Currently in Mendocino County, because I am also the coroner, it has run over 50%, sometimes up as high as 67% of our accidental deaths have been drug overdoses. And that is something that is absolutely 100% preventable. So as we define what success will look like, I want to see reductions in drug overdoses because of outreach and upstream work. And I think that when we get this ball rolling, it's going to take a year, but we're going to have to take a good hard look at that and make a decision about, are we having an impact in that area? Because we're losing a lot of lives. In 2022, we had 69 accidental deaths. 48 of them were drug overdoses. That is just a mind-boggling number to me. So if we can also see those come down, that needs to be a metric in our success. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, do you have something very quick?
Yeah, very brief. When somebody's in a traffic collision, they have a skull fracture, and you're trying to hold them, and they say, I don't want any help, implied consent, right? Somebody has a problem with their head, they think sleeping in 30-degree weather naked in a creek bed, and we say, oh, that's their right. Why is there that difference? And at what point do we push back on the state that that's not how we see it?
Go for it.
Yeah. That is absolutely an excellent point. And you being involved in the EMS for many years that you were involved in, what is the difference there between someone who is not making a good decision because of a head injury or someone who's not making a good decision because of the injury inside their head?
Yeah. So the state is wrong in this case, and I'm not against giving some direction to let our people push that a little bit in the direction of what's humane, which is taking care of the individual.
I do think the state is trying to move in that direction, but probably not fast enough and not more aggressively enough.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It was, we've talked a lot about this crew program in Fort Bragg, and it's just really, that was the direction of the board, was what can we do countywide? And so it's really great to see that there's collaboration and you're working on it. And we're hoping the best, right, for all of you. So thank you very much for coming this afternoon.
And before you go, I do also want to say thank you, and Sheriff, because you were on both panels. I just commend you guys for your passion and your energy and your enthusiasm. You're very passionate about what you do, and that's a great asset to the county.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item 9 right now, which is the Board of Supervisors debrief and day 1 wrap up. So I'm just going to say, we have a full day tomorrow again, and we're going to be talking about the budget and then different departments and what their scope of work is, and they're going to present that. We can talk about what we think might be added to their plates or whatever, but there's no action going to happen. It's just like ideas that we can bring forth, and they will be brought back in the future at a future meeting to really decide if that's the direction we want to go or what needs to be taken off their scope of work. And so anyway, that's the process for tomorrow. I hope that today, for me, it was very enlightening to talk about the decorum, what we all see happening in our districts and the common themes that we have, which kind of lined up with the strategic plan that we have. So Yolanda, you have a process too that you're going to go through, right?
Well, I was just going to ask for any final thoughts or comments about the way that the discussions that happened today. Again, just knowing that it was I think a beneficial session in reviewing not only individual priorities, but how they tie in and the commonalities that this team sees moving forward. And I look at your strategic plan, I look at the discussions we had, and the three elements that just in going forward stood out to me was really aligning your priorities, understanding the work that needs to be done, which I think this team does. Setting those measures or understanding what success looks like, what that criteria may be, And then please celebrate your successes. One of the themes I heard, even from this last panel, is does the public know what we're doing? Because they just see that there's still an issue. And for this team and for the county in general, really being able to communicate and share those successes with as much as you can, whether it's through your website, whether it's through other mediums, but please acknowledge the work that this group here and the management team of the county is doing.
Well, I would add to that too, that, you know, part of celebrating the successes is recognizing what the staff is already doing. And throughout the departments, I see a lot of people who are very dedicated to their cause. We just saw it here with the, you know, Megan and Janine and the sheriff, you know, dedicated to what they're doing. So, and I see that throughout the county. And I think that where we're lacking is not celebrating that. I don't mean that we all have to be in lockstep and, you know, everything. I'm not trying to say we can't dissent on issues, but we also need to be recognizing that there is good work going on. And that's, I think, our common goal is to make this county a better place. So, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so I agree. Pointing out your successes are great and they're extremely important. Some of the problems in doing that, and we struggle with it at the city of Fort Bragg, is our failures were outweighing our successes. And every time we talked about our successes, our failures were brought up. And I think we talked a lot today about perhaps some areas where the county is still struggling, certainly around homelessness. So I think it's good to talk about your successes, but I think it's equally important to talk about how you're addressing your failures. And I think from today's meeting, it would be a good opportunity to point out that particular failure that what the county plans to address and how. And as far as the meetings tomorrow and the budget, there was a lot of discussion today about funding and priorities. And I really appreciate the way Mr. Eister described it with the yardstick. I've never seen it described that way. And it really makes a lot of sense. And my hope for tomorrow is that when we're talking about the budget and prioritizing things and the strategic plan, is that we can hold that yardstick straight up and down and figure out what's at the top and start funding from there down, instead of taking a little bit off this end and putting it on this end. So, but I truly appreciate today. My first workshop at the city, I was underwhelmed and not supportive, but they grew on me. And me personally, I got a lot out of today. I think I've got a pretty good idea, or at least a good start, on how the rest of the board feels about things that are affecting the county. Staff has been great with me so far about where they're at with priorities. So I have a lot of hope. I don't think the county's in as bad a position or heading in a really bad direction like some of the community feels. I think getting the message out like you're talking about will help with some of that. But for me, I think we may not be in a great place, but I have a lot of hope that we're heading in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. And just to clarify that tomorrow when we talk about the budget, I think we're talking about the budget process and all of that, not so much what we're going to cut right now.
No, I understand that.
Or
thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would like to thank the team that worked in the background setting this up for us today. I know it's not easy to do off-site meetings, but I also think it's really important, and for the members of the public that came today. Since I've been on the board, I have been asking, begging. I don't think I've ever actually cried, but really in support of the executive office having a PIO. I think that part of the challenges come from the fact that we are all 5 individual people that tell the story in a different way. And the story of what is happening at the county is getting lost because of our different perspectives. None of our perspectives are wrong. We all get to have perspectives that are brought to us by our own individual life experiences, by constituent concerns and questions. But the issues that are being brought to us as individuals, or even sometimes to the board and public expression, are not all of the things that the County of Mendocino as the agency tackles. And it is really important that we find somebody to be able to tell that story, and not only the successes, but also, yes, we understand, we recognize that this process is taking too long. Here are the things that we're doing to correct it. I also think that that might help with some of the, and I'm grateful for CEO Antle and the team that she has at the table. Previously, there was there was constant ship turning, like all the time. And CEO Antle has just tried to steer the ship, take the feedback, correct the ship in little pieces. And sometimes that's important, because if you're constantly just whipping around in the waves, you're not really getting anything done, and the culture of the county suffered because of that. So I really, I think it's really important that we figure out a way to get somebody that's gonna tell all of the pieces of the county's story. Certainly initiatives like CORE, I would love to see some press go out about that, and to be able to either talk about the way that they've corrected that program, or talk about its successes. Either way, I'm sure it's going to be, multiple ideas and ways that come out of that particular story. But there just has been so much that has happened in the last 4 years that I think has been missed in the media and in the public.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'm going to start by thanking staff and the chair and all the leadership that went into this workshop. And I think this was a good use of our time today. And I think it's a first step. And this is really early stages for us forming our direction as a board, as a new board. There's certainly a lot of recognizing the work that lies ahead. And I think that, just to kind of echo the comments that have already been said, is there is work that needs to be done. There are changes that need to be made, and we can simultaneously recognize that there is progress at the same time. So this is the first step. I also want to agree with some of the comments from Supervisor Norvell around the prioritization of our budget. And how we need to shift from the yardstick approach to 1, 2, 3, 4, a linear prioritization, and have some clarity there. And I also want to agree with Supervisor Mulherin around the communications professional and the need for the storytelling to come from a dedicated individual who can work with the CEO's office and work with the board to send the message. We all have unique perspectives, priorities, and we're free to tell those stories, but we do need a dedicated professional around that. So I'll end my comments there, and thank you everyone for your participation.
All right. Okay, so with that, seeing no further comments, we'll adjourn the meeting at 3:29. We will be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Right, same time?
Chair.
Closed session.
Oh, yeah, we have the closed session at 4 o'clock. So,
Well, if there's public expression on closed session, they need to do that at 4.
right. Okay.
Sure.
What?
Read up. Please.